Boom! The blue palm seal shattered Jiang Wenxu's almost translucent palm seal and continued sailing forth. To Lu Zhou's shock, the blue palm seal passed through Jiang Wenxu as though Jiang Wenxu was made of air. No wonder. No wonder. Jiang Wenxu murmured to himself. No wonder what? We'll meet again. If you wish to recover your memories, come to Lu Lan. Since you claim that you've attained the 9-leaf stage, I have no choice but to kill you again. After saying these words, Jiang Wenxu's body flickered a few times like a projected image from the modern world before disappearing completely. Realization dawned on Lu Zhou. No wonder Jiang Wenxu had seemed unreal, and his palm seal was not red. Lu Zhou walked over. He lifted his hand and summoned an energy orb to illuminate the cave. A round rune engraved in the center of the cave. It was filled with peculiar runes. Jiang Wenxu must have created a projection of himself with some witchcraft spell. There were clearly red runes around the cave as well. However, perhaps, due to the passage of time, the red runes were already faded. It seemed like Jiang Wenxu had been guarding this place for a long time now. Was he trying to prevent people from looking for Qi Yao in the abyss? No. When Lu Zhou thought about it further, he thought he did not make sense. The 100,000-foot deep abyss could not be explored by just anyone. Even if an 8-leaf cultivator made it down there safely, they would not have been a match for Qi Yao. They might even end up as Qi Yao's meal. In that case, what was Jiang Wenxu doing here? Lu Zhou remembered the environment in the abyss. It was dark. There was no sun nor moon. Endless black water stretched as far the eyes could see. That was certainly not the Red Lotus domain. Jiang Wenxu's goal was clearly to prevent the appearance of a 9-leaf cultivator. In that case, the abyss might be a passage leading to the Red Lotus world. Lu Zhou raised his wizened hand and smacked his forehead. His realization came too late. He was drifting southward along Heaven's Moat. In that case, the Red Lotus world was most probably situated north of Heaven's Moat. Yu Shangrong. If Yu Shangrong ended up in the Red Lotus world, things would not bode well for him. Lu Zhou turned around and left the cave. He had no intention of remaining here. He stepped away from Heaven's Moat and Dove. Wizard. 2 days later, next to the 100,000-foot deep abyss. Si Wuya looked at the abyss he drew on the paper in confusion. He said, "Fourth senior brother, don't you think there's something strange about this narrow abyss?" Strange. Mingshi shook his head. It's normal for there to be cracks in mountain ranges. To the south, it's connected to the peak of Heaven's Moat. To the north, I've sent my men to investigate, but it isn't connected to Cloud Rage River. Instead, it seems to have vanished halfway. Si Wuya said. That's normal. It's a cliff, Mingshi said. No. Fourth senior brother, look closely. Si Wuya insisted. Mingshi studied Si Wuya's map. Si Wuya explained, when I was an official in the palace, I saw such a diagram. At that time, I thought someone had casually sketched it. Now that I think about it, that drawing inside the palace is this abyssal rift. Rift? That's right, this is more like a rift. Cloud Rage River is downstream while the peak of Heaven's Moat is upstream. When the water from upstream flows downstream, there should be a plain. Why would there suddenly be a cliff? Si Wuya asked. Si Wuya was knowledgeable. He knew about astronomy and geography. It was not surprising for him to know these things. Mingshi understood it now. He said, "You're saying that there's something fishy with this rift?" "That's right." Si Wuya nodded. With second senior brother's ability, he couldn't have fallen to his death. It's unlikely for him to be incapable of flight as well. Based on my speculation, there must have been some force that prevented him from rising, and maybe it pulled him down. Makes sense. Mingshi nodded. The person who drew the abyss inside the palace is most probably the imperial tutor, Si Wuya said. At this juncture, Mingshi smiled and said, "Now that you've mentioned it, I heard from 9th junior sister that Master received a letter from the imperial tutor from the palace. He also received some notes from a Luo woman." Si Wuya beamed. He seemed happy. "Where are they?" "You'll have to ask Master about that. I have no idea." Si Wuya seemed disappointed. At this moment, young Yu Zhenghai appeared outside the tent and said, Jeju, junior brother Mingshi, are you there? I'm coming, eldest senior brother. Mingshi ran out. Do you want to spar again, eldest senior brother? Young Yu Zhenghai seemed to be perplexed as he said, I'm confused. When I was sparring with you, my blade seemed capable of defeating you at every turn. Why isn't it the same with junior brother Duanmusheng when I sparred with him? Mingshi. I've spoken to junior sister Yuaner, and she said that you're a 7-leaf elite. With my current strength, there's no way I could have defeated you. Were you going easy on me? Mingshi said, eldest senior brother, you've wrongly accused me. We didn't use any primal chi during our sparring sessions. Mingshi thought to himself in exasperation. A lousy teammate was more fearful than a godly opponent. Third senior brother, you've really done it this time. At this moment, Duanmusheng came over with his overlord spear in hand. When he saw Mingshi and his eldest senior brother, he said, Old Fourth, let's go. We'll spar together. Ha! Come one. Don't drag your heels. You can't even beat eldest senior brother. How are you going to become stronger without hard work and practice? Dong! He struck the ground with his overlord spear. Mingshi said in an aggrieved tone, all right. I'll come as well, young Yu Zhenghai said. After the trio left, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jiaifeng arrived outside the tent. Mr. Seventh, come in. Pan Zhong went inside and said, Mr. Seventh, the informant you told me to contact has sent a letter. The 12 allied nations are now formally established. It was bound to happen. Si Wuya sighed and shook his head. Zhou Jifeng said, Are the barbarians so confident? It's been a long time since the lotus severing era began. Even Lu Gu made it to the 8-leaf-and-a-half stage. The other tribes thrive after their lotuses were severed. It's normal that they're confident. Moreover, I suspect that someone else is pulling the strings behind the scene. Si Wuya replied. The two of them nodded. What do we do now? We'll wait for my master's return, Si Wuya replied. There's nothing we can do at the moment. Without a 9-leaf cultivator, the current Great Yen might not even withstand an attack from 5 allied nations, let alone 12. Meanwhile, young Yu Zhenghai was watching Duanmusheng and Mingshi spar. After a while, he could not refrain himself and seemed like he wanted to speak. Duanmusheng and Mingshi halted their movements. They bowed at the same time. Kindly give us pointers, eldest senior brother. I won't be so bold as to give you pointers. Young Yu Zhenghai was not used to his status as the eldest senior brother at all. I wish to spar with junior brother Duanmusheng. Duanmusheng did not mind. Kindly enlighten me, eldest senior brother. Mingshi rejoiced in this opportunity to be freed from trouble. He took several steps back. Yu Zhenghai and Duanmusheng got into position. Eldest senior brother, you haven't recovered your primal chi yet, so let this be a contest of saber and spear techniques. All right. This technique of mine is called Scorching Field 100 Strikes. I can launch 100 strikes in an instant. Take a close look, eldest senior brother. Duanmusheng brandished his overlord spear. Yu Zhenghai wielded the jasper saber and said, Bring it on. Duanmusheng sped forward. Spear shadows overlapped. Soon enough, there were 100 of them. Bam! 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 Several spear shadows hit the blade. Yu Zhenghai was pushed back from the impact. Duanmusheng launched 100 spear shadows again. Young Yu Zhenghai was powerless to fight back. He could only defend himself. Mingshi covered his eyes. Damn! No wonder eldest senior brother came to question me. Third senior brother, you're not holding back at all. Bam! 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 The few final spear shadows shook Yu Zhenghai so much that he fell backward. Young Yu Zhenghai spat out blood. Duanmusheng paled. Eldest senior brother. He tossed his overlord spear aside and rushed forward. Eldest senior brother. Mingshi started. This time, he disregarded Duanmusheng's status as his senior brother and immediately rebuked him. Third senior brother, you know that eldest senior brother hasn't recovered yet. Can't you go easy on him? Duan Mushang was hit with a sudden realization. He was beside himself with guilt. Eldest senior brother. With eldest senior brother's strength, killing a Brahmin Sea realm cultivator is already the most he can do. You're a four-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator who recultivated without a lotus. You must be so proud of yourself for defeating eldest senior brother. As Mingshi continued on his tirade, he walked behind young Yu Zhenghai and channeled his primal chi into him. Duan Mushang sighed before he slapped his face. I've lost my mind in the heat of the fight. I was only thinking of defeating eldest senior brother. With this, Mingshi did not think it was appropriate to continue berating Duan Mushang. The others were attracted by the commotion as well. Two of the elders, Si Wuya, Little Yuaner, and Conk came running over, looking worried. Eldest senior brother. After channeling his primal chi into young Yu Zhenghai, Mingshi said with a grim expression, I think eldest senior brother is out of vitality. Si Wuya stepped forward and placed 2 fingers on Yu Zhenghai's wrist. He channeled some primal chi into Yu Zhenghai's extraordinary 8 meridians that eventually flowed into his sea of chi. He seemed reluctant to accept this reality. His fingers trembled as he removed them from Yu Zhenghai's wrist. 7th senior brother. What's wrong with eldest senior brother? Little Yuaner asked anxiously. Let me take a look. Pan Lydian waded through the crowd and examined Yu Zhenghai's pulse as well. He was initially optimistic. After all, the evil sky pavilion was powerful. It had endured many tribulations throughout the years. With the pavilion master's shocking methods, it was not surprising for him to be able to save someone's life. After he examined his pulse, the expression on his wizened face turned as grim as the one on Mingshi Yin's face. His brows were tightly knitted together. How did this happen? Pan Lydian said incredulously. Back off. The others retreated. Pan Lydian raised a hand. His golden gourd bottle flew out. The golden gourd bottle hovered above Yu Zhenghai's head for some time. A faint radiance from the gourd shone onto Yu Zhenghai's body. Stay calm. I brought this gourd bottle back from the Blackwood Forest. It has amazing vitality. I've always been reluctant to use the final sliver of vitality inside the gourd bottle. Looks like I have no choice now. The others looked at the golden gourd bottle. They did not expect Pan Lydian to be willing to give this up. The golden radiance continued to shine on Yu Zhenghai. Pan Lydian stooped down and examined Yu Zhenghai's pulse again. At this moment, his face was already glistening with sweat. He did not expect this seemingly simple method of releasing the vitality from the golden gourd bottle would take such a huge toll on him. Old Pan. Pan Zhong stepped forward and supported Pan Lydian. I'm all right. I'm just slightly tired. After examining Yi Zhenghai's pulse, Pan Lydian added, I can only help him last longer. I've tried my best. The others seemed worried and regretful. Duan Mushang was filled with self-blame. He stood up and said, I'll head down and look for Master. You guys look after eldest senior brother. Third senior brother. Don't be reckless. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble as it is with that temperament of yours? Si Wuya frowned. Duan Mushang sighed heavily. This isn't your fault. Eldest senior brother doesn't have much vitality, to begin with. It was out of pure luck that he was reborn this time. Your sparring session with eldest senior brother merely hastened the problem. This might not be a bad thing entirely, Si Wuya said. Although Si Wuya's words made sense, Duan Mushang would not have any of it. He felt incredibly guilty, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Conk pointed at Heaven's moat and asked, What's that? The others turned to look. They saw auspicious chi heading toward them. Little Yuaner, who had keen eyes, cried out excitedly, Master! In the air, Lu Zhou stood on Witzard's back. It gradually descended as it flew toward the crowd. Their expressions differed as they looked at Witzard that was wrapped in auspicious chi. After that, they turned to look at the 100,000-foot deep abyss nearby. They were shocked, intrigued, and surprised. Why did the pavilion master not return from the abyss but from heaven's moat? Si Wuya looked up. After a brief moment of shock, he looked in the direction of the peak of heaven's moat. Welcome back, master. Welcome back, pavilion master. The others bowed. When Lu Zhou descended lower, he saw Yu Zhenghai lying on the ground. He sighed inwardly. Can't I have even a moment of rest? They can't let me be at peace. Wizard slowly landed. Little Yuan ran up to Lu Zhou. Master, quick! Take a look at eldest senior brother. Lu Zhou removed the items he had been carrying in his makeshift sack. The other disciples were stunned to see him like this. Lu Zhou walked up to Yu Zhenghai and began to examine his pulse. Without a second thought, he raised his hand, and a blue lotus appeared in his hand. The lotus landed on Yu Zhenghai. Fortunately, I have half of my extraordinary power left. The Heaven Writings healing power stabilized Yu Zhenghai's life aura. Thud. At this moment, Duanmu Shang fell to his knees. He said, "It's all my fault. Please punish me heavily, master." Lu Zhou did not have the time to entertain Duanmu Shang. He opened his sack. The others looked over. The glowing red fish heart, the red fish, and the fist-sized Qi Yao's heart were revealed. Everyone was shocked by these things. What are these? Little Yuaner wondered curiously. Conk pointed and said, red fish, Qi Yao, Qi Yao. Lu Zhou glanced at Conk. He did not expect her to recognize them. It was clear that Conk was from the Red Lotus domain. Qi Yao and Red Fish must have appeared in the Red Lotus domain before. He was certain of his speculation now. Qi Yao? Red Fish. Even the two knowledgeable elders did not know what they were. Lu Zhou said, "This is the red fish heart. It grants a person 100 years of life." He flipped his palm. The red fish heart floated. The heart of the red fish provided a person with life. This was a rare treasure. In the cultivation world, methods of extending a life were few and far between. The longevity pill was one of them, but it could do nothing against the great limit. Can the red fish heart surpass the great limit? Si Wuya wondered. I'm not sure, Lu Zhou replied. According to the records in the notebook, the cultivators in the Red Lotus domain cultivated with a red lotus. The red lotus would not shorten their lives. In that case, they did not have the great limit of 1,000 years. Mingshi Yin propped Yu Zhenghai up. Lu Zhou pushed forward with his palm. The red fish heart sailed into Yu Zhenghai's mouth. Then, Lu Zhou channeled primal qi into Yu Zhenghai's body. A while later, Lu Zhou said, "Return to Liang province. Keep a close eye on his condition." Understood. The general's mansion in Liang province city. After freshening up, Lu Zhou summoned Si Wuya for a discussion. Si Wuya was curious about his master's experience in the abyss. He stopped everything he was doing and went to meet his master. Master! Si Wuya entered the room. Lu Zhou pointed at the notes and the letter left behind by the imperial tutor on the table on the side. Take a look at these two items when you have the time. Understood. Si Wuya collected the notebook and letter. Then, he said, Master, what did you see in the abyss? Lu Zhou gave Si Wuya a general account of what he had seen. After listening to it, Si Wuya trembled. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. Although I've guessed that there must be something behind all this, I never expected there to be an alternate world, Si Wuya said. It's all just speculation for now. Do you know who I met at the peak of Heaven's Moat? Kindly enlighten me, Master. Great Yan's imperial tutor, Zhang Wenxiu, Lu Zhou said. The imperial tutor? Si Wuya was shocked. That letter in your hand was written by him, Lu Zhou said. Si Wuya immediately opened the letter and read it. His brows knitted together. The appearance of a 9-leaf cultivator will bring forth disaster. But, Master, you're already at the 9-leaf stage since a long time ago. Where's this so-called disaster? Lu Zhou felt helpless as well. He passed these items to Si Wuya in the hopes that Si Wuya would put his intelligence and abilities to work and find more information about the Red Lotus domain. I didn't give him those items so that he can probe my secrets. Lu Zhou cleared his throat and said, "There are always exceptions. I'll leave the investigation of the Red Lotus to you. I'll do my best. If there's nothing else, you may leave." Si Wuya was about to turn around and leave. Then, he suddenly remembered the issue of the 12 allied nations. "Master, the alliance of the 12 nations has been established. I'm afraid they'll be invading Great Yen in the future." Lu Zhou remembered what Jiang Wenshu said. This might just be him pulling the strings behind the scene. "I see. I'll take my leave, Master." Early next morning, Lu Zhou had just finished meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls when Mingshi bowed outside and said, "Master, eldest senior brother is awake." Lu Zhou opened his eyes and exited the room. He saw Mingshi standing respectfully outside. He said, "Lead the way." "Understood." The two of them went to the courtyard where Yu Zhenghai was resting in. On their way there, Mingshi asked curiously, "Master, that red fish is really tough. I only managed to cut it after several attempts." "The red fish is from the abyss. Don't be reckless. Also, Qi Yao's heart can grant 1,000 years of life. It must be guarded well," Lu Zhou said. When he heard this, Mingshi was shocked. He nodded vehemently at once and said, "Yes, Master." Shortly after, the two of them were by Yu Zhenghai's bed. When Yu Zhenghai saw Lu Zhou, he tried to get up, but Lu Zhou said, "Dispense with the formality." "I." Lu Zhou extended his hand. Primal qi swirled around Yu Zhenghai. He gauged the vitality inside Yu Zhenghai's body. As he expected, it had recovered quite substantially. Indeed, he seemed to have about 100 years of life in him. Mingshi had already examined Yu Zhenghai before this. Hence, he was not surprised. "Eldest senior brother, you're all right?" "Thank you." Eldest senior brother. I feel awkward when you're so polite to me." After examining him, Lu Zhou said, "You're all right now. Sometime later, you'll come with me to Lulan." "Lulan? I'm going to deal with your obsession. Once that's dealt with, your memories will naturally return," Lu Zhou said. Young Yu Zhenghai did not understand these words. However, Mingshi understood what his master meant. He could not help but sigh. Lulan was the land of sufferings for Yu Zhenghai. It was also where his obsession lay. After examining Yu Zhenghai, Lu Zhou turned around and left. Mingshi sat on the bed and said, "Fortunately, Master came back just in time. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened to you?" Yu Zhenghai was grateful. However, he was still at a loss. He asked, "Am I really Master's first disciple?" "There's no doubt about it." Mingshi stood up, adjusted his posture, corrected his attitude, and bowed to Yu Zhenghai respectfully. He said solemnly, "Eldest senior brother." From the day Mingshi called him eldest senior brother, Yu Zhenghai had become Mingshi Yin's eldest senior brother for life. This familiar form of address brought many fleeting voices and scenes to Yu Zhenghai's mind. Perhaps, his obsession had melted away slightly. In his mind, he could hear others calling him eldest senior brother. A warmth filled his heart. His fingers shook. "Fourth junior brother." At this moment, a voice reached them from the other side of the door. "Fourth senior brother." Mingshi turned, recognizing the voice immediately. "Eighth junior brother? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the divine capital?" The one who came was none other than old eighth, Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong said, "The divine capital is fine for now. I came because I miss Master." "Where's the old man?" "You're out of luck. He just went back." "You shouldn't disturb him now," Mingshi said. Zhu Honggong eyed young Yu Zhenghai on the bed and asked, "Who's this?" "Well, aren't you going to greet your eldest senior brother?" Mingshi asked. Zhu Honggong shook his head and said, "Fourth senior brother, cut it out. I may not be as smart as the rest, but I'm not a retard." He walked over to them and rested an arm on Yu Zhenghai's shoulder. He greeted him casually, "Hello, there." Young Yu Zhenghai responded stiffly, "Hello, Mingshi." There was nothing he could do to stop this. Zhu Honggong studied young Yu Zhenghai's face. "I say, You do resemble eldest senior brother slightly. Then he reached out and pinched Yu Zhenghai's face. Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin cleared his throat and said, Old eighth, this is truly eldest senior brother. Stop pulling my leg. I rushed here from the divine capital. It was an exhausting journey. Don't worry, comrade. This is just how my fourth senior brother is. He loves a good laugh. Don't mind him, Zhu Honggong said as he turned to look at young Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai flashed a stiff but polite smile. No, not at all. Although Yu Zhenghai knew these people were his fellow disciples, due to his lost memories, his manner was rather stiff. When the others heard young Yu Zhenghai had regained consciousness, they came to visit one after another. Little Yuaner and Conk were the first to arrive. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, Conk greeted with a smile. Zhu Honggong. Soon after, Si Wuya, Pan Zhong, and Zhou Jifeng arrived. Eldest senior brother. Mr. First. Zhu Honggong turned to look at his arm that was still resting on Yu Zhenghai's shoulder. His expression was stiff and unnatural. Are they colluding to trick me? Duan Mushang was the last one to arrive. His expression was solemn and he kneeled before the bed and said, Please forgive me, eldest senior brother. When young Yu Zhenghai saw this, he pushed Zhu Honggong's arm away and got off the bed. Third senior brother, quickly stand up. Thud. Zhu Honggong fell to his knees immediately as tears streaked down his face. Eldest senior brother, I've made a mistake. Can you please forgive me? Yu Zhenghai turned around. Please get up. I won't. This is a trick. I won't fall for it again. Zhu Honggong pulled a face. Ming Shirin walked to Yu Zhenghai's side and whispered something into his ear. Yu Zhenghai was first taken aback. Then he mumbled his agreement. He cleared his throat, placed his hands behind his back, and sternly said, Get up! Duan Mushang and Zhu Honggong stood up immediately. Then Yu Zhenghai said, Get lost, everyone. Right away. The others went away. Fine, we'll go. Humph. Little Yuaner held Konk's hand and led her out of the room. Ming Shirin scratched his head awkwardly. He smiled and said, Eldest senior brother. The final statement was slightly overboard. That little ancestor can't be crossed. Is that so? Yu Zhenghai looked up and stared at Ming Shirin. Ming Shirin lowered his head, stowed his smile away, and said, Eldest senior brother, you should rest well. I'll take my leave as well. Everyone finally left. Yu Zhenghai sighed in relief as he sat on the bed. He wondered out loud, was I really so scary in the past? Meanwhile, inside the abyss, a glowing scarlet sword hovered above the boundless black water. Yu Zhenghai was standing on the scarlet sword. His expression and mind were blank, and his senses were numb. He had lost all sense of time. He had forgotten how long he had been flying above the water. However, he did not give up. He kept flying forward. Splash! He could occasionally hear splashing sounds. Yu Shangrong turned around and saw a red fish leaping into the air like a ball of flame in the dark. It drew an arc in the air before it plunged into the pitch-black water again. What a powerful monster! This was the third monster he saw. He had been shocked in the beginning. Now he was already used to their presence. I'm in luck. He had only been picked on by the monster once. Feeling helpless, Yu Shangrong could only desperately fly out of the monster's range. He was now lost in the boundless dark space. He did not know where he was at. He was aimlessly flying about. Perhaps one day he would fill the monster's belly. Perhaps his mind would finally crumble one day, and he would plunge to his death. Swoosh! A cold breeze blew in the air. Yu Shangrong was slightly taken aback. Wind! If there was wind, it meant that there was passage. Sparks of hope and motivation were rekindled in Yu Shangrong's heart. He circulated his primal qi and sped forward. At the same time, he raised a palm and illuminated his path with an energy seal. In the dark space, Yu Shangrong dragged a meteor-like tail behind himself as he zoomed toward the incoming wind. A moment passed, Yu Shangrong saw a ray of light. There was a semi-oval exit that resembled a cave. He was overjoyed. He flew on his sword in the dark and flew out of the cave. Swoosh! Immediately his vision widened. There were no clouds in sight. The sun was bright in the skies. He saw a dense forest and felt the surge of primal chi. He turned to look at the entrance to the abyss. It was like a black eye that was moving further and further away. Where is this? Xianxia was shocked. In the faraway skyline, a huge luan, a mythical bird, soared in the skies. Its appearance resembled a colorful, long-tailed pheasant. Its wings were like long rivers and brightly colored waterfalls. It was emitting red energy from its body. Xianxia's instincts told him he was in a dangerous situation. He had heard about the legends of Great Yan's 4 great forests. Have I wandered into the deepest part of the forest by mistake? Xianxia lowered his altitude and sped away. He decided that it was best to avoid a beast like this and flew in the other direction. Xianxia flew forward over a small mountain range and rivers. When he turned back, he saw the luan crying out. Its cries resounded thunderously in the air, causing the birds in the forest to take flight. The beasts on the ground were also startled by its cries and scurried away. Xianxia increased his speed. He rode on the wind and kept flying. When he looked down, he was amazed by what he saw. He saw a large number of beasts stampeding across the ground. The ground rumbled and thundered as the beasts ran. Xianxia felt his primal chi depleting and quickly landed on a towering tree. After flying for such a long time in the dark, he nearly lost his balance when he landed on the branch. Fortunately, he regained his footing in time. After that, he lay down a huge branch and closed his eyes to rest. Naturally, he did not let his guard down. There were dangerous beasts around him, after all. After what seemed like a few hours, Xianxia finally opened his eyes. He felt well-rested and energized after his nap. Although he had tried to stay awake, he had fallen asleep due to exhaustion. At this moment, the sun was setting, dyeing the sky orange. For some reason, he felt the sun was much higher in the sky in this place. Dusk was coming. The dimming sunlight shone on the forest, making him feel relaxed. Xianxia examined his primal chi. To his delight, he had almost recovered all his primal chi. He picked up his longevity sword and looked at it with a smile. You've had it rough, old friend. Without the scabbard, he could not help but feel that something was missing. Hence, he removed his outer robe and tore it before he wrapped it around the sword and carried it on his back. He continued flying. Soon after, night fell. Xianxia was perplexed. Why haven't I encountered anyone yet? Even if this was the territory of the other tribes, he should have encountered human settlements by now. The 100,000-foot deep abyss was close to Heaven's Moat. In that case, where did Heaven's Moat lead to? How was he supposed to return to Great Yen if he could not locate Heaven's Moat? Deep into the night, Xianxia rested on a branch again. At the same time, he adjusted his breathing to replenish his primal chi. He was about to shut his eyes when he saw something shocking. He saw a huge group of cultivators flying toward him. The leader of the group had summoned a 150-foot avatar. Master! Xianxia was surprised. He felt rather emotional. He had been stubborn and had acted willfully. He did not expect his master to come for him. However, he soon realized something was amiss about the group. The 150-foot avatar was red. 9 red leaves spun around the red lifelike lotus under its feet. Why was it red? He remembered what Old Fourth had said. Was his master trying something new? That can't be it. He looked at the skies ahead. There were many 10 worlds, 9 transformations yin-yang, and a couple of 3- and 4-leaf avatars flying toward him. They were all red. It was possible that his master was trying some new technique. However, for all the others to have red avatars as well, it was impossible. Still puzzled, Xianxia shrunk back and concealed his presence. He stayed in this position until the 150-foot 9-leaf red avatar shot past below him to his left. It illuminated the forest and mountain range like a red-hot sun. It was glaring and dazzling. Xianxia was shocked. That's not Master. Is there a new 9-leaf expert in Great Yen? He held his breath as he looked at the 9-leaf red lotus cultivators retreating back. He continued doing so until the red lotus cultivators vanished in the distance. Why is the lotus red? Despite being the great sword devil of Great Yen, he could not wrap his mind around this. In the end, he gave up on thinking about this and decided to focus on returning to Great Yen. He left his perch on the tree. He flew for only a few meters when a person called out to him from below. "My friend." Xianxia was slightly taken aback. He stopped in the air and looked down. He did not sense anyone else's presence when he concealed his presence earlier. Xianxia smiled faintly. "You have business with me, sir? Are you from the Sky Martial Court?" Sky Martial Court? Xianxia had heard of many sects after traveling the world for so long, but he had never heard of the Sky Martial Court before. Perhaps it was a minor sect? "I'm not," Xianxia replied. "If you're not, then what are you doing here?" At this moment, Xianxia suddenly discovered this person's accent was strange. He said, "My apologies. If you suspect me, I'm afraid that I'd have to disappoint you." He felt awkward being questioned in this manner. "I'm sorry as well. However, this concerns the Flying Star House, so you'll have to answer me." "The Flying Star House?" Xianxia's reaction did not escape the person's notice. "You don't know what the Flying Star House is? That isn't funny at all." Boom! He pushed away from the ground and shot into the air before he drew level with Xianxia. Their eyes met. Killing intent crackled in the night air. Xianxia was the sword devil of his generation. Naturally, he could acutely sense the other party's killing intent. He asked with a smile, "You intend to kill me? I'd rather kill 1,000 innocent men than letting my suspect get away. I pray you'd be reincarnated to a better life." He raised a hand and launched a red palm seal. Xianxia sidestepped it as he looked at the red palm seal in confusion. It was red as well. The person launched several palm seals again. Xianxia unleashed an energy sword from 2 of his fingers as he pushed forward. The energy sword shot forth. Bam! It destroyed the red palm seal. A frightened expression appeared on that person's face immediately. "Golden energy? Who are you?" "I'm Xianxia," Xianxia replied indifferently. "Xianxia? Which sect do you belong to?" Xianxia was slightly stunned. Those who heard his name would tremble with fear. Why was this man not cowering in fear? Xianxia looked at the skies. "Am I in hell?" When he saw Xianxia did not reply to him, he joined his palms and said coldly, "Die." Whiz! A 5-leaf golden lotus avatar appeared in front of Xianxia. Then, the person attacked swiftly with a thunderous blow. He tried to charge at Xianxia with his avatar. Xianxia remained motionless in the air. His arms were crossed, and he was lost in his thoughts. At the final moment, Xianxia's longevity sword broke free of its wrappings and burst forth with radiance. The scarlet sword released several energy swords. Swoosh! The longevity sword glanced across the person's avatar. Then, it flew in a circle and returned to Xianxia's back. Boom! The person's avatar was cleaved into 2, injuring him. He fell and crashed to the ground. His expression was one of fright at this moment. Xianxia landed slowly. He looked at the person. He asked calmly, "Where is this place?" The person's eyes were filled with trepidation. He shuddered and said, "The people of Sky Martial Court aren't mad. You. Before he could finish his sentence, his head lolled to the side, and he stopped breathing. Xianxia sighed and shook his head. He looked at the stars, preoccupied with his thoughts. After a moment's silence, he said tonelessly, "Interesting. Ding. Killed a target. Reward, 1,500 merit points. After the system's authority upgrade, its range has been increased. There's an additional reward of 1,000 merit points for the domain." When Lu Zhou heard the first notification, he did not think too much of it. However, he was slightly surprised by the second notification. Additional reward for the domain? He remembered when he killed Qi Yao at the bottom of the abyss back then, he was rewarded with 5,000 merit points. However, there was no domain reward. Where did this reward come from? Yu Shangrong. Lu Zhou fell deep into his thoughts as he stroked his beard. Since Yu Shangrong was already in the Red Lotus domain, it would be even more difficult to find him. He was worried about his disciple's stubborn and unyielding character. He sighed as he thought to himself, if only Old Fourth was the one who went missing. After that, he chided himself. How can I even think of that? Lu Zhou opened the system dashboard and checked his remaining merit points. Merit points, 5,603. He had 12 luck points. He did not think that he could purchase any good item cards with these merit points. In that case, let's try the lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Spent 12 luck points. Obtained reversal card X12. Not bad. Continue. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Obtained reversal card X5. I had a losing streak before this. Now I'm on a roll. This felt great. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Thank you for your participation. After trying another 10 consecutive draws, he was thanked a similar number of times. Lu Zhou frowned. Why is my luck running out so fast? Again. Meanwhile, inside the meeting hall in Liang province, Si Wuya was greatly shocked when he finished reading Luo Shirin's notes. He looked at the torn parts before he shook his head and sighed. If he had access to the missing information, it would have helped when he made his inferences. He picked up a brush and started drawing. In no time at all, a simple outline of a map appeared. At this moment, Jiang Aijian entered the hall. He crossed his arms and asked, "What are you drawing?" "A map." Jiang Aijian moved closer. When he saw the map, he was slightly stunned. 2 Great Yen maps? 1, Si Wuya replied. The one on the left is Great Yen, I recognize it, but the complementary one on the right, isn't that Great Yen as well? Jiang Aijian asked. Si Wuya pointed at the notes at the side and said, "Take a look at that if you have the time. These records are from the Luo woman, the mysterious individual whom we have been searching for all this time. The notes clearly state that her homeland largely resembles Great Yen." Jiang Aijian stroked his chin as he studied the map and said, "What's with the overlapping part?" "The abyss," Si Wuya said. Master had reached the bottom of the 100,000-foot deep abyss and obtained Qi Yao's heart there. I've gone through the ancient records. Qi Yao's are high-ranking beasts that disappeared long ago. 8-leaf cultivators would flee at the sight of them. At the bottom of the abyss, southward, is probably where the world of the Red Lotus lies. Jiang Aijian frowned. The more he looked at the map, the more he found it familiar. I think I've seen this before. You're not mistaken. The palace's internal archives contain works left behind by the imperial tutor. This is how one of the sketches looks like. Lu Gu, your father, knew the secrets of the imperial tutor. That's why he devoted himself to researching the 9-leaf stage, Si Wuya said. Don't mention him. He's not my father. My father is long dead, Jiang Aijian said with a sigh. Si Wuya knew that he should not have brought up the names of the dead. After a while, he asked curiously, "An empire can't do without its monarch. Eldest senior brother doesn't bear the surname Lu. After all, are you really unwilling to take the throne? Don't try to trick me into ascending the throne." Jiang Aijian shook his head. "I have no interest in that position at all. I don't care about being the 5th prince or whatever. I think Zhao Yu is doing a great job as an empress. I have high hopes in her. It's not easy for a woman to claim the throne." "Hold it right there. I've already said that I won't become the emperor. When Mr. First has fully recovered, I'd rather the imperial family changed its surname to you than becoming the emperor myself." Jiang Aijian kept waving his hands. Si Wuya sighed helplessly. Jiang Aijian's past life in the palace had instilled a natural avoidance in him. The fire that devoured Jinghe Palace made him give up on any thoughts of returning. If he went back, how was he supposed to face the wronged souls that roamed the imperial city or his own conscience? Jiang Aijian pointed at the map. "Let's get back to the topic. If what you say is true, that the imperial tutor is someone from the other side and that the people there are more powerful than we are, why didn't those people invade Great Yen? Si Wuya smiled and said, because of selfishness. Selfishness. Everyone is selfish to a certain degree. I've studied the Imperial Tutor's activities in the past. Coincidentally, Great Yan's Imperial City wasn't the only place he had been to. He also visited the 12 allied nations of Rongxi and Rongbei. Wherever he went, he was always in a position of power. Although he was Great Yan's Imperial Tutor, Emperor Yongshou had been obedient to him. He even went as far as to duel with my master using with High Void. Si Wuya said, he's the most powerful person here. Zhang Aijian's brows knitted together upon hearing this. Now that you mentioned it, this man is even more disgusting than I am. He's too despicable. The Imperial Tutor, Zhang Wenxiu, might actually be a 9-leaf expert who's currently living in Lulan, Si Wuya said. 9-leaf? Why isn't there a disaster? Then, there are two possibilities. One, the disaster is a complete hoax. However, that doesn't seem likely. The appearances of Qi Yao and Cheng Huang have changed my mind. A 9-leaf cultivator might attract the attention of the beasts. Second, the Imperial Tutor has suppressed the 9-leaf stage through some method. What about old Senior Ji? Zhang Aijian asked. Si Wuya was deep in thought. After a moment's silence, he said, I don't know. Are you reluctant to tell me what you know, or do you really not know? Zhang Aijian asked with a smile. It's too early to say anything for now. We'll find out after my master returns from Lulan, Si Wuya replied. You're right. Meanwhile, inside a room. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Luck +1. Thank you for your participation. Oh, come on. Lu Zhou stroked his beard helplessly. He looked at his merit points. He was left with 553 points. He had 99 luck points now. He wondered if something amazing awaited him once his luck points hit 3 digits. Lu Zhou was in no hurry to attempt another lucky draw. Instead, he waited for a moment. After all, his luck did not seem too good today. A moment later, lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points and 99 luck points. Obtained Ji Tiandao's Peak Form Trial Card X1. Ji Tiandao's Peak Form Trial Card. Grants Ji Tiandao's Peak Form for 30 minutes. This item card is rare. Use it wisely. Lu Zhou's old eyes widened in surprise. Peak Form Card. I knew I'd get something great. Although he had expected a treasure, the Peak Form Card still surprised Lu Zhou. He was the only one who knew how important this treasure was. He was the only one who knew how great of a power this item card held. With this card, he would be afraid even if the 12 allied nations came at him at once. Lu Zhou looked at the item card in admiration before stowing it away. After obtaining a Peak Form Trial Card, Lu Zhou was determined not to use it unless it was the end of the world. It was too rare of an item for him to use it recklessly. Ever since the 7 great sects laid siege on the Evil Sky Pavilion, he did not obtain another Peak Form Trial Card. Now that he finally obtained one, he wanted to be extremely cautious regarding its use. After putting it away, he looked at the system dashboard and fell into despair. 503. The number of merit points he had was a sore sight. With the current prices of the item cards, 503 merit points could only be used for lucky draws and nothing else. Being poor was too miserable. Lu Zhou felt there was no point in saving the merit points. The value of merit points lay in their usage. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Additional domain reward: 1,000 merit points. He suddenly felt reluctant to use the 3,003 merit points now. However, he could not buy anything with 3,000 merit points as well. Lu Zhou hesitated. It was not practical for him to save up to 50,000 merit points in one go to purchase another golden lotus leaf. Since I'm on a roll, I should continue with the lucky draws. Wouldn't it be great if I can obtain another Peak Form Trial Card? Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,000 merit points. Additional domain reward: 1,000 merit points. The additional domain reward increased his merit points by a lot. Forget it. He knew Yu Shangrong was in a difficult situation. He had just arrived in the Red Lotus domain. If he was safe, he would not have killed others without thinking. He had killed 2 nascent divinity elites in one go. He seemed to be in a considerably troublesome situation. My disciple is in danger. How can I happily do lucky draws? It seems inappropriate. Lu Zhou closed the system dashboard. He shifted his gaze down and saw the item card. Strengthened reversal card. He had never used this before. He wondered how many days of life it would give him. With the reversal cards at his disposal, it seemed pointless to keep Qi Yao's heart for himself. An ordinary reversal card would give him 500 days of life. How many days of life would the strengthened version give him? Lu Zhou opened his palm. A strengthened reversal card appeared in his hand. He clenched his fist, shattering the strengthened reversal card shattered. In the beginning, he felt nothing. After a short wait, he felt as though he had been placed in a steam oven. He felt as though he was sitting above a fire pit as steam rose around him. As time passed, the sensation intensified. This feels completely different from before. The reversal cards he had used absorbed energy from his surroundings and collected vitality from the world. However, the strengthened version was generating its own vitality. He felt that the vitality was richer, and he did not feel uncomfortable. There was another advantage. This process did not cause any change in the environment that usually attracted the attention of the others. This allowed him to stay inconspicuous. Lu Zhou adjusted his breathing and focused his mind as he slowly absorbed the vitality. Soon after, the feeling of sitting in a steam oven vanished. Lu Zhou looked at the system dashboard. Remaining life, 36,531 days. An addition of 1,000 days? This was the equivalent of 2 reversal cards. He seemed to have overestimated it. Lu Zhou was slightly disappointed. He thought a single card could reverse his life for 8 or 10 years. Shortly after, Lu Zhou used 4 of his remaining strengthened reversal cards. Remaining life, 40,531 days. He now had more than 40,000 days of life. This was the same as 111 years. Lu Zhou had 33 reversal cards left, but he did not continue to reverse his life. Who knew if the price of the card would increase in the future? Since reaching the 9-leaf stage required 1,200 years of life, Lu Zhou would at least need 876 reversal cards to ensure he reached the 9-leaf stage with his current condition. He sighed. The road to youth was fraught with difficulties. 10 days passed. Lu Zhou's extraordinary power was already replenished. He spent 5 days testing the power of hearing. When he felt like he was in peak condition, he left the room and made his way to the meeting hall in the general's mansion. Inside the meeting hall, Si Wuya, Huang Shiji, and 2 Evil Sky Pavilion elders were deep in discussion. When he came in, Lu Zhou saw the map on the table. Greetings, Master. Pavilion Master. Brother Ji. After greeting him, the others studied Lu Zhou. He appeared more lively and energetic bow. When the 2 elders remembered the surging vitality energy from the Evil Sky Pavilion in the past, they could roughly guess the Pavilion Master had mastered some skill that was greater than healing. Lu Zhou asked, "What's this?" "It's a map of the Red Lotus domain based on my conjectures," Si Wuya replied. Lu Zhou looked at it and nodded. This reminded him of the old parchment drawing in the Evil Sky Pavilion. He wondered if it had changed at all. "All of you know about this?" Lu Zhou looked at everyone present in the hall. The others nodded. Lu Zhou said, "Don't announce the information about the Red Lotus domain to the public. We don't want a mass hysteria." "Understood." Si Wuya. Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya. "Yes, Master. Inform Lu Lan that I'll be going there in 3 days." Everyone looked at Lu Zhou in shock. They did not expect this day to arrive so soon. Lu Zhou, on the other hand, felt well prepared. There was no need to put this off any longer. The lotus-severing era was in full bloom. The 12 allied nations were eyeing Great Yen like a predator eyeing its prey. They would march against Great Yen sooner or later. It might be a good idea to bring the fight to them. It was ordinary for envoys to travel between 2 nations. Lu Lan would still have to receive him hospitably. After all, their 2 nations have not fallen out completely. Since the others were also here, Lu Zhou added, "Who do you think I should bring with me to Lulan?" The others exchanged a look before they shifted their eyes to finally see Wuya. Si Wuya said, "I'm willing to go with you, master." Lu Zhou glanced at Si Wuya before he said, "You'll stay here and look after Liang province." If Si Wuya left Liang province, it would be terrible if the other tribes snuck in and started a war. Si Wuya nodded and said, "Yes, master. I'm not worried that Lulan would pull something unexpected during your visit. Currently, Lulan has suffered heavy damages. It is the weakest among the 12 allied nations. You can go there and intimidate Lulan. However, we should pay attention to the imperial tutor Jiang Wenshu. He's always kept a low profile. He says he's in Lulan, but he might actually be elsewhere. We must guard against him." The others nodded. Si Wuya had a point. If there were no nine-leaf cultivator, Lulan could not do anything against the pavilion master even if he went there alone. However, Jiang Wenshu was a hidden and unknown variable. Lu Zhou was only concerned about Jiang Wenshu as well. Si Wuya said, "Why don't you visit Lulan as an envoy, master? We don't have to send too many there. It's easy to attack and retreat." "All right." If there were too many of them, Lu Zhou would have to expend much more energy to protect them. The more people he had by his side on the trip, the more restricted he would be. Quality was more important than quantity. 2 days later, Lulan sent a reply in the name of the royal family. Si Wuya brought the official document to his master's room. "Master, Lulan has replied saying the kingdom welcomes you. They're willing to receive you at any time to discuss any upcoming cooperation and exchanges between our nations." Si Wuya said, "I see. I'll take my leave." The nature of the reply made it seem as though Lu Zhou was the emperor. It was only natural, since in Lulan's eyes, the only nine-leaf cultivator in Great Yen would represent Great Yen. After a moment's silence, Lu Zhou muttered to himself, "Jiang Wenshu, I'm just worried you don't show yourself." Early the next morning, the cloud-splitting chariot departed from Liang province and headed for the western regions past Heaven's Moat. Meanwhile, in the land of the Red Lotus, Yu Shangrong's expression remained indifferent even after killing 2 nascent divinity realm elites. By now, he was certain he was no longer in Great Yen that he was familiar with. In this place, everyone cultivated the Red Lotus. His golden lotus was an abnormality here. His scarlet longevity sword was the best item for him to conceal his identity and kill his enemies. At this time, he finally encountered a human settlement. It was one that he had never seen before. The relay stations were always the best place to obtain information and news. Yu Shangrong sat in the corner as he observed cultivators with various appearances. Although they were humans, he felt a natural sense of estrangement toward them. When the people here unleashed their power, it was always in the form of red energy. "Did you hear? 3 days ago, the Flying Star House gravely injured the Luan. The Luan isn't a beast that should be taken lightly. Half of the men from the Flying Star have died. Even the 9-leaf elite, Yizhen, was injured. Yizhen is one of the best elites from the Flying Star House. I didn't expect him to be injured by a Luan. Those beasts are too scary. It's impressive enough that he managed to injure the Luan. At the very least, we'll be safe for now." "You have a point." Yu Shangrong appeared calm. However, he was shocked by how terrifying the Luan was, considering how powerful the Flying Star House was. In Great Yen, a 9-leaf cultivator was peerless. However, in this place, such a cultivator was not even a match for a Luan. "Big brother, you're hurt?" Yu Shangrong was pulled back to the present. A young hooded girl sat opposite him. Perhaps he found her familiar. He looked at her a second time. Her dimpled face was not even as large as his palm. Her eyes were like crystal. She reminded Yu Shangrong of his little junior sister. Yu Shangrong did not reply to her and only responded with a smile. The little girl said, "I'm Wu, a cultivator skilled in healing. I'm from the Thousand Willow Monastery. Should I heal you? I'll do it for free." As she spoke, she showed him her palm that was glowing with a faint red light. Yu Shangrong said, "My apologies." "Ha! I don't need healing." Yu Shangrong turned her down. Oh, alright, then. Wu, the little girl seemed disappointed. Wu leaped off her seat when she saw two injured cultivators leaning against each other appearing outside the relay station. She seemed happy to see them as she ran out and cried out, "You're both hurt. That's great. I'll heal you." A smile appeared on Yu Shangrong's face. Her speech resembled his ninth junior sister as well. Unfortunately, due to the passage of time, many things had changed, and the people he knew were no longer with him. He wondered how they were faring. I wonder how's master is faring? He must be facing more troubles now that I'm not by his side. Whiz! The resonance of power pulled Yu Shangrong back to the present. He turned and looked outside the relay station. Wu had released a red energy on her palms before she channeled her energy into the two injured cultivators. The unique vitality energy made the two injured cultivators look at Wu in awe. Yu Shangrong did not expect the girl to actually be skilled in healing. The people at the relay station gave her a thumbs up. She's Wu from the Thousand Willow Monastery. No wonder, no wonder. It's amazing for her to be so skilled at her age. Yu Shangrong looked at the man on the left and asked, "If I may ask, what's the name of this place?" The man turned and looked at Yu Shangrong probingly as he asked, "Comrade, you don't even know where this is?" "I've been on the battlefield for a long time. It's been a long time since I returned," Yu Shangrong replied. "I see. This is the land of Great Tang. Judging by your accent, you're not from around here, are you?" "Great Tang. Oh, right." The man smacked his forehead. "I've been observing you. Your sword seems unique. May I?" "My apologies. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Yu Shangrong rejected his request. To a swordsman, his sword was more important than his life. At times, the sword even seemed like a swordsman's wife. How could he hand it over to a stranger to inspect? At this moment, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Look outside!" Yu Shangrong instinctively looked over. From the southwestern direction, many cultivators with their red lotus avatars were flying with a Luan in tow. Many people were amazed as they looked at a few towering red lotus avatars. The flying star house one. Everyone was in awe and shock as they stared at the colorful and huge Luan in the sky. At this moment, Yu Shangrong looked away. At the same time, he controlled his sword with 2 fingers. "My apologies." The longevity sword left its scabbard. It briefly flashed red before it slashed the man's neck and returned to the scabbard. The dead man's hand rested on the cloth that was wrapped around the longevity sword. A hint of terror lingered in his lifeless eyes. Yu Shangrong picked up his sword and left the relay station like nothing had happened. When he walked out, he looked at the Luan's corpse that was being transported east by various red lotus cultivators. Yu Shangrong sighed softly. He crossed his arms and headed east. The sun was setting, casting a slender shadow behind himself. Wu followed him. In a deserted alley, Yu Shangrong walked as though he was an ordinary person. The moment the sun set, the entire city turned silent and solemn. There was no one on the streets inside the city. Everyone remained indoors. He stopped and looked behind him. "Why are you following me?" Wu replied from the other end of the alley. "You killed someone." "He deserves it for trying to take a swordsman's sword," Yu Shangrong said. "Oh, you're the cultivator with the greatest sword skills that I've ever met. Thank you for your praise. Aren't you going home?" Home? It would have been easy for him to answer this question if he was still in Great Yen. He could say he was going back to Brackish Mountain, the land of the Melolot, or the Evil Sky Pavilion's Golden Court Mountain. He had no home in this foreign land. Yu Shangrong answered honestly, "I have no home." "Oh, I'm sorry," Wu said apologetically. "I merely wanted to remind you that it's not safe to be out and about at night. The beasts in the night sky will swoop down and catch you. Be careful." Yu Shangrong looked at the skies above the city. Intelligent flying beasts were beginning to appear at the edges of the sky that was lit by the remnants of the setting sun. The claws and the eyes of the beasts glowed red. "Thank you for the reminder." After Yu Shangrong finished speaking, he flickered out of sight. Wu looked around her surrounding. She sighed as she muttered to herself, I haven't healed you yet. Great Yen. 3 days later, the cloud-splitting chariot flew past the mountains and the lands. It crossed heaven's moat, the deserted desert, and the land of buried bones. It appeared in the sky 3 miles away from Lu Lan's ancient city. On board the flying chariot, Mingshi was looking at the towering Lu Lan ancient city as he said, "We're almost there." The others stepped out and looked down at the mountains and the ancient city. Pan Lydian looked at the main city of Lu Lan and exclaimed emotionally, "This is my second time in Lu Lan. I didn't expect this place to flourish now." Leng Luo said, "This is only true of a handful of its cities." Mingshi had the best view, so he saw the strange symbols on the city walls. He asked, "What are those things?" Lu Lan governs its kingdom with witchcraft. "Naturally, that's a grand witchcraft formation," Pan Lydian said. "This grand witchcraft formation is on par with the 10-terminal formation. However, Lu Lan's grand shamans are either dead or too old now. It must be near impossible for them to activate this grand formation." At this moment, a huge and square purple carpet sailed toward them from Lu Lan's royal city. The 4 edges were being held by several cultivators who were moving in sync. They finally came to a cloud-splitting chariot. "By orders of the king, we're here to receive our esteemed guests from Great Yen." The huge purple carpet moved forward slightly, and the flying chariot came to a halt. One of the cultivators flew up to the chariot. He placed a right hand on his shoulder and said in a gentlemanly manner, "Kindly ride this flying carpet. This is the highest form of welcome in Lu Lan." Pan Lydian said in a hushed voice, "Indeed, the witchcraft god they worship is embroidered at the center of the carpet. The crown has the highest status in Lu Lan. The 4 corners are manned by 7 shamans each. There are 49 escorts in total. This treatment is usually reserved for royalty." As he looked at the luxurious huge purple carpet, Mingshi clicked his tongue in wonder. "I've never ridden a flying carpet before." It was carried on the shoulders of the escorts as it flew in the air. This was more impressive than a palanquin. "If you'd please." The Lu Lan escort bowed again and made an inviting gesture. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and stepped into the air, leaving the flying chariot. Pan Lydian, Leng Luo, and Yu Zhenghai followed closely behind him. When it was Mingshi turn, the Lu Lan envoy boarded the chariot tactfully and said, "Allow me." "That's more like it." Mingshi passed the helm to him. The Lu Lan envoy took over. Mingshi was about to leave when he said, "Hold on. Where are you going to park the flying chariot?" "It'll be parked in the royal plaza outside the royal city. There's a vast space there that's guarded around the clock. It's large enough for this chariot." Mingshi nodded and leaped off the flying chariot. When Lu Zhou heard this, he found some parallels between the so-called royal plaza and the airports in the modern world. Regardless of the worlds, so long as humans existed, their basic needs would still be the same. The only difference would be the appearances. The 49 Lu Lan escorts carried the flying carpet and sped toward Lu Lan's ancient city. Lu Lan's ancient city was starkly different from Great Yan's divine capital. Great Yan's divine capital was built on a plain. The huge city was built before powerful cultivators settled there. It was accessible from all sides without much obstruction. Lu Lan's ancient city, on the other hand, was built on steep terrain. It had a natural geographical advantage. Even so, they built city walls on such difficult terrain. The city wall was one of the greatest inventions of men. Whether it was mortals or cultivators, their settlements were always established within city walls to keep dangers outside. The flying carpet slowly landed on the welcoming plaza in front of a long and arching walkway. 2 rows of soldiers were waiting for them with their backs straight. The Lu Lan royals and high-ranking officials were also present. Adorned with a crown and lavish garments, the Lu Lan king, Ongui, looked stately and poised as he stood there. He was slightly taken aback when he saw there was only a small party of people on the flying carpet. Nevertheless, he stepped forward to welcome them hospitably. He placed a hand on his chest as he said, "I'm honored to welcome our esteemed guests from Great Yen." The people from Lu Lan followed his example and greeted the visitors. When Lu Zhou and the others landed, they looked at the monarch. Angui, the members of the royal family and the high-ranking officials behind the king of Lulan, Angui, looked up. They could only smile. There was nothing they could do when Great Yan's nine-leaf cultivator addressed their king by his name. "I've prepared a banquet for all of you. This way, please." During the banquet, Angui raised his cup and wanted to exchange pleasantries. Alas, Lu Zhou only waved his hand and said, "I'm not Great Yan's emperor. We can skip these convoluted ceremonies." Angui was taken aback. He nodded immediately. "As you say. Do you know why I'm here?" Lu Zhou asked. Angui shook his head. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Mingshi, who had been feasting at the side, had no choice but to stop eating. He said, "My master is here for 3 reasons. First, he wants Lulan to leave the 12 allied nations and submit to Great Yan. Second, my master wants to meet the head of the Bonner family, and we won't compromise on this. Third, eldest senior brother." Mingshi looked at Yu Zhenghai beside him. Yu Zhenghai said, "Daluo." They were forthright with their 3 demands. "I can agree to the first request." Angui was straightforward as well. He seemed to have expected this. The officials and members of the royal family did not oppose it. However, "What business do you have with Mr. Lan Hai, the head of the Bonner family, and General Daluo?" Angui asked, puzzled. "Just summon them here. That's how I've always gone about my business." In other words, Lu Zhou had no intention of explaining himself to Angui. Angui could only wave his hand. Shortly after, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes appeared outside the great hall of the royal city. He bowed after he entered the hall and said, "Hail, your majesty! Daluo at your service. Rise." Angui pointed at the table near him. "Prepare a seat for General Daluo." Lu Zhou raised an arm. "There's no need for that." "What do you mean, old mister?" Lu Zhou ignored Angui and looked at his disciple. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai was staring at General Daluo with flames of fury burning in his eyes. Although many years had passed, and the young noble Daluo had become a general, Yu Zhenghai could still recognize him. This man was the very aristocrat who pierced his heart until he died. A dead man doesn't need to sit. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, silence descended on the great hall. The royals and officials seated at the banquet stopped moving their hands. They looked at Daluo, Lu Zhou, and their king, Angui. Daluo fell to one knee. He raised his hands before himself and said, "Indeed, there have been unfortunate events between Lulan and Great Yan in the past. However, why must you put me in such a difficult situation, old mister?" "Daluo." Yu Zhenghai rose to his feet. Daluo looked at Yu Zhenghai. Young Yu Zhenghai's appearance was difficult to forget, triggering some old memories in his mind. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, How are you alive?" Yu Zhenghai said, "You must be so disappointed that I'm still alive." When Angui heard their exchange, he frowned and asked, "Daluo, you're one of the most reputable generals in Lulan. What's the meaning of this? Explain yourself." Daluo bowed and said, "Your Majesty, it's all a misunderstanding. I met this young man before. I accidentally wounded him in the past and thought he was dead. I didn't know that he's still alive. I'm relieved to learn about this." Mingshi made a great show of clearing his throat and spitting on the ground. His actions drew everyone's attention. He pointed at a fat piece of meat on the table and said, "What's this? It tastes awful." A Lulan official at the side explained, "My friend, this is made from tofu. It's not real meat." "No wonder. Do you think I can't tell that it's fake? It's unpalatable." Daluo. After a short moment's silence, the others looked at Angui and Lu Zhou again. What happened next depended on these 2 people. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai and said, "Yu Zhenghai, tell me your request. Today, I'll act for your cause." Thud. Yu Zhenghai fell to his knees. Perhaps he was agitated by seeing Daluo again. He kowtowed loudly and respectfully as he said, "Master, I can't behave magnanimously I have but one request. I want Daluo's entire family to pay for his sin. The great hall fell as silent as a graveyard again. Daluo widened his eyes as he looked at the kneeling young Yu Zhenghai and said, "Are you out of your mind?" "I am not." Yu Zhenghai stood up. Daluo chuckled. Indeed, Great Yen had some conflicts with Lu Lan in the past, but that never stood in the way of the relationship between our two nations. Lu Lan's consort Yu and Lady Emoli married to Great Yen, and our nations have always been on good terms. That won't change because of you. Sometimes, thinking too highly of oneself is a foolish thing to do. Lu Zhou raised his cup and took a sip as though nothing was wrong. Then he toasted Anqui before draining his cup. They seemed to be in harmony. After placing his cup on the table, Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai and calmly said, "In that case, I'll execute Daluo's entire family for you." Everyone looked up in shock. They instinctively looked at Daluo. Even the king of Lulan, Ongui, was shocked. A few drops of wine spilled out from the cup in his hand as he trembled. Daluo felt his heart tremble. Ongui forced a smile on his face and said, "Old mister, that might not be the best thing to do. After all, Daluo is one of the most reputable generals in Lulan. If he dies, I'm afraid that Lulan will fall into chaos. If Daluo has done anything wrong, I'll order him to atone for it. This young man may state his conditions." Daluo disapproved of this. However, he said, "Just state your conditions. I'll agree to anything." Smack! Mingshi slammed his palm on the table, causing his wine to spill. He rose to his feet. "Daluo, is it?" The others looked at him. Daluo frowned and asked, "You are. I admire your bravery. Who gave you the courage to talk to my eldest senior brother like that?" "Eldest senior brother?" Daluo was puzzled. Mingshi spread his hands and said helplessly, "I can see there isn't any sincerity in your hospitality. Didn't anyone learn anything about the Evil Sky Pavilion before we came? The young man whom you're talking to is the master of the greatest fiend path sect under the heavens, Yu Zhenghai." The great hall was even more silent now. Even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Naturally, everyone knew the master of the greatest fiend path sect under the heavens was Yu Zhenghai. They knew Yu Zhenghai was the first disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion as well. However, they could not reconcile the sect master whose name shocked the lands and flattened the divine capital with this young man in front of them. Daluo staggered backward in shock and disbelief. The king of Lulan, Ongui, was similarly shocked. Mingshi nodded in satisfaction. This was the attitude and expressions they were supposed to have. Daluo gulped before he said, "You're Yu Zhenghai?" Mingshi said, "In the flesh." His voice was crisp and powerful as it resounded in the great hall. At this moment, Lu Zhou raised his wine cup and toasted the king of Lulan again. Perhaps he was too nervous. Ongui's cup slipped out of his hand. Crash! The wine cup fell to the floor and shattered, and the wine flowed like a stream from the main table to the floor of the great hall like a dragon snaking toward Daluo. It was Daluo's fate and time. King Ongui said hoarsely, "I hereby decree that Daluo and his whole family will be sentenced to death." Thud! Daluo fell to his knees and pleaded, "Your Majesty, you mustn't be led astray. The 12 nations have an alliance. If you give the order, the royal city's grand formation can be activated, and we'll surely be able to kill them all in one fell swoop." Ongui shook his head and waved his sleeve. One fell swoop? Who would go against a 9-leaf cultivator? A hooded shaman standing at Ongui's left understood Ongui's intention. He joined his palms together and began to chant. The wine flowing on the floor turned into a purple dragon. Before Daluo could react, the huge purple dragon brandished its claws and fangs as it twined around him. Crack! Daluo's neck was broken just like that. The high-ranking officials of Lulan's side. In front of the strong, the weak did not even have the power to struggle. It was the survival of the fittest. If they had a choice, would they hurt one of their own? Some of them began to cry. Ongui poured himself another cup of wine. He raised it with both hands and said, "Old mister, are you satisfied with that?" Lu Zhou pointed at Yu Zhenghai, who was standing. His meaning was clear. Ask him. Angui looked at young Yu Zhenghai and said in a clear voice, Young, Mr. First, are you satisfied with this? He swallowed the words, young man. Yu Zhenghai looked at Daluo on the floor. Then he made a shocking move. He removed his jasper saber from his waist as he walked to Daluo and brought it down on Daluo's corpse. Bam! An energy saber cleaved Daluo into two. The others covered their faces, unwilling to watch. Yu Zhenghai said, Lu Lan rules its kingdom with witchcraft. With this, he's truly dead. Angui. The other people of Lu Lan. The great hall fell silent again for the umpteenth time. Yu Zhenghai sheathed his jasper saber and returned to his seat as though nothing had happened. Mingshi smacked his thigh. Heh, I almost forgot. He could have been revived with witchcraft. That's too sneaky. How dare you play games? Angui started. He immediately put his cup down and said, Men! Soldiers rushed into the hall. Your Majesty, I hereby decree that Daluo's family be executed instantly. Hang their heads for all shamans to see as a warning. As you command. The Lu Lan soldiers departed from the hall. Mingshi nodded. That's more like it. Angui dared not play tricks, nor could he. Yu Zhenghai's slash was killing the chicken to scare the monkey, and he was also making a deliberate show of his strength. Angui raised his wine cup again. Old mister. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. We'll leave this matter at that. Angui was relieved. He said, As for the 12 allied nations, Lu Lan has never considered joining them. There's no need to worry about this, old mister. All right. Lu Zhou raised his wine cup. A wise man submits to circumstances. I admire tactful men the most. Men, Angui said again. Several soldiers entered. King Angui ordered, Summon the head of the Bonner family, Lan Hai. As you command. While they waited for Lan Hai, Mingshi said in a carefree manner, Well, let's eat. Elder Lung. Elder Pan. Eldest senior brother. The others moved their chopsticks. There were many people present at the banquet. The dishes were sumptuous, and yet, to the high-ranking officials of Lu Lan, they tasted like ashes in their mouths. During the entire time, they were either distracted or fearing for their lives. It was truly difficult to endure. After some time, Lan Hai, the head of the Bonner family, entered the great hall, escorted by several shamans. He fell to one knee and placed his right hand on his chest before he said, Hail, Your Majesty. Angui ignored Lan Hai. He was afraid to associate with Lan Hai since Lan Hai might end up like Daluo. He turned to Lu Zhou and said, Old mister, Lan Hai is here. Lu Zhou placed his wine cup on the table and looked at the person rumored to be in control of the Bonner family, Lan Hai. Lan Hai looked to be over 70 years old and had a peculiar aura. This was a bona fide witchcraft cultivator with a profound cultivation base. Lu Zhou did not beat around the bush. Do you know why I wanted to meet you? Lan Hai looked up with a solemn expression and shook his head. Kindly enlighten me, old mister. My memory crystal is in your possession. Lan Hai's expression did not change as he said, I've never heard of such a thing. Lu Zhou was in no hurry. Instead, he raised a palm. The wine jar beside him floated and poured wine into his cup. The wine fell into the cup in a straight line. When the jar was lifted, the stream of wine stopped flowing. What do you think is the name of this wine? Lu Zhou asked in a leisurely manner. Lan Hai seemed at a loss. He shook his head and said, I swear in the name of the Bonner family. I've never heard of a memory crystal before. Lu Zhou placed his palm on the table. The wine from the cup floated in the air. It picked up speed and spun in the air as a golden energy shrouded it. Soon after, energy shot out from it. Swoosh! The energy shot toward Lan Hai's forehead at lightning speed. Then it came to an abrupt halt. The others exclaimed in shock, amazed by the precise control. So this was what a 9-leaf cultivator was like. Even Pan Litian and Lung Luo were stunned. Lan Hai, who was still on one knee on the ground, instantly broke out in cold sweat when he saw this. If a cultivator could condense liquid into energy, wrap it with energy while exerting precise control over it to the point that it could kill, he was most certainly an elite among elites. Usually, cultivators would use a weapon as the core so that they could condense energy swiftly and pack the greatest power into it. With a weapon, they could create more energy seals. For something without shape, such as wine, it was difficult to form energy. Moreover, it might even reduce the force of the energy. The only advantage it had was to raise one's competence in condensing energy. Usually, this skill was only used to show off. If the conical energy had moved a little closer, the outcome would have been deadly. Although Lan Hai had a high status as the most powerful person in the Bonner family, he could not help but consider his options at this moment. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you really think that I won't kill you? Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back as he rose to his feet and descended the stairs. Upon seeing this, those from Lulan rose to their feet as well and bowed. Lan Hai shuddered as he said, "Old mister, I'm not refusing to give you your crystal, but the royal tutor has said that the Bonner family will pay a heavy price if I give the crystal up." Royal tutor? When the royal tutor was mentioned, King Angui said, "Lord Royal Tutor is Lulan's benefactor. He's held in high esteem here. Even I would have to be polite to him." Lu Zhou understood now. He knew who this royal tutor was. Jiang Wenshu must have been living the life everywhere he went. He wanted to become the greatest being in this world. Lu Zhou looked at the kneeling Lan Hai and said, "You're afraid of his threat, but you're not afraid of mine?" "I am. But what can I do?" Lan Hai replied after he gulped. "Where is the royal tutor now?" Lu Zhou asked. The fourth reason for his visit was Jiang Wenshu. Jiang Wenshu wanted to kill him, a 9-leaf cultivator. How was he going to do that without showing up? Lan Hai said, "I don't know." Bam! The energy seal formed by the wine morphed into a palm that struck Lan Hai's chest. Lan Hai reeled from the impact. He flew out of the hall and crashed onto the floor. Lu Zhou stepped forward with his hands on his back and said, "The Bonner family has taunted the Evil Sky Pavilion time and time again. I've yet to hold you accountable for your transgressions. But you have the audacity to seek death? In that case, I'll fulfill your wish and treat this as your reckoning." The 4 shamans ran out and helped Lan Hai to his feet. At this moment, the witchcraft cultivator at the left side of the hall stood up and said, "Old mister, His Majesty has killed his greatest helper, General Daluo, for you. This is already a show of the utmost sincerity. Will you only believe in our sincerity after killing everyone in Lulan?" Lu Zhou glanced at him out of the corners of his eye. He said lightly, "Even if I massacre everyone in Lulan, what's it to you?" His confidence was apparent to everyone. The Lulan cultivators present trembled in fear. None of them dared to speak up. The atmosphere was incredibly suffocating now. King Angui said, "Lan Hai, please surrender the crystal for Lulan's sake." Lan Hai seemed to be in a dilemma. He said, "Your Majesty, the Bonner family has sworn fealty to the royal city for generations. Could it be that you're thinking of sacrificing the entire Bonner family as well, Your Majesty?" Angui knew he was being ruthless. However, faced with a 9-leaf cultivator, he had no other choice. He could not afford to gamble. His expression was resolute as he said, "I order you to surrender the crystal. Return it to the old mister." Pu, the great 9-leaf cultivator of Great Yen aside, Lulan in its current state was no match for Great Yen. Angui had no choice but to sacrifice an individual for the greater good. As long as Green Hills remain, there would be no need to worry about firewood. However, if the Green Hills were gone, Lulan would truly be done for. Lan Hai's heart sank. He looked at his king and said, "Your Majesty, Lanny, Xian, and Bazir are dead. When has the Bonner family ever wronged Lulan?" The other 4 shamans looked at King Angui as well. Lan Hai was right. When did the Bonner family ever wrong Lulan? Bazir has guarded the borders for a century for Lulan. Everyone fearfully respected General Bazir. The people of Lulan know how great the Bonner family is. Are you really going to disregard the people? How are you going to explain this to them? Lan Hai's emotions were clearly surging. Mingshi felt speechless. After a while, he said, "What a bunch of nonsense." The others turned to look at Mingshi, who emerged from the hall. Based on what happened earlier, they knew this man was adept at stirring up trouble and finding faults. He was not an easy character to deal with. Their instincts told them that he would certainly bring trouble with him again. Lanny Bonner brought Tiango and the red coffin to the Evil Sky Pavilion, taunted my master, and ordered Tiango to attack my little junior sister who didn't know how to cultivate. Let me ask you, should he die? Lan Hai could not refute these words. Xian Bonner and Bazir Bonner wanted to kill my second senior brother when they themselves were incompetent. Is it wrong for my second senior brother to defend himself? Do those two deserve to die? Lan Hai. Lu Lan has always been on good terms with Great Yen. The families of our monarchs are even related by marriage. Yet, your Bonner family has invaded Great Yen several times when we were experiencing internal turmoil, and you colluded with Roly. You're the one who brought this upon Lu Lan. You're the greatest sinner in Lu Lan who should be cursed for 10,000 years. Lan Hai Bonner's eyes widened as he took several steps backward. The high-ranking officials present could not help but shake their heads. They continued to retreat. Mingshi said gruffly, "You won't even listen to orders from your king. Are you trying to rebel?" Lan Hai shuddered. Shortly after, he looked to the side and smiled forlornly. "Your Majesty, you made me do this. The Bonner family will never yield. Activate the formation." Whiz! Outside the palace hall, purple witchcraft circles flew up into the curtain-like barrier in the sky. The other officials appeared shocked before they began to rebuke him. "Lan Hai, are you out of your mind? Stop it at once." Angui frowned and said, "Are you rebelling?" Lan Hai said agitatedly, "The royal tutor has instructed the Bonner family to defend it with our lives." Royal tutor? The others exchanged a look. They were shocked. The royal tutor had been missing for many years. How was he going to support them? Whiz! Another purple radiant circle shot toward the sky. The others walked out of the great hall and looked at the sky. The grand witchcraft formation, which had never been activated before, was going to be activated today. On this day, even a 9-leaf cultivator will die here. Lan Hai was getting more agitated as time passed. The sky was completely lit up at the moment. Witchcraft permeated the royal city. Lu Zhou stepped forward with his hands on his back. The crowd parted for him. Mingshi took one step back. When Lu Zhou emerged from the great hall, he raised his right arm and struck with his palm. Buddhist Great Seal of Fearlessness. The shining golden palm shot out. When the 5 witchcraft cultivators saw this, they formed a barricade and pushed their palms out. Bam! 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 One of them reeled back, bringing the remaining 3 down with him. They spat out blood. The final shaman could not stop the attack. His back rammed into Lan Hai's chest, and the 2 of them reeled together. Thud! They crashed to the ground. Lu Zhou was not pleased with the palm strike. Perhaps, he had gotten used to taking out his opponent with a single strike from his extraordinary power. Now that he was using the power from his cultivation base, he found it somewhat lacking in power. In truth, hitting 5 individuals with a single palm strike and injuring all of them was already a terrifying feat. Everyone looked at the 5 defeated men. They were shocked. Indeed, the legendary 9-leaf cultivator was indeed terrifying. Men were like that, often misled by appearance. Even if Lu Zhou unleashed a 2-leaf palm seal, due to his identity as a 9-leaf cultivator, they would surely think his palm seal is terrifying. The 5 men were shocked. They stared at Lu Zhou as though he was a great enemy. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and said indifferently, "Since the Bonner family has made a choice, I'll fulfill your wishes." He raised his right hand again. At this moment, several witchcraft cultivators appeared in the skies, maintaining the purple curtain in the sky. More and more cultivators gathered. King Angui looked up and hastily explained, "Who mobilized the royal guards?" At the center of the sky curtain, a figure moved swiftly into the grand witchcraft formation. He was glowing with a purple aura, and his body was concealed by a purple cloak and hood. His eyes glowed faintly red, and his facial expressions were obscured by a mist. The mysterious shaman looked down from the sky and slowly said, "The great nine-leaf cultivator of Great Yen. How impressive." When the mysterious shaman spoke, the high-ranking officials of Lan Hai, and his 4 subordinates fell to one knee. With a sincere tone, they said, "Hail, Lord Royal Tutor." Lu Zhou looked up and studied the figure in the sky. He said tonelessly, "Jiang Wenxiu, you finally showed up." Lu Zhou had been waiting for this. Mingshi Yin, Lung Luo, Pan Lydian, and Yu Zhenghai stood behind Lu Zhou. They were staying alert of their surroundings. Angui said hoarsely, "Royal Tutor is it really you?" The appearance of this mysterious figure shook Angui. He could hardly believe this. The Royal Tutor's contribution could not be denied in regard to Lu Lan's survival to this very day. The specter nodded slightly. He said, "I was the one who ordered the Bonner family to defend the crystal with their lives. Your Majesty, surely you won't blame me for this." Angui smiled awkwardly. "I'm sure you have your own reasons for doing things, Royal Tutor. How could I possibly blame you?" Mingshi Yin was speechless. How did he change his words so smoothly? After a moment, he said, "Your Majesty, your promise to my master. Naturally, I'll honor the promise. However, the Royal Tutor has always been the decision-maker in regard to many of Lu Lan's affairs." What a two-faced man. Angui changed his stance so quickly. Lung Luo, Pan Lydian, and Lu Zhou were used to this. Since time immemorial, men's principles would change depending on who was in power. It was meaningless to argue. The change in Angui's attitude was within Lu Zhou's expectations as well. He was already prepared for this. Lu Zhou looked at the specter in the air and said, "Jiang Wenxiu, I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you as well. The lotus-severing era has dawned. Can you stop the tides of the nine-leaf stage on your own?" Lu Zhou asked. Jiang Wenxiu's voice was hoarse when he spoke. "I've spent centuries stopping the 12 nations and Great Yen from producing nine-leaf cultivators. This was how it has been, and how it will always be. All this is for your own selfish reasons?" "My selfish reasons?" Jiang Wenxiu raised his voice and said, "If a nine-leaf cultivator appears, there will certainly be disasters. When that time comes, humans will be wiped out. However, you forced your way into the nine-leaf stage for your own goals. Who's the selfish one?" "Disaster." Lu Zhou looked at Jiang Wenxiu, who was hovering in the sky. "Ever since the birth of men, there have always been disasters. Humans adapt and grow from disasters. The greatest proof for this is the existence of the 9-leaf and 10-leaf stage in the Red Lotus world." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenxiu's eyes flashed as he said, "You know about the Red Lotus? However, you only know a part of it. Do you know how great of a price had been paid because of the 9-leaf and 10-leaf stages? Countless individuals lose their lives every year because of them. Are you going to turn a blind eye to that? It's precisely because of people like you that humans aren't powerful enough," Lu Zhou gruffly said. "In other words, if they were strong enough, why would they have to fear the beasts?" Jiang Wenxiu was taken aback and puzzled. He had met Ji Tiandao 3 times before this. When did Ji Tiandao become this eloquent? Moreover, the things Ji Tiandao knew had exceeded his expectations. Fine. When our views are irreconcilable, it's a waste to continue the discussion. At this moment, more and more cultivators were gathering around them. Among them, many powerful cultivators were flying toward Jiang Wenxiu. "Shenmu Nation here. Wuchang Nation here. Nyer Nation here. Changi Nation here. Kindly give your orders, Royal Tutor." The moment the 4 cultivators bowed, the head of the Bonner family, Lan Hai, was shaken. He immediately fell to his knees and said, "Lord Royal Tutor, please help the Bonner family." Lan Hai's 4 subordinates fell to their knees as well. "Lord Royal Tutor, please help the Bonner family." Jiang Wenxiu looked at Lan Hai indifferently as he said, "All right." Lan Hai was overjoyed. "Thank you, Lord Royal Tutor." The Bonner family will follow your instructions for generations to come. We'll defend the secret of the crystal to our deaths. Jiang Wenshu looked down at the others and said, Jitian Dao, you promised that you won't attempt the nine-leaf stage back then. Since you've repeatedly broken your promise, I'll kill you. The other 7 nations are already on their way to Great Yen. The remaining 4 nations have surrounded Lu Lan's ancient city. After your death, I'll seal everything here. Your name won't appear in the records. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Angui hastily bowed toward Lu Zhou and said, I have no choice. Please forgive me. When the other officials saw this, they said, Your Majesty, I think the royal tutor has a point. Lord Royal Tutor, please help Lu Lan. With these, their stance was clear. The cultivators near the curtain-like barrier in the sky continued to grow in number. The other 4 nations of the alliance were in the ancient city now. Lu Zhou looked up at the specter. He raised a palm and said, I'd like to see how capable you are. His fingers glowed blue, and several characters appeared between his fingers. Whoosh! Soon after, abandoned wisdom shot toward Jiang Wenshu. The palm seal passed through Jiang Wenshu and collided with the sky curtain. Boom! A ripple spread on the sky curtain. As Lu Zhou expected, this was just a projection of Jiang Wenshu. There were both advantages and disadvantages to this. The disadvantage was that he could not kill Jiang Wenshu. The advantage was that the others were not even worth worrying about. Jiang Wenshu allowed the palm seal to pass through him. He waved his sleeve and said, Get them! Around the sky curtain, the shamans raised their hands. Purple light spheres appeared in their palms immediately. Various avatars appeared in the surroundings as well. There were Wolf King avatars, Leopard King avatars, and Tiger King avatars. All of them lunged at the same time. The purple light spheres gathered in the center of the Grand Witchcraft Formation. With this, the reduction effect from the witchcraft was activated. Lu Zhou had experience dealing with Grand Witchcraft formations, so he knew how to break the Grand Formation. He pushed away from the ground and shot into the air. The light spheres shot toward Lu Zhou immediately. Lu Zhou recited the chant of the heavenly writing in his mind. To gain the power to silence everything, to maintain and manifest samadhi, like light and shadow, permeating everywhere while staying still in samadhi. A blue lotus bloomed under Lu Zhou's feet. The mighty extraordinary power spilled into the surroundings, shattering the light rings in the sky. The purple energy was immediately overwhelmed. The Wolf King avatars that were lunging toward Lu Zhou were sent flying back. The witchcraft cultivators who were hovering near the sky curtain spat out blood due to the impact from the tidal wave of Lu Zhou's power. The Grand Witchcraft Formation that had just recently been activated shattered instantly. The surface of the tiles and bricks of the buildings seemed to have been removed. Lu Zhou's power was proof of the nine-leaf stage. The power of silence easily crushed Lu Zhou's enemies. He killed more than half of the cultivators around him, and the remaining were heavily wounded. Ding! Killed 150 targets. For nascent divinity realm targets, reward 15,000 merit points. For divine court realm targets, reward 1,200 merit points. The others are not counted. The entire place fell silent after Lu Zhou's attack. The sky was clear as though the rain had just passed. King Angui of Lu Lan stumbled backward. He could not believe this. He trembled as he looked at Lu Zhou hovering in the air. His most elite royal guards had been crushed with just one move. The Grand Witchcraft Formation had disappeared. The head of the Bonner family, Lan Hai, stared blankly at the sky. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou stroked his beard as though nothing had happened. He looked at Jiang Wenshu in front of him. Jiang Wenshu was shocked as well. He regarded Lu Zhou with a complicated gaze and said, "Unbelievable. This is only the beginning," Lu Zhou replied. "Indeed, it's only the beginning. I'm surprised you didn't trigger a disaster," Jiang Wenshu said. "I can say the same of you." Lu Zhou wanted to know what method Jiang Wenshu used to suppress his own nine-leaf stage. If the nine-leaf stage would truly trigger a disaster, why did he not trigger a disaster? Jiang Wenshu said, Naturally, I have my own methods. He waved his arm again. Outside Lu Lan's ancient city, cultivators marched in rows toward them from 3 directions like colonies of ants. In the air, for flying chariots several hundred meters in length, flew toward them. Jiang Wenchu's projection rose higher than the flying chariots. Lu Zhou rose higher as well. The higher he was, the further he could see. The 4 huge flying chariots and the countless flying cultivators surrounded the ancient city. There was no mortal in sight. When Lu Lan was in its prime, even Great Yen wouldn't dare to underestimate it. I've prepared these 4 nations for you. If you wish to fight me, you'll have to go through them. Jiang Wenshu projected his voice to Lu Zhou. The drones from the 4 flying chariots were like roaring wind as they drew closer. They arrived at the ancient city without much obstruction. Lu Zhou looked at the 4 flying chariots and said, "Just a ragtag mob. I admire your confidence. I hope you'll unleash the power of a 9-leaf cultivator so you can serve as a warning to others." Jiang Wenshu's projection flew away. Lu Zhou did not attack. He needed to find out where Jiang Wenshu was. At this moment, Mingshi, Yu Zhenghai, Lang Luo, and Pan Lydian flew over and stood behind Lu Zhou. When he saw the troops from the 4 allied nations, Mingshi was inwardly shocked. He said, "The royal tutor sure knows how to lay a trap. This will be tricky." The 5 people from the Evil Sky Pavilion hovered in the air as they looked at the countless cultivators from the 4 nations. "Protect Yu Zhenghai," Lu Zhou said apathetically. "Don't worry, master." Yu Zhenghai quickly said, "Don't mind me." Naturally, the others ignored him. Yu Zhenghai did not even have his cultivation base or memories. He needed the protection. King Angue could no longer think straight. The officials were also at a loss. The only garrison of the ancient city had been swept away by the greatest expert of Great Yen. However, they had made their stance clear before this. The head of the Bonner family, Lan Hai, retreated instinctively. He did not expect that the royal tutor was only a projection. The reactions of those from Lu Lan did not escape Lu Zhou's notice. He said, "Get them. I'll get him." The golden gourd bottle burst forth with radiance as Pan Lydian dove. Although he was recultivating, he was still superior to his peers. As the saying went, an emaciated camel is still larger than a horse. Upon seeing this, Lan Hai was frightened out of his wits. He hastily cast a spell as he attempted to flee. The golden gourd bottle flashed again with golden radiance. Bam! It landed squarely on Lan Hai's back. Lan Hai had been injured by Lu Zhou to begin with. He was no match for Pan Lydian with his heaven-grade weapon. He spat out a mouthful of blood before he fell face-first to the ground. Pan Lydian nodded in satisfaction. He reached out and launched a palm seal that caught Lan Hai and pulled him back. He flew back to Lu Zhou's side. "Stop struggling. I might just let you tumble to your death." Pan Lydian's words frightened Lan Hai so much that he stilled immediately. Then, Pan Lydian raised his hand and sealed Lan Hai's extraordinary 8 meridians. Now that the greatest elite from the Clarity sect has personally sealed Lan Hai's cultivation base, Lan Hai had almost no chance of breaking free. Meanwhile, from the 4 flying chariots that stopped above the ancient city, 4 figures leaped out of the flying chariots. They stopped short of 100 meters before Lu Zhou and arranged themselves in a semicircle. "Arwen of Shimu Nation is here to fight by order of the royal tutor. Bask of Wuchang Nation is here to fight by order of the royal tutor. Kubo of Nyer Nation is here to fight by order of the royal tutor. Shaji of Roli Nation is here to fight by order of the royal tutor." The 4 of them had strong auras. Their battle spirits were off the charts, and excitement burned brightly in their eyes. Shaji, the Rolian, could not wait to make his move. The death of the Rolian general, Carol, incited fury in the Rulians. Moreover, there were 10,000 captives held in Liang province at this moment. Lu Zhou looked at the 4 of them and said, "I've always been merciful. If you turn back now, you may keep your lives. The arrow is already knocked. It has to be fired. One of us will have to die today." With the powerful royal tutor supporting them, how could they let this chance slip through their fingers? At this moment, Battle drums sounded from the 4 flying chariots. Xiaji said, "The other 7 nations are already on their way to heaven's moat. Even if you have the power of the 9-leaf stage, you can't save people from such great distance. The royal tutor is watching over us today. The royal tutor has already reached the 9-leaf stage centuries ago. What are we waiting for?" Lu Zhou studied the 4 cultivators. It seemed like Jiang Wenshu did a good job brainwashing them. Arwen of Shenmu drew a saber and loudly announced, "I'll go first." He wielded with saber with both hands as he summoned his avatar. Whiz! A lotusless leopard king avatar appeared before it disappeared. It was clear Arwen was trying to show his strength. The 8 leaves around his avatar betrayed his cultivation base. Who knew he might even be an 8-leaf-and-a-half cultivator? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded upon seeing this. It seemed like Jiang Wenshu intended to use him to kill these potential 9-leaf cultivators. "Here I come." Arwen suddenly flickered out of sight as he leaped 50 meters ahead. When he appeared, he merged with his Leopard King avatar. As he held the saber with both hands, the energy saber elongated and broadened. It seemed capable of piercing the heavens. He leaped again and brought his saber down in a hacking motion. The energy saber resembled a huge guillotine that was dropping down. Lan Hai was already paralyzed with fear at this sight. On the other hand, the 2 elders, Ming Shiyin and Yu Zhenghai, did not even flinch. The energy saber fell toward Lu Zhou's face. At this moment, Lu Zhou raised 2 fingers of his right hand, and a faint blue light flashed. Bam! The energy saber stopped moving. Everyone's attention was focused on Lu Zhou. His left hand was still resting on his back. He had raised his right hand slightly, and with seemingly little effort, he caught the huge energy saber with 2 fingers. Arwen was shocked. Although he knew a 9-leaf cultivator would be powerful, he did not expect Lu Zhou would be able to stop the attack he had unleashed unreservedly. When he regained his senses, he tried to free his energy saber from Lu Zhou's hold, but he found that he could not move it at all. How was this possible? Arwen increased the input of primal chi and his force. Alas, the huge saber still remained unmoved. The old man who was holding the energy saber between his fingers appeared nonchalant and calm. Too powerful. Soon after, Lu Zhou flickered out of sight. Grand technique. While Arwen was distracted, Lu Zhou shot past him. Goosebumps rose on Arwen's skin, and his hair stood on ends. This was bad. The energy saber scattered as he raised his weapon to defend himself. Bam! There was a flash of light as Lu Zhou landed behind Arwen. He held Unnamed in his hand. The other 3 opponents were only 50 meters away as they looked at the seemingly frail old man. Arwen's back was facing Lu Zhou. He seemed to have frozen over. He was still wielding his saber with both hands. Arwen! A sound wave rolled out of Shenmu Nation's flying chariot. The sound wave rolled over them, and the saber cracked into 2. At the same time, Arwen's body was cleaved into 2 as well. Then, like trash, he plummeted to the ground as his blood rained down. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Lu Zhou had easily killed his opponent with a single move. Who could compare to a 9-leaf cultivator? Most of the people present knew a 9-leaf cultivator was powerful, but the extent of a 9-leaf cultivator's strength truly exceeded their expectations. He had easily killed an elite who had recultivated to the 8-leaf stage after severing his lotus. How unfair! The wind blew in the night scare, causing Lu Zhou's robes to flutter. He looked like an immortal at this moment. The others could hardly breathe. At this moment, a gruff and familiar voice rang from behind the 4 flying chariots. Continue. Lord Royal Tutor has ordered us to continue. I'll go. Basque of Wuchang Nation shouted as he volunteered himself. He merged with his Tiger King avatar, and the muscles on his arms seemed to grow immediately. He leaped out and brought his paws down. Without the shackles of the Golden Lotus, the 8-leaf Tiger King was now unrestrained. Lu Zhou raised his right hand. Black runes swirled around Unnamed. There was a flurry of movements before he vanished out of sight. Basque said gruffly, I was waiting for this. He roared and released an overwhelming sound wave. His roar resounded across the heavens. Although it was just a sound wave, the others felt as though it was palpable when it rolled over them. What a powerful roaring technique! The sound had barely faded when Lu Zhou appeared beside the Tiger King. With an indifferent expression, he swung his right arm. Block! Bask raised his arms. It was like a hot knife through butter as Unnamed easily cut into the Tiger King avatar, Arwen's arms, and his torso. The battle ended just like that. Bask's lips trembled, and his eyes were brimming with fear. He could hardly believe this. Did you think you'd be able to injure me with that pathetic sound technique? Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. The remaining cultivators, Kubo of Narration and the Rolian, Xianxia, were greatly shaken and frightened. 8-leaf cultivators had been instantly killed with a single strike. How could they not feel afraid? They turned to look in the direction from where the earlier order came. The royal tutor's voice rang in a timely manner. Charge at him together. Lu Zhou gauged his extraordinary power. He had killed 2 cultivators. Although he had used Unnamed, he still expended half of his extraordinary power. He did not expect the duo would still be bold enough to come at him after he killed 2 of their comrades. Kubo and Xianxia attacked together. At the same time, countless cultivators leaped out from the 4 flying chariots. Dozens of 10 Worlds avatars and hundreds of 9 Transformation Yin-Yang avatars charged at Lu Zhou from 3 directions. There were also a handful of nascent Divinity Realm experts in the fray. They were like a swarm of locust plague. If Lu Zhou did not have a peak trial card, he might have chosen to retreat. In the past, his disciples and elders would usually fight before him. However, there was no need for that today. Lu Zhou looked up slowly as the locust-like cultivators swarmed toward him. Since time immemorial, there has never been peace that was won without the spilling of blood. If you dig, you'll certainly find human bones under the soil of peaceful lands. Men have gone on battlefields, chased away wild animals, protected their homes, defended their lands, and held the borders. Kill them. Justice lay with those who had numbers. Once an individual became a part of a mob, their will would become collective, and they would blindly and stubbornly charge forward. They would easily lose their ability to think for themselves and would be blind to concrete evidence. They were radical and fanatic. This group of cultivators was taken aback when they saw Lu Zhou advancing instead of retreating. He unleashed a blast of energy as he charged into the swarm of locusts. Energy sabers and energy swords gathered at this moment and shot out. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou's energy glowed blue and stopped all the attacks from reaching him. He stopped moving when he was at the heart of the swarm of locusts. A blue lotus was blooming under his feet, and his body shone with a faint blue light. To gain the power to silence everything, to maintain and manifest samadhi, like light and shadow, permeating everywhere while staying still in samadhi. The power to silence everything. When the blue lotus fully blossomed, Kubo of Narration shot toward Lu Zhou with a red dagger in hand. He shouted, "You've fallen into our trap. This is the super heaven-grade spotless dagger. This is a blade given by the royal tutor." Lu Zhou only looked at Kubo from the corners of his eyes, as the leaves from the blue lotus shot toward Kubo, who was wielding spotless dagger. Bam! The power of silence attacked indiscriminately. It did not differentiate between friends and foes. Bam! 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 Ding! Killed 5 nascent Divinity Realm targets. Reward: 5,000 merit points. Killed 210 Divine Court targets. Reward: 2,100 merit points. The remaining kills have no rewards. The corpses rained down on the land. Kubo of Narration, who took the brunt of the attack, watched as his arms fell off. The spotless dagger fell in the air as well. Lu Zhou caught the dagger in his hand. Ding! Obtained the super heaven-grade weapon spotless dagger. Owner: Xianxia. Refining needed before use. No! Kubo looked up as he plummeted. The loss of the spotless dagger made him forget about his own pain. His eyes were filled with fear as well when he looked at the blue lotus in full bloom. Creak, creak, creak. The 4 huge flying chariots were also affected to varying degrees by the power of muting. Their frames were damaged and their decks cracked. Having lost many of their comrades, the remaining cultivators could only do all they could to keep the flying chariots afloat. Even moving through the air became laborious. With the locusts gone, the sky was clear for 10,000 miles. Lu Zhou toyed with spotless dagger nonchalantly. Of the 4 elites, only the Rolian, Xiaoji, was left. Xiaoji retreated 100 meters through the air. Although they had the support from the royal tutor, the difference between their strength and Lu Zhou was very clear. After witnessing Lu Zhou's strength, he did not think this was a battle they could win through numbers alone. He was slightly flustered as he said, "Royal tutor, it's time for you to make an appearance." Alas, silence was the only reply Xiaoji received. Lu Zhou stepped forward. He studied the 4 flying chariots. After 3 attacks, half of the 4 allied nations' forces had been taken out. This was especially true of their main force. 3 of them had been lost. No matter how many Brahman Sea realm cultivators they threw at him, it would not make any difference. Finally, he shifted his eye to Xiaoji. "Xiaoji of Roli?" Panlitian chimed in. "Xiaoji of Roli. He's ranked 8th in the Xia family." Lu Zhou continued to advance. Xiaoji behaved as though he was facing his worst nightmare. He furrowed his brows as he looked at the advancing Lu Zhou in fear. A voice from the deck rang in Xiaoji's ears. "Xiaoji, fight!" The 4 flying chariots rose. Hooded cultivators emerged from the decks of all 4 flying chariots. They were all shrouded by purple energies as they joined their palms together. Brahmic lullaby. The chanting that sounded like the buzzing of flies resounded across the sky. On the ground, the corpses were jerking and twitching to life. A combination of the Buddhists' Brahmic lullaby and witchcraft's puppet technique? Lu Zhou only had a quarter of his extraordinary power left. He could not even force Jiang Wenshu to show himself after killing 3 elites. Would he be forced to use a deadly strike card in the end? What a pain! While Lu Zhou was deep in his thoughts, Xiaoji sped toward him like a phantom. His hand was extended before himself as he moved at top speed. Soon after, Xiaoji's avatar appeared. There were 8.5 leaves on the Wolf King avatar. 8.5 leaves. Lu Zhou said disdainfully, "You have a death wish." Lu Zhou's fingers shone with blue light again as the scripts of abandoned wisdom appeared between his fingers. Then, the opponent's palms collided. Boom! A vertical plane of energy burst forth. Everyone thought Lu Zhou's shocking palm strike would certainly take Xiaoji down. However, when the dust settled, Lu Zhou saw Xiaoji standing in front of him. Xiaoji's expression was blank, and his eyes seemed unfocused. The incantations from the 4 flying chariots did not stop and grew louder. The dead elites were controlled by the spell. They were now puppets that were swarming toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou gauged his own extraordinary power. It was empty. All of a sudden, Xiaoji stepped aside, and Jiang Wenshu appeared in front of him. Jiang Wenshu was hiding behind Xiaoji. At this moment, his expression was calm, and his smile was confident. Blood stained his right hand. It was Xiaoji's blood. Xiaoji had been dead since earlier. Whiz! A 150-foot avatar materialized behind Jiang Wenshu. A red lotus blossomed under the avatar. 9 crimson leaves spun around the lotus. They were bright and dazzling. The 9-leaf royal tutor finally showed himself. Ming Shiyin, Lung Luo, Pan Litian, and Yu Zhenghai were shocked. Jiang Wenshu smiled faintly as he said, "I wonder if you're satisfied with this?" Xiaoji was already at the 8.5-leaf stage. He was the closest to the 9-leaf stage. Knowing Jiang Wenshu, he would never allow Xiaoji to improve any further. Lu Zhou looked down. The resurrected puppets were charging toward him in a frenzy without a care for their well-being. There were a lot of them, and they were more powerful now, fearless of death. Devoid of pain and emotions, the puppets formed the second swarm of locusts. Nevertheless, Lu Zhou only stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I'm pleased." Jiang Wenshu said, "You're capable of blocking spotless dagger. There's no doubt your blue power is of unknown origin. To be safe, I had them whittle away at your primal chi and energy. You've utterly lost." Lu Zhou looked at the locusts that were slowly closing in on him. Initially, he intended to kill Jiang Wenshu with a deadly strike card. However, he realized now that just relying on the deadly strike card alone would not solve the problem he was currently facing. In the end, he only said, "Is that so?" At the same time, a peak form trial card appeared in Lu Zhou's palm. Jiang Wenshu retracted his avatar. He coordinated his movements at lightning speed with the locusts as he charged forward and launched a red palm strike. Master! Pavilion Master! If it were anyone else attacking, they would not have worried. However, this was the royal tutor who had attained the 9-leaf stage centuries ago. How could they remain calm? At the same time, Lu Zhou shattered the peak form trial card. His Dantian Sea of Qi was instantly filled to the brim. The rich and plentiful power returned to him. 100 Tribulations Insight. A 150-foot avatar towered in the air. The golden lotus under its feet had 9 lifelike leaves that shone with golden brilliance. The locusts close to him were instantly repelled and fell to the ground again. Lu Zhou's eyes were trained on Jiang Wenshu as he said, "Let's see where you can run now." Jiang Wenshu said expressionlessly, "So, you really are at the 9-leaf stage. You're an arrow at the final stage of its flight. You'll certainly lose. I'll let you have a taste of an arrow at the end of its flight then." Lu Zhou moved swiftly. Grand technique. Naturally, the grand technique of a 9-leaf cultivator was far more powerful than an 8-leaf cultivator. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Zhou had appeared in front of Jiang Wenshu. He extended his hand. Abandon wisdom. Boom! A palm seal that was almost the size of a 9-leaf avatar descended on Jiang Wenshu. Jiang Wenshu's palms glowed red. His red avatar collided with Abandon wisdom. Boom! The air turned turbulent as energies ricocheted everywhere. Retreat! Fall back! The passengers of the 4 flying chariots finally realized their own insignificance. They were like flies who could not even withstand the aftereffects of the battle between 2 9-leaf cultivators. They had to retreat. At the same time, Pan Lydian shouted, "Fall back!" Ming Shi'in did not have time to consider their ranks. He grabbed his eldest senior brother and sped backward. "Forgive me, eldest senior brother." Nobody had to worry about Lung Luo. He cultivated the Tao invisibility. He was more adept at fleeing compared to the others. Abandon wisdom practically lit up Lulan's skies. It was as though the sun was shining in the sky at this moment. The people, officials, and cultivators of Lulan. Anyone who looked up would be able to see this strange but eye-catching phenomenon. The lights flashed alternately between red and white. Lu Zhou looked down and struck with his palm again. The Taoist 9 cuts hand seal, the scripts of power, energy, harmony, healing, intuition, awareness, and dimension swirled before they dropped down in a straight line. Boom! Jiang Wenshu unleashed his red avatar again. He held his hands up toward the heavens as he descended 100 meters. He moved swiftly and returned to his original altitude. Lu Zhou followed suit. He appeared above Jiang Wenshu, determined to always be above Jiang Wenshu. Then he pushed his hand down again. It was 5 consecutive strikes of Abandon wisdom. Have you ever seen palm strikes that descended from the heavens? If a single strike isn't enough, I'll give you 5. Golden palm strikes filled the sky. Will you remain arrogant after receiving 5 palm strikes? Boom! 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 5 golden palm seals descended from the sky and struck the red avatar's crown, causing the avatar to plummet. Jiang Wenshu grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. As soon as he retracted his avatar, one thought appeared in his mind. Run! Jiang Wenshu wiped the blood off his mouth and leaped into the air. Lu Zhou summoned his avatar. At seemingly the same time, he unleashed his grand technique. Running away? No matter where Jiang Wenshu ran to, Lu Zhou would always catch up with him, and he was always above him. Boom! When Lu Zhou's 150-foot avatar passed by the 2 huge flying chariots, The impact was so great that the flying chariots were shattered. Parts of the chariots broke off and fell from the sky. The chanting cultivators could only give up on hovering there and scattered. Jiang Wenshu fled swiftly. His intention was for the cultivators on the flying chariots to hold Lu Zhou back. However, he did not expect Lu Zhou to give chase with his avatar. He looked up and asked in confusion, "You're not retracting your avatar? Why should I? I'm not in short supply of primal qi. Why should I retract it?" Jiang Wenshu was perplexed. How could Lu Zhou spend his primal qi without restraint? He was sure that old villain Ji had exhausted much of his blue energy. He could not understand this no matter how he thought about it. The two huge chariots were shattered. Many cultivators scattered. They were worried that they would be caught in the fight. However, Jiang Wenshu ordered, "What are you waiting for? Get him." The cultivators who abandoned their chariots looked at the 150-foot avatar. There was a stifling pressure that could hardly be expressed when they looked at the avatar. A mob was usually senseless. They would lose rational judgment and become extremely fanatic. However, when the mob was faced with absolute and crushing strength, they would return their senses. This mob of cultivators was finally returning their senses after they witnessed Lu Zhou's absolute strength. "Look closely, Jiang Wenshu." Lu Zhou raised his palm. Jiang Wenshu was shocked. His instincts told him that Lu Zhou had yet to unleash his full strength up until now. Lu Zhou immediately launched dozens of palm seals into his surroundings. The Buddhist Great Vajra wheel hand sign. The fleeing cultivators stared at the shining golden palm seals with their mouths agape. Jiang Wenshu frowned deeply. He was greatly shaken. He had thoroughly underestimated Lu Zhou's strength. "Have you been going all out since the beginning?" The Great Vajra will hand sign was swift and shocking. It was a powerful palm seal comparable to the Great Seal of Fearlessness. However, the ease in which Lu Zhou cast it made it seem like an ordinary skill. The Great Vajra will hand signs in the air immediately took down the chanting cultivators in the surroundings. Ding! Killed 10 nascent divinity realm cultivators. Reward: 10,000 merit points. Killed 30 divine court realm cultivators. Reward: 300 merit points. The others aren't counted. With barely any time to catch his breath, Jiang Wenshu moved swiftly again as he attempted to run. Whiz! Jiang Wenshu was just about to unleash his grand technique when a palm seal descended on him from the sky. "Did I allow you to leave?" Boom! Without his avatar to support him, Jiang Wenshu was sent flying like a fly that had been swatted away. Rich energy swirled around him. Avatar. Jiang Wenshu suppressed his surging blood essence. He was forced to unleash his 100 tribulations insight again. The red 150-foot avatar stood under the golden avatar. Lu Zhou glanced at his remaining time. The royal tutor Jiang Wenshu was the first person to have lasted this long when his peak form card was in effect. Jiang Wenshu looked up and shot into his avatar. He directed his palm skyward, and his avatar followed suit. Countless red runes appeared on his palms immediately and arranged themselves into a huge energy sword. "Do you really think that a 9-leaf cultivator has no tricks up his sleeve?" Jiang Wenshu pointed the energy sword upward. Lu Zhou had already prepared himself for this. He looked at the red runic energy sword as unnamed materialized in his hand. Then he formed an energy sword around unnamed. Jiang Wenshu's heart shuddered. Black runes? A desolate grade weapon. If Jiang Wenshu had been surprised by Lu Zhou's ceaseless ultimate skills, the endless supply of primal qi, and constant maintenance of his avatar, the appearance of the black runes struck fear in him. He was not even afraid when Lu Zhou struck with his blue energy. Retract. Jiang Wenshu was frightened now. Too late. Unnamed, which wrapped in black runes, fell down. The red energy sword cleaved into two, and unnamed continued to fall toward the red avatar. Jiang Wenshu forcibly retracted his avatar. He struck his Dantian sea of qi and continued moving swiftly. Red flames emerged from his body at this moment. He chose to ignite his sea of qi. Lu Zhou kept up with his pace. His methods were crude and simple. He retracted unnamed and sent a palm seal downward. Boom! Zhang Wenshu grunted. Lu Zhou kept up with him while maintaining his avatar. Whether it was in terms of speed or condition, Lu Zhou was far superior to Zhang Wenshu. After burning his sea of qi, Zhang Wenshu sped up. He made his way east. Alas, he discovered it was futile. However, he did not give up. Only one thought remained in his mind. Run! The sky was dyed red at this moment. The red runes Zhang Wenshu had accumulated for centuries that could kill nine-leaf cultivators were as fragile as a piece of paper before Lu Zhou. Do you think you can run away from me? Lu Zhou's thunderous voice rang from above. Zhang Wenshu sped forward 10 consecutive times. When he looked up, Lu Zhou's 150-foot golden avatar was still towering above him. As the nine-leaf avatar moved, it did not matter if it was mountains or forests. Everything was flattened. It left only destruction in its wake. Lu Zhou did not care. He had limitless primal qi. He would not do this card justice if he did not go all out in his battle. Zhang Wenshu looked up. Why? There are many strange things in this wide world. Humans are only a small part of a greater whole. Do you really think you can fool the entire world? Lu Zhou raised his palm. A golden palm seal dozens of times larger than the ones before descended from the sky. The frightened birds took flight in all directions. The fishes of the rivers leaped out in an attempt to flee. A single leaf of his could obstruct other people's vision. A single palm of his could cover the sky. Zhang Wenshu's eyes were bloodshot. Over the years, he had enjoyed a high status and was the most powerful person here. How could he come to terms with this end? Foolish humans. You insignificant beings. You will certainly pay a heavy price for your idiocy in the end. Zhang Wenshu summoned his avatar. The red glow of his avatar and the golden lotus were much brighter than before. He unleashed all his nine-leaf power in an attempt to block Lu Zhou's mighty palm strike. He directed his palm seal upward. Could the ant shake the tree? Boom! A shockwave rippled out for 100 miles. The mountains, rivers, and trees were all flattened. The sound wave spread across the ground into the surroundings. The other tribesmen cultivators from the 12 allied nations looked east. The cultivators inside Lu Lan's ancient city stopped whatever they were doing as they listened to the rumbling that was reminiscent of a violent earthquake. Although Zhang Wenshu had unleashed all his power as a nine-leaf cultivator, he only managed to stop the huge palm seal for a few seconds. Then, the huge palm seal pressed on unimpeded. Boom! This palm strike was not only the manifestation of the nine-leaf stage's power, but it was also the product of layers upon layers of Lu Zhou's limitless energy. Throughout the entire time, Lu Zhou had been layering palm seals on top of one another. He did not even know how many palm seals he had unleashed. Only when the palm seal reached the ground did he stop. Everything was quiet. Lu Zhou kept his avatar activated. He looked at the timer. 15 minutes had passed. He still had half of the time left. Where the palm seal struck, there was a five-fingered pit. Lu Zhou sensed the movements around him. Although he was in peak form, he had to guard against the possibility of the royal tutor fleeing with other methods. As he waited, he did not retract his 150-foot avatar at all. No birds or beasts dared to get close to Lu Zhou. It was deathly quiet. Lu Zhou looked at the pit. Zhang Wenshu lying in the pit, facing the sky. His chest was stained red by his blood. The palm seal had shattered his avatar. On top of burning his sea of qi, his cultivation base was now forfeit. He suddenly exhaled and chuckled. When Lu Zhou heard Zhang Wenshu's forlorn laughter, he knew the so-called imperial tutor had completely given up. There were too many emotions contained in Zhang Wenshu's laughter. Contempt, discontentment, helplessness, resentment, unwillingness, and acceptance. You've won. Zhang Wenshu's voice was extremely frail. You thought you could win? Lu Zhou asked. So what if you've won? Zhang Wenshu comforted himself as he said, The 7 allied nations have departed a long time ago. Great Yen will become a living hell. Lu Zhou glanced in the direction of Liang province. I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. At this moment, Lu Zhou finally retracted his avatar and dove. The fiend monk hand seal grabbed Zhang Wenshu. You? What are you trying to do? Jiang Wenshu asked, puzzled. Lu Zhou looked in Liang Province's direction. He moved swiftly. Realization dawned on Jiang Wenshu. He said, You're trying to rush back? Give up. We are both losers in this battle. From Liang Province to the end of the land of buried bones, Yu Shangrong, with his 7-leaf speed, Jiliang's speed, and several stops in between, took about 10 days to reach his destination. If he did not have Jiliang, he would have needed twice the amount of time. After fighting the Clarity Sect's master Zhang Yuanshan, he returned to Brackish Mountain's Melilot graveyard with his 8-leaf speed. That took him 7 days with several stops along the way. If one traveled at the full speed of an 8-leaf cultivator without resting, they would need about 5 days to travel from Lulan, past Heaven's Moat, to Liang Province. With the full speed of a 9-leaf cultivator without resting, it would take a couple of days. After a day had passed, the 7 allied nations had more than enough time to massacre the people of Liang Province, Yi Province, and even Yu Province. Lu Zhou ignored Jiang Wenshu. He held Jiang Wenshu with the palm seal as he summoned his avatar. When his avatar appeared, his speed and power increased to the maximum. He was moving at top speed at this moment. You know nothing about me. He began moving swiftly and kept unleashing his grand technique in a frenzy. He covered several thousand meters with one leap. The trees were just blurs. The colors of the sky were but a smudge. The scenery could not be seen at all. Jiang Wenshu was greatly shaken. Even the most powerful cultivator in the Red Lotus domain could not have unleashed their grand techniques ceaselessly in this manner. He swallowed all the mocking words that were hanging off the tip of his tongue. He felt as though his worldview had been forcibly changed. This person was not human. He was a monster. It was as Jiang Wenshu had said. Liang Province City was currently engulfed in the flames of battle. Huang Shiji summoned his 8-leaf avatar and swept the other tribesmen off the top of the city walls. Even so, he was beginning to feel the fatigue from the prolonged battle. Si Wuya's huge wings swept past in the air. He took out dozens of cultivators with his energy needles. He ordered, Fall back! Protect the civilians! Retreat in the direction of Yi Province! Understood! The great Yen cultivators formed a solid wall of avatars in front and kept the other tribesmen on the other side. Jiang Aijin swept past the top of the city walls. His dragon song slit past the necks of the other tribesmen. They're disgusting, Jiang Aijin said after spitting. He descended discreetly and looked at the 7 flying chariots in the air. The huge flying chariots from the 7 allied nations, Bofu, Qigong, Sushen, Chang'e, Zhizhong, Zhuiying, and Wuxian, advanced. This grand scale of attack was unprecedented. Although Si Wuya was smarter than most, against the 7 allied nations, he had no choice but to retreat as he defended. They're certainly going all out. Jiang Aijin lowered his head and flew up again. The elites of the 7 nations advanced in the air. Great Yen cultivators fell occasionally. Junior sister, retreat. When Jiang Aijin saw Li Jingyi fighting nearby, he called out to her. All right, Li Jingyi returned. The cultivators of Great Yen retreated like a receding tide. When they were halfway through their retreat, the 7 flying chariots were already hovering above Liang Province City. Si Wuya said loudly, Activate the formation! Whiz! A curtain-like barrier shone above Liang Province City. The barrier isolated the cultivators of the 7 allied nations. The barrier won't last long. Continue retreating. What surprised them was that the flying chariots of the 7 allied nations seemed to have gone wild. Under the protection of their cultivators, they unleashed their energies as they rammed into the barrier. Boom! 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 The 7 flying chariots crashed into the barrier at the same time. Ripples spread across the sky curtain. The cultivators of Great Yen appeared flustered. Jiang Aijin rejoined the crowd and said, I've scouted them. The 7 nations came prepared. They've practically thrown everything at us. Si Wuya looked at the 7 flying chariots and said, It's hard to believe that they've aligned their interests so soon. Zhu Honggong said awkwardly, Who cares about them? Should we run away on our own? They were nascent divinity realm cultivators. it would not be a problem for them to save themselves. Duamusheng frowned and said, "Shut up." Zhu Honggong withered instantly. If they abandoned the city at this moment and left the people to their fates, everything the Nether sect had worked for would be for naught. They would be cursed for generations to come as well. The fiend path was not terrifying, but if one lost sight of the path, it would be akin to plummeting into a 100,000-foot deep abyss. Zhu Honggong's father, Zhu Tianyuan, said, "The battle between the Nether sect and the divine capital has gone on for too long. If the 8 great generals were still here, we might stand a chance. We can hardly win now." Si Wuya said, "This is not the time to beat ourselves up. Morale is important. Don't drag the others down. Continue to retreat. MHM. If eldest senior brother and second senior brother were here, these people wouldn't dare to act as they please." Zhu Honggong said, "Just focus on retreating for now. I've sent a letter to the divine capital. 6th senior sister and the others are hurrying toward us. I hope the other sects will see past our differences and side with us for now against the enemies." Si Wuya said. "We can only hope." Next to Si Wuya, little Yuaner pulled Conk to the front. Conk saw the 7 flying chariots and heard the booming sounds. "I'll try." Conk raised her Lantian jade flute. "You?" Jiang Aijian shook his head. "Little girl, don't bring us trouble. Okay? Take her away." Conk did not listen to his advice. Instead, she raised the Lantian jade flute to her lips. Red energy appeared, and a sound wave rolled out. The tide of red energy continued to spread out along with the flute's melodious tune. Upon seeing this, Si Wuya exclaimed in surprise, "Red energy!" The great Yen cultivators noticed this as well. They looked at the little girl in the air. The melody was from the Lantian jade flute. Red energy? Even her fellow disciples were shocked to see this. Sound was a classic method of attacking an entire area. When the red energy rolled toward the 7 flying chariots in the skies, the low-rank cultivators seemed to be in pain. They could not maintain flight and dropped to the ground. However, high-rank cultivators were not affected. Little Yuaner applauded and said, "Conk, hurry! You can do it. The flying chariots are swaying." The elites on the 7 flying chariots noticed this. They immediately found someone to replace the people manning the helms. Shortly after, several elites flew out of the flying chariots and arranged themselves in a row. Lion King, Snake King, Ox King, and other avatars shown. Several sound techniques struck back at the red energy. The red energy immediately shattered, and the sound stopped abruptly. The tidal wave of noise was almost unbearable. Their minds felt as though they were about to explode. Bam! Conk reeled. "Little junior sister." The others circulated their energies and caught Conk. After stabilizing herself, Conk's face was ghastly pale. Her cultivation base was too low after all. With her cultivation base, she could not have blocked the attacks of that many cultivators at the same time. A cultivator sped forward from behind. "Report. The others have already made it out of the city. They're being transported by 3 flying chariots." "All right, everyone, retreat." The great Yen cultivators were the last ones to leave Liang province. The 7 elites noticed this and leaped out of their respective flying chariots. They summoned their avatars and shot toward the great Yen cultivators. "Nobody's getting away today." The avatars moved swiftly. The 7 elites looked down at the great Yen cultivators from above. "What do we do now?" Zhu Honggong asked. "We'll make tea. Can you stop it with your questions?" Duanmushang said exasperatedly. "Well, I'm sorry if I'm born stupid. If I were as smart as the rest of you, I wouldn't have asked." Si Wuya said, "Zhu Honggong, you'll take one direction. Miss Li Jingyi and Jiang Aijian will be in charge of another direction, and Senior Huang Shiji will take one direction on his own. 3rd senior brother and I will act accordingly as the situation shifts. The others should retreat eastward." "All right." Si Wuya's voice had barely faded when, dong, dong, dong. The curtain-like barrier above Liang Province City shattered under the wild attacks of the 7 flying chariots and the cultivators. This is it. We'll win or we'll lose. The moment Liang Province's barrier shattered, the cultivators of the 7 allied nations swarmed in. The great Yen cultivators went their separate ways as agreed. Unlike the 4 nations in Lulan, there were more elites from the 7 nations. Each of the 7 nations had several 7-leaf and 8-leaf elites. It was just as Jiang Aijin had said. The 7 nations were putting everything they had into this attack. Therefore, it was only normal that they had such crushing power. The great Yen cultivators formed 4 phalanxes and engaged their enemies in battle while the others retreated as planned. They retreated as they fought. Meanwhile, orders were given from the 7 flying chariots. Don't hold back. Let's end this as quickly as we can. Don't give them any chance to retreat. Take them down. Even if the reinforcements from the divine capital are here, they can't do anything about this. All right. Send an 8-leaf cultivator from each side and focus on breaching their defenses. Then, the 7 elites left the flying chariots and summoned their avatars. 7 beast avatars without lotuses lunged at the great Yen cultivators alongside the 7 great elites. From afar, it seemed as though gigantic beasts were diving into the crowd. Boom! Under the avatars' attacks, Jiang Aijin, Li Jingyi, and the group of people with them were pushed back and reeled from the impact. Several cultivators could not withstand the attack of an 8-leaf cultivator, spat out blood and plummeted. Si Wuya looked at Jiang Aijin. Can you do it or not? Sure. Jiang Aijin brandished Dragon Song. Countless energy swords shot toward the Tiger King avatar. Bam! 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 Meanwhile, the other 6 avatars lunged at the others as well. Retreat! 2 of the avatars charged at Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong circulated all of his primal qi and condensed it into energy. It resonated with his Zen tunic. Then, energy fists materialized on his hands. When he saw this, Zhu Tianyuan frowned. Son, look out. I won't dodge. If I dodge, what would happen to the people behind me? Zhu Tianyuan said, Nice. You really are my son. Because of your words, I'll give it my all today. Whiz. An energy resonance that was clearly different from the others resounded in the surroundings. A 100-foot avatar materialized before them. An 8-leaf golden lotus shone with golden radiance. As soon as it appeared, it flew in front of Zhu Honggong. Boom! The Lion King avatar pounced on Zhu Tianyuan's avatar. A wave of energy rippled out. The other cultivators who came charging were pushed back from the energy. Zhu Tianyuan had blocked 2 great elites on his own. Zhu Honggong was excited when he saw this. That's awesome. Zhu Tianyuan wiped away the sweat from his face and said, This is nothing. I have many more skills up my sleeves. Watch carefully. He turned the back of his 8-leaf avatar toward the other tribesmen and planted himself in front of Zhu Honggong. The 100-foot avatar spun in the air. An avatar could be used as a powerful defense and as a weapon. This was especially true when facing low-rank cultivators. The others were stunned by this scene. The other tribesmen cultivators who swarmed toward them were sent flying by the spinning avatar. It can be used like that? Zhu Honggong was extremely shocked. A senior is a senior, after all. His combat experience isn't something that the younger generation can compare to. The others were relieved. The power of an avatar was terrifying. However, avatars were also prone to damage. When the avatar was damaged, it would often translate to the cultivator as well. Avatars had to guard against cultivators with heaven-grade weapons. The 7 great elites of the other tribes were not without their own special techniques. The 7 of them exchanged a meaningful look before they attacked Zhu Tianyuan at the same time. When Huang Shiji lost his target, he cried out, Zhu Tianyuan, fall back! Zhu Tianyuan realized the precarious situation he was in as well. He wanted to retract his avatar, but the 7 elites were coming at him from different directions. A huge energy saber formed in the air. Clearly, it was a weapon that could pierce through energy. Bam! 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 3 of them reached Zhu Tianyuan first. Zhu Tianyuan staggered backward and grunted. A cultivator with a sharp blade expanded his energy saber to take down Zhu Tianyuan's avatar with a strike. Die! The cultivator raised his huge energy saber with both hands and brought it down with all his might. This is bad. Dad! Bam! Zhu Tianyuan reeled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhu Honggong's eyes widened, and his heart trembled. Senior Zhu! The others exclaimed in shock. The other tribesman elite with the blade looked down and said in surprise, "You're still alive? If one slash won't do, I'll slash you twice. Let's see how long you'll last." After the other tribesman finished speaking, he raised his energy saber again. The energy saber was several times more powerful than before. At the final moment, a blinding light shot forth in a terrifying manner from Liang Province's western gate. What's that? What a powerful aura! The unique grand technique attracted everyone's attention. The speed was so fast that everyone could only see a streak of light. In just a split second, it covered several thousand meters. When they blinked again, the streak of light had already entered Liang Province City. Grand technique! Are my eyes deceiving me? This is bad. Great Yen is done for. When the Great Yen cultivators saw this, they thought a more powerful other tribesman elite had arrived. Their hearts sank, and their faces were ashen. When Si Wuya saw the streak of light, his expression soured. He had used all his heart and strength to defend Liang Province for so long, but he was crushed in the face of absolute strength. He could tell the newcomer was a nine-leaf cultivator. The other tribesmen elites from the 7 allied nations merely felt a flash of powerful primal chi. Meanwhile, the elite raised the huge energy saber with both hands, prepared to bring it down on Zhu Tianyuan. All of a sudden, his visions blurred as a golden light shone on him. Boom! Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. The air stilled. The battle ended. The cultivators of Great Yen and the other tribes looked at the new avatar. In the avatar, they saw an old man with the air of an immortal. The old man's figure and indifferent expression were familiar. Master! Pavilion Master? Senior G. The Great Yen cultivators and the Nether Sect disciples were overjoyed. The moment they saw Lu Zhou, they felt as though they had seen their savior. All of their efforts, resistance, and persistence paid off at this moment. The greatest expert in Great Yen, the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch, had arrived. Welcome back, Patriarch. Welcome back, Master. Lu Zhou ignored the joyous greetings. He had been keeping his eyes trained on the countdown timer. He was pleased with the time it took him to travel to Liang Province with his grand technique. It only took him 10 minutes. He had 3 to 4 minutes left. Without the presence of another 9-leaf cultivator, this was more than enough time for him. Jiang Wenxiu, who was captured by Lu Zhou, had lost the ability to think. After all, he had seen how Lu Zhou had maintained his avatar and constantly cast his grand technique as they traveled all the way here. In the Red Lotus domain, was there anyone capable of this feat? An explanation appeared in Jiang Wenxiu's mind at this moment. Lu Zhou must be a 10-leaf elite who deliberately hid his cultivation base to appear weak. Was Lu Zhou the true boss of this world? As the saying went, if you stare into an abyss for too long, the abyss would eventually stare back at you. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou did not care about what Jiang Wenxiu thought. Instead, he looked at the 7 flying chariots indifferently. He moved swiftly. Boom! A flying chariot fell. At the same time, hundreds of cultivators were sent flying. They either died or were gravely injured. Fall back. Retreat at once. Wah! This is the devil himself. Where's the royal tutor? He's a big fat liar. Boom! Lu Zhou moved swiftly again. The second flying chariot was destroyed. To the cultivators present, the 9-leaf avatar was like a tall and towering mountain. As Lu Zhou destroyed the flying chariots, his 9-leaf avatar released countless energy swords. The energy swords covered the entire Liang Province city and stabbed the enemy cultivators as though they were flies. Boom! 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 After several swift movements from Lu Zhou, the 7 flying chariots were completely destroyed. Ding! Killed 25 nascent divinity realm targets. Reward: 25,000 merit points. Killed 350 Divine Court targets. Reward, 3,500 merit points. The others yield no reward. The 6 remaining elites were scared out of their wits. They summoned their avatars and fled. The 7 nations were now in a complete mess. A Lion King avatar shot up to the walls of Liang Province City amidst the chaos. He retracted his avatar and thought nobody had noticed him. Just when he was about to escape, the 150-foot avatar sent a palm seal his way. It was the Buddhist Great Vajra Will hand sign. Bam! The palm seal was not huge, but it was swift and deadly. It landed on his chest with great force. He lowered his head and stared at the hole on his chest. This, ding, killed a target. Reward, 1,500 merit points. There were 5 elites left. When they saw the 9-leaf avatar easily killing everyone and the rain of flesh and blood, there was only one thought left in their minds. Flee. It was not a shameful thing to flee. Even the royal tutor, the 9-leaf Jiang Wenshu, thought of running away. Lu Zhou had already marked them. After he had destroyed the 7 flying chariots, he sped toward the 5 elites. Jiang Wenshu was already numbed to Lu Zhou's shocking feats. At this moment, he seemed to be in a trance. The avatar appeared above one of the enemy elites and pushed its palm down. Boom! The enemy elite died. The avatar moved swiftly again, appearing above another enemy elite. Again it pushed its palm down. Boom! In the 5-finger pit, the so-called 8-leaf elite was now a pulpy mess of flesh and blood. After unleashing abandoned wisdom 5 times, the 5 elites died in the same manner. They were smacked into the ground and turned into pulp by the extremely powerful palm seal. Ding! Killed 5 nascent divinity realm targets. Reward, 7,500 merit points. Lu Zhou glanced at the dashboard. He did not have much time left. Fortunately, many of his enemies had already been taken down. Lu Zhou moved swiftly and appeared in the center of his enemies. Seeing one's nature, unmoving like the mountains, Dhyana Mudra, Buddhist golden body, the great dark heaven memorial, the dark heaven starlight, Guiyuan's sword technique, primal restoration, qi that nourishes the heavens and the earth, expansive heavenly energy. One by one, the names of techniques spilled out of Lu Zhou's mouth as he cast them. He did not pay any mind to how many enemies he managed to kill and focused on attacking. He stood in the heart of the force of the 7 allied nations. He wanted to take out as many of them as he could. These techniques should be enough. Above Liang Province City, the turbulent flow of energy obscured everyone's vision. The other tribesmen cultivators were like headless flies as they dropped from the skies. Many of them were dismembered by the energy swords. Before their blood could rain down, it was evaporated by the expansive heavenly energy. Lu Zhou remained in the center of his enemy, unmoving. Time ticked past. Then, there was a notification. Ding! Peak form trial cards time is up. Cultivation base will be restored. When they saw the energy swords and sabers that filled the skies, the cultivators of Great Yen were stunned, forgetting how to breathe. Their expressions were either one of shock, fear, respect, awe, stunned, or disbelief. Zhang Aijin gulped. A cold wind made him shudder and lose his grip on Dragonsong. Dragonsong fell to the ground with a loud clang. The crisp sound of energy that permeated the air just a moment ago abruptly stopped. The entire world fell silent. Am I dreaming? Zhu Honggong wondered in a daze. Powerful. He's fucking powerful. He battled through 3,000 miles on his own and fought 1,000,000 battalions with a single sword. The pavilion master is Great Yan's god. Zhang Aijin wiped the sweat from his face. He raised his hand and Dragonsong flew back into his grip. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. Dragonsong's fall to the ground pulled everyone out of their stupor. The appearance of a 9-leaf cultivator was truly stunning. It was natural that the tides of battle had turned so easily in their favor when they had a 9-leaf cultivator on their side. Plots and schemes were nothing but jokes in the face of absolute power. Lu Zhou was a good example of this. Meanwhile, when Si Wuya saw the fading energies, he ordered, Clean them up. Kill all those who trespassed onto Great Yan's lands. Kill all those who trespassed onto Great Yan's lands. Battle cries rang in the air. The morales of the Great Yan cultivators who were suppressed by the 7 nations earlier were greatly boosted. Charge! Charge! Great Yan launched their counterattack. In truth, after the appearance of a 9-leaf cultivator, the remaining other tribesmen cultivators were like a platter of loose sand. They were too insignificant to even be considered a worthy enemy. Their backbone, the elites, had been single-handedly killed by Lu Zhou. The remaining survivors were no match for Great Yan's force. Moreover, Great Yan had 8-leaf cultivators here. At this moment, Lu Zhou looked at the retreating other tribesmen armies indifferently. Then, he turned around and looked at Jiang Wenxiu as he asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Jiang Wenxiu, who was already numbed, looked at Lu Zhou blankly. He stammered, You're a 10-leaf cultivator." Lu Zhou asked, "Can a 10-leaf cultivator do what I did?" He was trying to find out more about the Red Lotus domain from Jiang Wenxiu. I don't know." Jiang Wenxiu suppressed the fear in his heart. "I've never seen a 10-leaf cultivator in action. Do you know why I kept you alive for this long?" Lu Zhou asked. Jiang Wenxiu chuckled forlornly. Naturally, he knew. Nothing could help him at this moment. "The memory crystal? I don't like repeating myself. Give me the crystal," Lu Zhou demanded. "I'm going to die either way. What difference will it make if I surrender the crystal or not?" Jiang Wenxiu asked. "Of course, there is," Lu Zhou said slowly. "I already know about the existence of the Red Lotus domain. Since you're a 9-leaf cultivator, the name of Jiang Wenxiu won't be unknown in the Red Lotus domain." "Are you threatening me?" Jiang Wenxiu narrowed his eyes. "I've spent centuries here. I'm without ties in the other world. It's up to you to kill me or torture me to death." Lu Zhou nodded. "Do you think I won't be able to find the crystal just because you refuse to give it to me? Nothing can stop me, not even the Red Lotus." "Ji Tiandao, I admit that I've lost, utterly lost," Jiang Wenxiu said before he began to cough violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood that dripped onto his chest and arm. "You're trying to find the crystal? You should just give up. I've sent half of it to the Red Lotus domain. In that world, you're only as powerful as an ant." "Is the red coffin the transporter?" Lu Zhou asked tonelessly. Jiang Wenxiu was stunned. He looked at Lu Zhou silently before he said, "You sure have many secrets. Back then, was your death staged?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou fell deep into his thoughts. From their conversation, he could determine that before his transmigration, Ji Tiandao already had the potential to reach the 9-leaf stage. However, he was killed by Jiang Wenxiu. "It's meaningless to discuss whether my death is staged or not," Lu Zhou said. "You're right. The winner takes all." "I have nothing to say," Jiang Wenxiu replied. "Did you kill Luo Shirin?" Lu Zhou asked a shocking question. Jiang Wenxiu shuddered. An expression of shock flitted briefly across his face. Lu Zhou caught the change and said, "You're suppressing the progress of men, but she's encouraging it. Since she's here, she'd surely become an obstacle. It's reasonable to think that you'd get rid of her." Jiang Wenxiu chuckled. He bit back the pain and said slowly, "Indeed, I killed her. Humans are weak. Why must you seek answers? If you can't stop a disaster, all you have to do is avoid it. Why must you look for trouble while forsaking an easy and peaceful life?" Lu Zhou launched a palm seal at him. Smack! It struck Jiang Wenxiu's cheek mercilessly. 5 bloodied finger marks appeared on his face. "It's precisely because we're weak that we must explore and break through our limits. How dare you talk down on others when you're so stupid?" Lu Zhou said, "If you'd admit that you're selfish, I might have thought better of you. Alas, in my eyes, you're lesser than an ant." Jiang Wenxiu felt his energy ebbing away as his blood continued to flow. His life aura was almost depleted. He chuckled weakly. "I admit that I had selfish reasons. I won't allow anyone to ruin my plans, be it Great Yan or the 12 allied nations. At the very least, I'd prevented humans from being attacked by beasts and from being invaded by the Red Lotus domain. What did Luo Shirin do? She studied the heaven and earth shackle and the golden lotus. If I didn't destroy her and her notes, the red lotus domain would have destroyed this place a long time ago. I've done so much. Can't I have something for myself? Where are the remaining parts of Luo Shirin's notes? Lu Zhou asked threateningly. He did not want to listen to Jiang Wenshu's defense. Jiang Wenshu shook his head and said with a chuckle, I've destroyed it a long time ago. Are you disappointed? Also, her name's not Luo Shirin. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Who's Luo Shirin then? You want to know? I'm not telling you. You've won against me with your cultivation base. But I'll haunt you forever with these secrets. As soon as Jiang Wenshu finished speaking, a thin sword formed by blood materialized in his hand. He cried out as he stabbed it at Lu Zhou. My final strike! Lu Zhou shook his head indifferently. Black runes covered unnamed as he slashed at Jiang Wenshu. Bam! The blood sword broke. When Jiang Wenshu saw unnamed that wrapped in black runes, his pupils widened. His lips trembled as he said, Wait! An energy sword appeared from unnamed. At this moment, and pierced Jiang Wenshu's heart. Jiang Wenshu, who was already gravely injured, was capable of using a blood sword at the end. It was rather shocking. Without the halo of the peak trial card, Lu Zhou was a 6-leaf nascent divinity realm expert. For an 8-leaf or 9-leaf cultivator, a 6-leaf cultivator was pathetically weak. However, for the gravely injured royal tutor and the ordinary other tribesman cultivators, he was like an insurmountable mountain. The energy sword from unnamed mercilessly pierced Jiang Wenshu's heart. Wait, what was there to wait for? Alas, your opponent is me. Any other ordinary 9-leaf cultivators would not have been a match for Jiang Wenshu. Whether it was the 5 or 7 allied nations or the Emperor Lu Gu who had a super heaven-grade weapon and an immortal body, they were not opponents a new 9-leaf cultivator could easily go up against. Lu Zhou's statement had many hidden meanings, but Jiang Wenshu could not have understood all of them. He did not expect Jiang Wenshu to understand all of them anyway. Jiang Wenshu looked down at the blood gushing from his chest. His life was slipping away swiftly. He smiled helplessly and said, Black runes, blue palm seals, you're not from this world as well, are you? You can think whatever you like, Lu Zhou said apathetically. Jiang Wenshu struggled as he surveyed his surroundings. He looked at the land one final time. This place was once under his control. He looked at Lu Zhou with a forlorn expression as he wheezed and said with great difficulty, Why, you shouldn't have killed me. Why is that? Lu Zhou did not retract his energy sword. After Jiang Wenshu was still alive even after being hit by multiple of his powerful attacks. Jiang Wenshu's tenacity was apparent. My life stone is in the red lotus domain. When I die, my life stone will shatter. When that happens, they'll certainly find me and massacre everyone with a golden lotus. Jiang Wenshu's voice was weak now. He seemed to be in a trance as he continued to say, Humans are but animals that can think. Peace and safety from invasions are only self-consoling words uttered by weaklings. The ants think too highly of themselves. How can an ant move a huge tree? How can it? How can it? I hope they'd come sooner, Lu Zhou said indifferently. Jiang Wenshu regarded Lu Zhou with a complex gaze. Before I die, can you tell me, who are you? When he had seen Lu Zhou through his projection on the peak of Heaven's Moat, he had sensed something special about Lu Zhou. Moreover, during the entire duration of their battle, he felt as though he was battling a 10-leaf elite. Lu Zhou shook his head. Why should I answer your question when you didn't answer mine? Lu Zhou finally withdrew Unnamed's energy sword. Blood spurted out. Jiang Wenshu grunted. His breath was weaker than a thread now. All of a sudden, his figure contorted as a surging and swelling purple substance shrouded him. Then, he said hoarsely, I planted the most powerful spell in this body a long time ago. This is my final gift to you. The entire Liang province will die with you. Jiang Wenshu's body wilted. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Sure enough, this man is disgusting and cunning. Lu Zhou retreated. I've used all of my extraordinary power. What am I going to do now? See, Wuxia and the others saw this as well. Fall back. The sound wave traveled to every corner of the city. When the cultivators of Great Yen heard the order, they looked up. They saw the rapidly swelling body of gas and retreated swiftly. The 7 allied nations were crippled. There was no rush to destroy them now. The last person who disgusted me this much was Emoli. To think that the Grand Imperial Tutor of Great Yen is even more shameless and despicable, Zhang Aijin said. Si Wuxia said, this is why Emoli was unable to control Lu Gu and Lu Gu. It's no wonder the emperor would allow the 2 grand shamans to get close to the second prince. It's no wonder the imperial family had never seen a happy day since. No wonder Lu Gu was so obsessed with the 9-leaf stage. The truth that everyone in the world believed was nothing but a lie. What a grand lie! Huang Shiji exclaimed. This is not the time to be talking about this. That purple gas doesn't seem right. Let's retreat quickly. Zhang Aijin turned around and sped away with Dragon Song in his arms. The rate at which the body of gas swelled exceeded everyone's expectations. Initially, its growing speed was slow. However, as it grew bigger, its speed grew faster as well. Master! Pavilion Master! When Lu Zhou was above the others, he looked behind and said, stand back. The others nodded. If a 9-leaf cultivator could not stand against the purple gas, who could? At this moment, the purple gas sank. When it touched the city walls, veins of corrosion crept onto the walls. What spell was this? I hope you're satisfied. A deep voice rang in the air. It was clear that Jiang Wenshu had channeled the remainder of his life into this witchcraft spell. Lu Zhou extended his palm. The great seal of fearlessness entered the purple gas and vanished. It was ineffective. The purple gas was clearly poisonous and extremely corrosive. Even the city wall's surface and colors were stripped, let alone the human body. One of the corpses that was lying on the city wall instantly liquefied when it came in contact with the purple gas. Blood and flesh spilled on the wall. Wizard! Lu Zhou called out softly. Wizard appeared in the clouds immediately. It seemed to understand Lu Zhou's intention, as it gave a loud cry that resounded across the entire Liang province. When the cultivators of Great Yen looked up, they saw auspicious qi floating above the purple gas. Shortly after, an auspicious rain fell all over the purple gas. Ah! A hoarse cry rang in the air. The voice was laden with despair and resentment. Why? Before the purple gas could spread all over Liang province, Wizard circled above it and spread the auspicious rain. The pouring rain was like a waterfall as it rained down on the purple gas. The purple gas was swiftly nullified by the auspicious rain, and its range was quickly reduced. The miserable cry continued to ring from the purple gas. It grew hoarser and weaker as time went by. The cultivators of Great Yen were looking at Wizard that was flying in the sky in shock. As the auspicious rain continued to fall, the others gradually stopped retreating and flew back. Lu Zhou allowed himself to be drenched in the rain. He was relishing in Wizard's restorative powers. Just like before, his extraordinary power was also being restored swiftly. The recovery speed was amazing. What kind of power did Wizard possess? It could subdue witchcraft and restore extraordinary power. In Lu Zhou's eyes, the heavenly writings powers belonged to a system different from the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian societies. Naturally, he was shocked that Wizard was capable of restoring his extraordinary power. Ah! At this moment, a sharp cry resounded in the sky. The great Yen cultivators were greatly shaken. Jiang Wenshu's tenacity far exceeded everyone's expectations. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. He's still not dead? He had completely given Jiang Wenshu a good beating when they were in Lulan. He was really surprised Jiang Wenshu could hold out for so long. It was a good thing he was wise enough to bring Jiang Wenshu here with him. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 4,000 merit points. 4,000. The reward for killing an 8-leaf cultivator was 1,500 merit points. But the reward for killing a 9-leaf cultivator was 4,000 merit points. That was more than twice the number of points. According to the system's calculations, Qi Yao's reward was 5,000 merit points. In other words, Qi Yao was slightly stronger than a 9-leaf cultivator. When he recalled his experience in the 100,000-foot deep abyss, he could not help but feel afraid despite his knowledge and experience. After all, if he did not have a deadly strike card back then, he would have become Qi Yao's meal. Even after he had used half of his extraordinary power, Qi Yao did not seem to be affected much. Without the deadly strike card as his trump card, the outcome would be predictable. Compared to Qi Yao, the Imperial Tutor was, indeed, slightly weaker. The rain stopped as the purple gas gradually faded away into nothingness. When the rain stopped, a rainbow appeared in the sunny sky. Peace was finally restored with the final drop of the rain. Wuxia cried out as it surveyed the results of its doing before it flew away. After it had exhausted its power, it had to hibernate. Lu Zhou glanced at the system dashboard. As expected, Wuxia's status was now displayed as resting. Lu Zhou could vaguely tell Wuxia had expended more energy this time compared to before. He wondered if 7 days would be enough for Wuxia to recover. Master Wuxia is amazing. Little Yuaner flew over with Conk in tow. Lu Zhou turned back to look at Conk. Conk was looking at the destruction on land with a complex expression. It was only natural that Liang Province City would bear scars from the war. This was especially obvious in places where the 7 flying chariots had swept past. "Do you know him?" Lu Zhou asked probingly. Conk shook her head and said, "I don't." Lu Zhou did not mention the Red Lotus. This was because most great yen cultivators did not know about the difference between red and golden lotuses. "Do you remember where your hometown is?" Lu Zhou asked. "Far. Far away. We'd need to sail on a boat for a long time," Conk replied. Lu Zhou turned around and faced Conk. He asked seriously, "What kind of boat?" "A red coffin. You've seen it before, master," Conk replied. It was just as Lu Zhou had guessed. Upon hearing this, Wuxia, who was standing nearby, was shocked. He did not expect the red coffin to be a means of transportation. The red runes on the red coffin possessed shocking defenses. Indeed, it was a wonderful idea to ferry cultivators across the black water of the abyss on it. "Do you remember the black water?" Lu Zhou asked. Conk shook her head, confused. "Clear seawater. There's no black water." "You didn't sail on black water?" Lu Zhou asked. Conk shook her head again. This answer exceeded Lu Zhou's expectations. This meant there was more than one route to enter the Red Lotus domain from this world. "Do you know Luo Shirin?" Lu Zhou asked. Luo. I know." Conk beamed as though she had heard a familiar name. "Where is she?" "I don't remember." "What about the others?" "I don't remember." Conk shook her head dejectedly. Lu Zhou seemed slightly disheartened. With Conk's current awakening state, it was already commendable for her to remember this much. "Give me your hand," Lu Zhou said. "Oh." Conk obediently extended her arm toward her master. Aside from Wuxia, who was watching this scene with a thoughtful expression, the others did not know what Lu Zhou was doing. Lu Zhou examined Conk's pulse. After the examination, he fell deep into his thoughts. From the examination, Conk's vitality seemed strong. She seemed to have 1,000 years of life left in her. She had a long way to go before reaching her great limit. She was a stark contrast to Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai had died thrice. His 1,000 years of life were completely spent. The red fish heart, which restored some of his life, was the only reason he was still alive. His life aura was weak. Clearly, Conk was not of a tribe like the Wuxia. Hence, it was almost impossible for Luo Shirin to be Conk. Naturally, it was too early to be sure about that. Who knew if the Red Lotus domain had more shocking resurrection techniques? When Lu Zhou saw the troubled expression on Conk's face, he said, "There's no need to force yourself to remember it." "I'm sorry, master. I didn't forget it on purpose," Conk said remorsefully. Little Yuaner tugged Conk's hand and said, "It's all right. Master won't blame you." The great yen cultivators took flight and hovered above Liang Province as they looked at the devastated city. They sighed in unison. Although the price was heavy, it brought them peace. It was worth it. After this war, the 12 allied nations would disband. There would not be any huge disturbances for the time being. Hundreds of cultivators rose into the air and faced Lu Zhou before they bowed at him sincerely. All their unsaid words of gratitude were contained in this gesture. At this moment, avatars came flying toward them from the east. The one in the lead was Yi Tianxin, who dressed in all white. She activated her 8-leaf avatar from time to time as she sped through the air. Behind her, Hua Wudao, Hua Yuexing, Zui Yushu, and the others rushed forth as well. Little Yuaner went up to meet them. She said, "Senior sister, you're late." Yi Tianxin stopped and looked around. She wondered, "We're late." Sixth senior sister. Master came all the way with his 9-leaf avatar and his grand technique. Just like. Little Yuaner was at a loss for words. She could not find the proper words to articulate her thoughts. Enough. Lu Zhou knew that he would most probably be showered with flattery after this. However, this was not the time for it. Yi Tianxin led the others and bowed. "Master. Pavilion Master." When Zui Yushu, Hua Wudao, and Hua Yuexing saw the carnage, it took some time for them to calm down. They could hardly imagine what had happened here. The extent of the destruction in the city had exceeded their expectations. The curtain-like barrier in the sky was completely shattered. In the midst of the destruction, corpses were strewn everywhere. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Clean this up." Understood. The great Yen cultivators went to work immediately. Si Wuya said, "Master, the eastern part of the city is undamaged. You've fought for a long time. Why don't you rest there?" All right. Although Lu Zhou's extraordinary power had been restored by Wizard's power, how could he remain unaffected from such a long battle? He needed some time to be alone with his thoughts. Meanwhile, in a towering palace in the Red Lotus domain, an old man with a red crown rested with his eyes closed while he stayed seated. A subordinate walked in. He bowed and said, "Elder Qiu, Elder Jiang Wenshu's life stone has shattered." The old man wearing a red crown opened his eyes and said, "He hasn't been heard from since many years ago. He has many methods to protect himself. Only a 10-leaf cultivator could kill him. A 10-leaf cultivator would be 1,000 realms whirling. Should we seek to avenge Elder Jiang's death from such a powerful being? There's an order for everything. Study the crystal he sent back for now. Also, tell them to determine the route of the Red Coffin's path as soon as possible. We must find out where he was," Elder Qiu said. "Understood. Also, what's the situation with the Flying Star House?" Elder Qiu asked. "The Flying Star House has taken down the Luan and is in high spirits. However, they've suffered a huge loss as well. I heard they're trying to investigate a mysterious murderer, but they haven't found anything yet," the subordinate replied. "Murderer." When Flying Star House was carrying out their mission, they lost a 5-leaf cultivator. They're sure it's not the doing of a beast. They've been asking around in the city, but they didn't expect the mysterious elite to be so skilled with the sword. He has killed 3 of them so far. Elder Qiu nodded and said, "An elite swordsman such as that surely won't be a nobody. Have our men investigate him. The enemy of our enemy is a friend. Try to get him on our side." Understood. At this moment, the individual who was the topic of many conversations, Yu Shangrong, was sitting in a tavern, taking occasional sips from his wine cup. He looked at the little girl with the big blinking eyes seated opposite him. He wondered if he had been conducting himself too gently that this little girl was bold enough to follow him around. Hence, he did his best to appear cold and said, "If you follow me again, I'll kill you." Wu blinked. Not only did she not find him scary, but she found his contradictory behavior rather cute. She stifled a laugh. Then, she raised her palm that was glowing with a faint red energy that seemed forceful but gentle at the same time. "Senior brother, where did you spend the last few nights? Did any bird catch you? Are you hurt? Let me heal you. My healing technique is amazing." Yu Shangrong was speechless. When Wu saw she was being ignored again, she said dejectedly, "How can you not be hurt?" Yu Shangrong said, "The beasts are terrifying, but it's not difficult to avoid them. When he was young, he had made it all the way through various forests and vast lands from the northernmost parts of Great Yen with his limbs intact. Having spent most of his time living in forests and frozen wastelands, his sense of danger was greater than most. On top of that, he was an 8-leaf cultivator. "You're amazing." Wu leaned back on her seat and rested her chin on her hands. Yu Shangrong stood up. He picked up his longevity sword before he said, "Goodbye. I'm not deliberately following you. To quote your words, senior brother, this must be fate. Brother, your life aura isn't compatible with your cultivation base." Wu leaped off her chair and followed him out of the tavern. Yu Shangrong stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. "You can tell?" The people from the Melilot nation had short lives. Being alive was a luxury. If they died, they would not feel resentful, nor would they blame the heavens or the others. At this moment, a figure appeared behind a Wu. "Junior sister, it's time to return." "Senior brother, you came just in time. This is the man I told you about. He's an elite swordsman. He's amazing," Wu said. The person who appeared behind Wu was a middle-aged man. He had thick brows and big eyes. He carried a broadsword. He looked at Yu Shangrong warily as he said, "I'm Ji Fengxing from the Thousand Willow Monastery. How should I address you, sir?" Yu Shangrong said calmly, "We're merely strangers who met by chance. There's no need for us to get familiar. Farewell." "Wait." Ji Fengxing circulated his primal qi. His sword thrummed in his hand. "I've always liked to make friends through the sword. If Wu thinks you're skilled, then there's no doubt you're skilled with the sword. What do you say to a brief sparring session?" If Ji Fengxing had said anything else, Yu Shangrong would have ignored him and left. However, swords and everything that had to do with them had always piqued his interest. It was rare for a person to be devoted to a single interest in their entire life. For example, his eldest senior brother loved booze. With wine on the table, his eldest senior brother's worries seemed to lessen. For him, as long as he had his sword with him, he would be happy even if was just traveling the pugilistic world. A contest of sword techniques? Yu Shangrong turned around and regarded the middle-aged man with interest. "I'm not good, but I was given the title Sword Devil of Thousand Willow Monastery." Sword Devil. Due to Yu Shangrong's skills, he had borne this title for a long time. No one in Great Yen dared to use this title due to their fear of him. He felt strange listening to someone addressing themselves as the Sword Devil. "That's right," Ji Fengxing said. Yu Shangrong asked indifferently, "How do you want to compete?" "We'll control our swords with qi below the Brahmin Sea realm," Ji Fengxing replied. "If they used the power at the Divine Court realm or higher, it would be difficult to control the damage from their sparring session. Therefore, most people in the Red Lotus realm preferred to spar using strength in or below the Brahmin Sea realm." Yu Shangrong found the suggestion agreeable. He nodded and smiled. "All right." Ji Fengxing drew his sword. His primal qi flowed along his extraordinary 8 meridians, through his palm, and into his sword. The sword technique from the Thousand Willow Monastery focuses on brute strength. We're known for our speed in condensing qi into energy. The lengths of our energy swords may vary, and we prefer the ways of nature. Once Ji Fengxing drew his sword, he seemed to have changed into another different person. "Sir, anyone who's capable of forcing me to make 3 strikes can be considered as an elite swordsman." "I." Swash. A flash of red light shone. Bam! Before Ji Fengxing finished speaking, Yu Shangrong was already returning his sword to its scabbard. His expression was as indifferent as usual. Ji Fengxing's sword was still raised. The word, "I" seemed to be caught in his throat. Crack! Ji Fengxing's sword cleanly snapped into 2 in his hand and dropped to the ground. While he was speaking, his weapon was broken by his opponent before he could even make a move. He was like a stunned wooden chicken at this moment. There were no changes in Yu Shangrong's expression. This was nothing to feel proud about, after all. Although he was new to the Red Lotus domain, elites were his targets. Yu Shangrong felt a pang of disappointment and loneliness at this moment. Perhaps it would be very difficult for him to find a peer who could walk alongside him on the path of the sword. The sword devil from the Red Lotus domain was incredibly boring. "Thank you for going easy on me," Yu Shangrong said perfunctorily before he turned around and walked toward the setting sun. The sunlight made his shadow appear long and straight. When Ji Fengxing regained his senses, he hurriedly chased after Yu Shangrong. "Hey, hey, hey, I wasn't prepared when you struck. How could you do that?" Yu Shangrong remained silent. Ji Fengxing continued to say, "Although you've won, I'm not satisfied with this result. Do you hear me?" Wu followed Ji Fengxing and said, "Senior brother, there you go again. Little kids should stay out of a conversation between adults." "What do you mean again?" Then, he turned to Yu Shangrong and said, "Hey, I'm talking to you. We're kindred spirits, aren't we?" Swoosh! Yu Shangrong drew his sword again. Ji Fengxing sped backward. Yu Shangrong moved closer. It was a dazzling sight when his sword shadows overlapped. Whoosh! 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 Yu Shangrong split into 3 blurry figures. Return and enter 3 souls. In the next second, the longevity sword was already close to Ji Fengxing's neck. If it moved another inch closer, blood would be drawn. It was silent and still at this moment. Ji Fengxing gulped as he looked at the person in front of him incredulously. The two of them maintained this posture for a brief moment. After a while, Yu Shangrong retracted his longevity sword and said tonelessly, "If this were a fight to the death, you'd have died 10 times over." Ji Fengxing could not refute Yu Shangrong's words. After a brief moment of silence, he asked, "What sword technique is this?" Yu Shangrong crossed his arms and said slowly, "There are 4 levels of swords. The first is the commoner's sword, the second is the feudal vassal's sword, the third is the king's sword, and the highest level of sword is using creation as a sword. Being without a sword is better than wielding a sword." Ji Fengxing was puzzled by this statement. Yu Shangrong said, "Your sword technique is weak. I advise you to not use the title Sword Devil after this. If that hurts your ego, I can only apologize. Farewell." He turned around and left after he finished speaking. "Senior." Ji Fengxing's form of address changed immediately. "Anything else? What level are you?" Ji Fengxing asked. "Me?" Yu Shangrong shook his head and said remorsefully, "I'm only at the 2nd level." Ji Fengxing appeared incredulous. He said, "If you're at the 2nd level, who's at the highest level?" "Naturally, that'd be my master," Yu Shangrong replied. "Your master?" Ji Fengxing was shocked. "He must be the most powerful swordsman in the world." Yu Shangrong shook his head and said, "My master isn't known for his sword skills, but his palm seals." Ji Fengxing exclaimed emotionally, "The old mister is skilled in palm seals. That's great. I like palm seals." Yu Shangrong had a feeling that this person had a fleeting interest in everything. He immediately lost his intention to exchange thoughts about sword techniques with this person. It was difficult for him to get along with such a person. It would be akin to a rocket maker trying to have a conversation with a fireworks maker. They were not on the same frequency. In the end, he asked, "Your sword techniques aren't polished. How could you call yourself Sword Devil?" At this, Wu laughed and said, "Big brother. This is the title he uses to scare the others. He loves the sword, but he couldn't find a teacher. It'd be great if you're willing to teach him." "Big brother." Realization dawned on Yu Shangrong. He asked, "Aren't there any teachers in Thousand Willow Monastery who can teach you?" Upon hearing this, Ji Fengxing said with a sigh, "My talents are a far cry from Wu's. Wu is from the same village as I am. That's why she's trying to help me. This way of doing things is slightly risky." Ji Fengxing assumed Yu Shangrong was an elite who had concealed his strength. If that were the case, Yu Shangrong had thought too highly of him. As they conversed, the sun set. Yu Shangrong had an idea. He asked, "Where is the Thousand Willow Monastery?" "It's not far from here." Yu Shangrong smiled. "Are there any rooms there?" Ji Fengxing was stunned when he heard this. He said, "If it were anyone else, there's no way it'd be allowed. However, if it's you, senior, there'll always be room. Leave it to me." He had heard from Wu that this elite was homeless. If this elite stayed in Thousand Willow Monastery, he could ask the elite to teach him swordplay. As the saying went, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Thank you. Great Yen. 2 days later, in the eastern part of Liang Province City, inside a nether sect branch, Lu Zhou saw the system points on the dashboard and was filled with emotions. He decided that it was time to raise his cultivation base. Merit points, 74,603. Avatar 100 Tribulations Insight. Remaining life, 40,521 days. Item, Deadly Strike Card X1, Critical Block Card X62, Passive. Binding Cage Card X2, Wizard, Resting. Bian, Jiliang, Critical Heal Card X1, Thunderblast X1, Disguise Card X1, Golden Taishu Mirror, Appearance Alteration Card X3, Reversal Card X33, Shining Stone X1. Weapon, Unnamed, Life Cutter, Jade Horsetail Whisk, Spotless Dagger. High Void, Damaged. From Lulan to Liang Province, he had earned close to 70,000 merit points. The reason he did not reach 100,000 merit points was due to the lack of nascent Divinity Realm elites. The reward for killing Divine Court Realm cultivators was reduced to 10 points each. Cultivators below the Brahmin Sea Realm were not counted. For this reason, although he had slain many of his enemies, his merit points were relatively low. Just as well, I'll spend 50,000 merit points, and use the rest for lucky draws and purchasing the cards, Lu Zhou said. Lu Zhou called up the item card dashboard. Without hesitation, he purchased a golden lotus leaf. Before he raised his cultivation base, he decided to stockpile Deadly Strike cards in case its price rose in the future. Lu Zhou checked the price for the Deadly Strike card. It was 10,000 merit points each. Purchase. After purchasing a Deadly Strike card, Lu Zhou looked at the price and frowned despite having expected it. The price had risen to 12,000 merit points. The prices of the other item cards had risen as well. Lu Zhou was slightly speechless. The prices were increasing more and more frequently. The prices would go up every time he raised his cultivation base or purchased a card. Ding! Received genuine worship from 1,500 individuals. Reward, 15,000 merit points. Ding! Received genuine worship from 1,000 individuals. Reward, 10,000 merit points. Ding! Received genuine worship from 564 individuals. Reward, 5,640 merit points. Ding! Received genuine worship from 346 individuals. Reward, 3,460 merit points. When Lu Zhou heard this notification, he was slightly stunned. After a while, he thought it was only normal. After all, there were many citizens in Liang Province City. He wondered which disciple of his was being worshipped by the civilians. He could not help but feel the numbers were too low. Perhaps, the citizens were wary about returning to the city so soon after the war ended. Unfortunately, he could not force people to worship him. In any case, this was better than nothing. Merit points, 99,603. Lu Zhou was angry when he saw his current points. If he did not purchase a Deadly Strike card earlier, he could have purchased 2 golden lotus leaves and returned to the 8-leaf stage. Lu Zhou inhaled deeply to calm down. He really felt like cursing. Perhaps he was used to his new identity, his attitude had turned calmer. Forget it. Being short of 400 merit points isn't a big deal. Creak. At this moment, the door opened. Zhu Honggong walked in respectfully. He prostrated himself on the floor as he said, "Greetings, master." Lu Zhou collected his thoughts and observed Old Eighth for a while. The gears in his mind were whirring as an idea took form. For a time, the room was silent. Zhu Honggong found his master's silence strange and discomfiting, so he stole a glance at his master and tentatively called out, "Master?" Lu Zhou asked, "What's your cultivation base?" "I'm now at the 3-leaf stage after recultivating. Lately, with the help of my father, I've improved slightly." "Oh?" Lu Zhou asked expressionlessly. Among the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples, whose cultivation base is the lowest? Naturally, it's little junior sister Conk. Zhu Honggong smiled and said, little junior sister isn't at fault, since she had just recently joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. It hasn't even been a year since she began to cultivate. It would not take her long to enter the nascent divinity realm. Even ninth junior sister can't compare to her. Who's the second last then? Lu Zhou asked. Zhu Honggong began to guess the reason for his master's questions. Why did his master suddenly ask about his disciples' cultivation bases? There was no need to mention his second to seventh senior brothers. Their cultivation bases were much more profound than his. His ninth junior sister was a little ancestor, and he would not even compare himself to her. Since he had already mentioned Conk, his little junior sister, there was only one person left. When the name appeared in Zhu Honggong's mind, he cleared his throat before he solemnly replied. In reply to your question, Master, it's eldest senior brother. However, that's not his fault as well. After all, he hasn't even regained his memories, and his cultivation base is lying dormant. What about the third from the last? Lu Zhou asked again. Zhu Honggong was taken aback. He finally saw where his master's questions were leading to. He hastily said, I'm dumb, and I shouldn't be proud of myself. I've only improved by a single leaf, and I'm already bragging. I promise to cultivate harder after this. Ding! Disciplines Zhu Honggong. Reward, 200 merit points. Your eldest senior brother's cultivation base is much more profound than yours, Lu Zhou said. I know that I've made a mistake. I'm the second weakest. Zhu Honggong suddenly felt that the comparison was not strong enough. He slapped himself with smooth movements born from habit. I was wrong to talk about eldest senior brother behind his back. I deserve to be punished. Ding! Punished Zhu Honggong. Reward, 200 merit points. Lu Zhou felt much better after hearing the two notifications. Seems like I should speak with my disciples more often about their cultivation bases and their conducts. It was the duty of a teacher to resolve his students' confusions. There was no end to learning, and there would always be room for knowledge. It's good that you're aware. You may leave, Lu Zhou said as he waved his arm. I'll take my leave now, Master. Zhu Honggong exited the room respectfully. When he was outside the room, he scratched his head. What's with Master? Why did he suddenly ask these questions? Wait, why did I even come here in the first place? Did I come here to get scolded? After being scolded, he had forgotten the reason he had come looking for his master. Inside the room, Lu Zhou opened the item column. Without any hesitation, he purchased another golden lotus leaf. Ding! Spent 100,000 merit points. Obtained golden lotus leaf X2. Use. One of the golden lotus leaf swiftly dissolved into spots of starlight before entering Lu Zhou's Dantian Sea of Qi. He manifested his avatar and shrunk it until it hovered in his palm. As the primal Qi energy in his Dantian Sea of Qi increased, he could sense that he was about to sprout a new leaf. His eyes were focused on the rapidly spinning golden lotus under the shining golden avatar. The 6 leaves were spinning as well. Shortly after rings of light began to move down from the avatar. Lu Zhou's mind contained various techniques and experiences of sprouting leaves. However, he had no experience of using the golden lotus leaf. If he did not have the system, it would have been impossible for him to sprout leaves so rapidly. The radiant rings continued sliding down from the waist of the avatar to the feet. Whiz! A crisp sound rang in the air. Lu Zhou saw a leaf sprouting from a corner of the golden lotus. The leaf was golden and shining. Soon enough, it looked the same as the other leaves around it. His golden lotus was now a 7-leaf golden lotus. Meanwhile, the surge of primal qi outside Lu Zhou's room drew his disciples' attention. The Nether sect disciples guarded the entrance to the courtyard. They did not allow anyone without proper business to get close. The Patriarch is cultivating in seclusion. Guard the place well. I heard that the Patriarch loves to try eccentric things. No matter what happens, don't get close. Naturally, those who had no business to be there could not get close. The disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion and a few others were nearby. They looked at the courtyard where Lu Zhou was staying. Zhu Tianyuan said with a sigh, "Brother Ji is already at the 9-leaf stage. Why is he cultivating the method to sprout leaves? Maybe he's preparing for the 10-leaf stage?" Zhu Honggong speculated wildly. "You have a point." Zhu Honggong was speechless. "Old Eighth, you were in Master's room earlier. Did you notice anything different?" Duanmu Sheng asked. Not really. Everything seemed normal. Master gave me a round of compliments. That's all," Zhu Honggong said with a straight face. Zhu Tianyuan said, "My son, did you tell him what I told you to tell him?" "Father, would you believe me if I told you that I forgot about it?" Zhu Tianyuan rolled his eyes at him. He was about to lecture him when he launched into a coughing fit. The direct battle with the elites of the 7 allied nations had dealt him heavy damage. Let alone lecturing someone, it was impressive enough that he managed to emerge from the battle standing. Zhu Honggong was speechless. He said, "Master has just given me an earful and now you too?" Zhu Tianyun said sulkily, "Didn't he compliment you?" "He lectured me first before showering me with compliments. My son, you must bring this up to your master if you have the chance. I'm counting on you to take over the ancient saint cult," Zhu Tianyun said. I know, Zhu Honggong said absent-mindedly. The others looked at the sky above the courtyard where Lu Zhou was staying. The convergence of power made them click their tongues in wonder. Although they were used to seeing Lu Zhou gathering energy in this manner, they still stopped and watched. They wanted to gain some experience from his cultivation. This was especially true for the 4 elders who benefited from the time he gathered life energy. Apart from that, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng had attained 1-leaf cultivation bases previously as well. After a moment, the courtyard fell silent. Inside the room, Lu Zhou looked at the 7 leaves on his golden lotus, pleased. Naturally, this was not the end. For most cultivators in Great Yen, this was indeed a profound realm. It brought with it status, fame, wealth, and glory. The perks were unending. Regardless of the sect, anyone with that cultivation base would be accepted as an elder. Alas, it was not enough for him. After all, he was the Evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch who once stood at the peak of the 8-leaf stage. He was the greatest expert in the world. Lu Zhou did not stop improving his cultivation base. He recited in his mind, "Use." As the golden lotus leaf dissolved into spots of starlight and entered his Dantian sea of qi, the golden lotus leaf on the system dashboard gradually disappeared. Fine. The system was stingy. He would have to rely on himself. This was clearly a sign for him to rely on his own strength to reach the 9-leaf stage from the 8-leaf stage. What was the 9-leaf stage like? The 9-leaf stage that Lu Zhou experienced when he used the peak trial card could not be used as a reference. It seemed impossible to have a limitless store of power. Jiang Wenshu was flustered and lost the ability to make sound decisions. However, if Jiang Wenshu had thought about it carefully regardless of the realm, it was impossible to have a limitless supply of power. At this moment, power gathered above the courtyard again. It was much richer than before. Lu Zhou sensed that the primal qi in his Dantian Sea of Qi was denser than when he attained the 7-leaf stage moments ago. From the 5-leaf stage, the addition of a single leaf meant a substantial leap for cultivators. Naturally, the changes from the 7-leaf stage to the 8-leaf stage were huge as well. Lu Zhou summoned his avatar again. The miniature golden statue appeared above his palm. At the same time, golden energy rings kept sliding down from its waist. The golden lotus under its feet seemed to be spinning much more quickly than before. He could feel the golden lotus was being nourished, and it grew brighter due to the radiant energy rings. This was the sign of a breakthrough. The higher a cultivator's realm was, the more difficult it would be to improve. Who could sprout 2 leaves consecutively like what Lu Zhou was doing? However, it had to be said that he was not an ordinary cultivator. If he used Ji Tiandao's peak 8-leaf cultivation base as a reference point, the time he spent since his transmigration was nothing but the low point of his life. Even if he reached the 8-leaf stage, it would only amount to a restoration to his previous state. In the eyes of the others, he was already a 9-leaf cultivator. Therefore, the 8-leaf stage was not enough. The radiant rings descended and sank into the golden lotus under the avatar's feet. At this moment, the golden lotus began to buzz. Shortly after, his Dantian sea of qi became unbearably hot. His primal qi was being replenished as well. His 7-leaf state was already at the peak. Lu Zhou could clearly feel that whenever the radiant rings slid down, his own cultivation base would rise. Click! A crisp and pleasing noise rang in the air. Something stirred in Lu Zhou's heart, and he looked at the golden lotus. The golden lotus slowed its speed of spinning. It was now 1 size larger, and a new leaf had appeared at a previously vacant spot. This meant that Lu Zhou had returned to the 8-leaf nascent divinity realm, the peak of his cultivation base. At the same time, he could feel the walls of his Dantian sea of qi being broken through. It was now much larger than before. He could keenly feel he was far stronger than those at the 6 or 7-leaf stage. Lu Zhou clenched his fist, and the golden lotus avatar disappeared. He did not step outside immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and familiarized himself with the 8-leaf stage. Meanwhile, the Evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot was crossing Heaven's Moat toward Liang Province. Mingshi, who was manning the helm, looked ahead and said, "After Heaven's Moat, we'll reach Liang Province soon." Lung Luo, Pan Lydian, and Yu Zhenghai were staring at 2 of the paralyzed passengers on the deck, Ongui and Lan Hai. One of them was the king of Lulan, and the other was the head of the Bonner family. Ever since Lu Zhou destroyed the forces of the 4 allied nations, the remnants of the forces were not a match for the rest of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Even if they were, they would not easily make another move. To atone for his sins, Ongui brought Lan Hai and boarded the cloud-splitting chariot. They intended to apologize to Lu Zhou in person. "Dear elders, please put in some good words for us when we meet the old Mr. later," Ongui said in a flattering tone. Sure, Leng Luo replied. Upon hearing this, Pan Lydian asked, "Old Lung, you're not really thinking of pleading for him, are you? For someone as two-faced as him, we should just kill him with a single strike." Upon hearing this, Ongui's face paled immediately. Mingshi did not bother with Ongui. Instead, he pointed at the corpses in Heaven's Moat and said, "Look!" This drew Lung Luo, Pan Lydian, and Yu Zhenghai's attention. They looked in the direction Mingshi had pointed. Towering trees were fell, and corpses were strewn everywhere. From Heaven's Moat to Liang Province, it seemed as though something had crashed through the landscape. 5 straight pits trailed uninterrupted all the way to Liang Province. The cloud-splitting chariot followed the pits. Lung Luo said, "The 7 allied nations have already reached Liang Province. There might be trouble up ahead. We should be careful." 3 days had passed, so the 4 of them were worried about Liang Province. Therefore, as soon as they dealt with things in Lulan, they immediately flew to Liang Province without stopping to rest. Along the way, they would look at the marks of battles on the ground. The land was riddled with holes. Ongui and Lan Hai, who saw the scene on land, were greatly shaken. The flying chariot slowed down its speed. The aftermath of the battle left all of them stunned for a moment. Wars were cruel. The barbarians with the ambition of wolves would never understand this. They would always attempt to benefit from wars. In the end, what did they get? Bam! Ah! At this moment, a wail resounded in the air. Yu Zhenghai had fiercely stomped on Ongui. When Ongui recovered from the pain, a puzzled expression appeared on his face as he said, This has nothing to do with me." Yu Zhenghai said, "So what? Can't I stomp on you even if you have nothing to do with this?" Sure you can." Ongui pressed his chest. Lan Hai was already beside himself with fright. His back was drenched in sweat. "We're here." The others looked down at Liang Province. After the battle, many cultivators were bustling in the city, trying to rebuild it. On the city walls, cultivators were cleaning the bloodstains in shifts. Huge groups of Great Yen cultivators carried the bodies under the city walls away. Bam! Ah! Ongui wailed in pain and despair again. Yu Zhenghai did not even wait for Angui to speak as he said, I'm stomping on you because I feel uneasy. Sorry. Please, don't be. As the saying went, the loser would have to acquiesce to the winner. Although he was the king of a nation, he had no choice but to bear with this treatment. In Liang province, Lu Zhou opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. After stretching his limbs, he knew the next issue he had to tackle was about his longevity. Judging from Luo Shirin's notes, breaking through to the 9-leaf stage required 1,200 years. In other words, he needed at least 876 reversal cards to reach the 9-leaf stage while maintaining his current condition. Currently, he only had 33 reversal cards. Since his cultivation base had increased by 2 leaves, he wondered if the price of the reversal card rose as well. He was about to use his reversal card when a voice rang from outside. Master, eldest senior brother is back. He brought a memory crystal with him. Send them here. Understood. When Yu Zhenghai alighted from the flying chariot, the disciples of the Nether sect who welcomed them did not recognize him. Perhaps he looked too young. Similarly, he did not remember the Nether sect as well. He thought it was normal for them to welcome the Evil Sky Pavilion. The group of people from the Evil Sky Pavilion who had just arrived made their way to Lu Zhou's courtyard before meeting with the other disciples. Go in. Ming Shirin kicked the 2 captives into the hall. The 2 captives kneeled down in the center of the hall. When they looked up, they saw a stately Lu Zhou before them, causing them to tremble in fear. They had been on board the flying chariot for a long time before they reached Liang province from Lulan. However, the old Mr. flew back in such a short time. Based on what they had seen when they traveled here, the allied forces of the 7 other tribes had been utterly crushed. With a 9-leaf cultivator in Liang province, it was clearly very safe here. Old Mr. Angui came to atone for his sins. Lan Hai. Before Lan Hai could finish speaking, Lu Zhou waved his arm and said, Drag him out. Ha! Lan Hai's mind went blank. Ming Shirin was stunned. When he regained his senses, he hastily said, I understand, Master. This 2-faced fiend has no right to speak to you. I'll drag him out and behead him now. He did not forget to emphasize the word behead when he spoke. Thud. Lan Hai fainted. However, this did not stop Ming Shirin from dragging him outside. Angui was left kneeling in the hall. Leng Luo produced a brocade box from his sleeve and slowly walked toward Lu Zhou. He presented the box with both hands. This is the memory crystal we obtained from the Bonner family. According to them, Jiang Wenxiu has been studying it, but he did not obtain any substantial information from it. Lu Zhou received the brocade box and placed it on the table beside himself. His gaze fell on Angui before he said, How long has Jiang Wenxiu been staying in Lulan? Angui answered truthfully, Only for a few decades. The royal tutor, that despicable and cunning traitor, keeps moving around. I only recently found out that he's the royal tutors of the other nations as well. I didn't think he was such a petty man. Let's leave the matter of Jiang Wenxiu at that. If you're thinking about atoning for your sins, tell that to the Emperor of Great Yen. I want no part of it, Lu Zhou said. His words clearly indicated his lack of interest in becoming Great Yan's emperor. The conflicts between nations should be left to the experts to resolve. Whether they would pay by lands, tithe, or submission, it was up to Great Yan's emperor. Sweat dripped down Angui's face as he said, As you wish, old mister. However, the problem was, who was the emperor of Great Yen? At this moment, Yi Tianxin hurried into the hall. She bowed at her master and said, Master, nothing extraordinary happened in the divine capital lately. The officials are doing a great job as well. The Nether sect disciples have also been assigned tasks. However, as for the emperor, there's some difficulty in selecting the proper successor to the throne. If the court officials had their way, they would elect someone with the correct bloodline to ascend the throne. The individuals who fulfilled this criterion were the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th prince. Jiang Aijian had no interest in the throne, the 4th prince was missing, and the 5th prince was slightly meek. Even if they agreed to take the throne, They would still need approval from Yu Zhenghai, the sect master of the Nether sect master. After all, he had successfully conquered this land, Yu Zhenghai. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai before he said, "Let's leave it for now." "Understood. Lock him up for now." Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. Angue was sent away. Everyone understood Lu Zhou's intention. He was giving Yu Zhenghai the due respect since Yu Zhenghai still had not recovered his memories. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai, who seemed at a loss, before he waved his hand and said, "If there's nothing else, you can all take your leave." The others bowed and left the room. Yu Zhenghai's mind felt heavy when he walked. When he exited the room, his footsteps seemed laborious. When Mingshi saw this, he supported Yu Zhenghai. "Eldest senior brother, are you okay?" I'm all right. Help me back. You shouldn't strain yourself too much. Let's return and get some rest." Mingshi helped Yu Zhenghai toward the other courtyard. At this moment, Zhu Honggong walked toward them. Mingshi beckoned Zhu Honggong over and said, "Old Eighth, help eldest senior brother return to his room. I have something else to attend to." An aggrieved expression appeared on Zhu Honggong's face as he said, "I have something to attend to as well." "No, you don't. Hurry up." "Oh." Zhu Honggong had no choice but to support Yu Zhenghai. Mingshi turned around and left. Yu Zhenghai felt embarrassed from being supported, so he hastily said, "I'll manage." "Eldest senior brother, don't you remember anything?" Zhu Honggong asked tentatively. Yu Zhenghai nodded honestly. "MHM." Zhu Honggong's eyes darted around his surroundings before he said, "Eldest senior brother, among all the other disciples, we have the closest relationship." During his time Lulan, Yu Zhenghai confirmed he was the eldest senior brother. He wanted to regain his memories as soon as he could as well. He asked, "Was I fierce in the past?" "No. You've always been polite and gentle, especially toward me. You took great care of me," Zhu Honggong said. "When I was the leader of a gang on Tiger Ridge Mountain, you frequently sent treasures my way. You're closer to me than a biological brother." Yu Zhenghai nodded as he listened. He said, "Did I treat the others the same way?" Zhu Honggong said, "Of course not. You were especially nice to me." Yu Zhenghai nodded again. He patted Zhu Honggong's shoulder. "Looks like we're the closest among the disciples. Please care of me, eldest senior brother." "All right." When Yu Zhenghai finally lay on the bed, he was extremely drowsy. It did not take long before he fell asleep. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou opened the brocaded box, revealing a shining crystal that glowed dazzlingly with a bluish light in the box. It was the size of an egg. "Is this the memory crystal?" Lu Zhou picked the crystal up. He noticed the lower half had been cut off. The function of a memory crystal was to store memories. With Jiang Wenshu's powers, why was he not able to decipher the memories in the crystal? Yun Tianluo sealed the recording of his own breakthrough in the chessboard. The method to unlock it was to offer it 20 years of one's life. In the end, Lu Zhou decided not to make wild guesses. He would know the truth if he personally gave it a try. He placed the half crystal on his pal before he circulated his primal qi. When his primal qi entered the crystal, he felt a refreshing and palpable sensation. He felt as though he had been transported into a completely white world at this moment. "Is this the stored memories?" Lu Zhou was perplexed as he continued to push the crystal. After a while, he was still alone in the white and vast world. He could neither see nor touch anything. Lu Zhou continued walking forward. The coolness of the crystal was growing stronger as well. He hastened his footsteps in the white world. A wall. Lu Zhou saw a wall blocking his path at this moment. There were many boxes along the wall, and there was an assortment of unintelligible runes inside the boxes. "What a way to seal your memories," Lu Zhou said with praise. The wall that was lined with boxes barred his way. Nobody else could have understood the runes on the walls. However, as a transmigrator and a person from the modern world, Lu Zhou understood the meaning of these runes. Even if the runes were only half visible, he could still recognize them as the 26 alphabets. Could this be fate? Even if Jiang Wenshu was a peerless genius, He still could not have understood these runes. What was the password? He walked up to the wall and touched the remaining halves of the runes. Although he could tell they were alphabets, he needed some time to understand them. Ji Tiandao? A while later, Lu Zhou touched the alphabets that formed the pinyin of Ji Tiandao's name. Yet the wall did not move. Was I mistaken? Lu Zhou tried again, switching between similar runes. He attempted it several times but to no avail. It's not Ji Tiandao? All of a sudden Lu Zhou remembered the poem. The bright moon shines over the sea. From far away, we share this moment together. He tried again. He touched the alphabets related to the poem. On his third attempt, the wall finally shook. It worked. Lu Zhou was delighted. After a short moment, the wall dissolved in the air like a cloud of smoke. Frames after frames of images flooded his mind, and they seemed ethereal. The first segment of the fragments of Ji Tiandao's memories spanned different lengths of time. Ji Tiandao had successfully attained the 8-leaf golden lotus stage. Emperor Yongshou came to congratulate him with gifts. Before leaving, Lu Go said, "The improvement in your cultivation base is truly shocking, Brother Ji." Ji Tiandao answered, "I'm merely lucky." Lu Gu asked, "Do you believe in the existence of the 9-leaf stage, Brother Ji?" "Of course I do. What about you?" "I don't." Lu Ji's smile was meaningful. "What do you intend to do after this, Brother Ji?" "I'll establish a sect and recruit disciples." The second segment of the fragments of Ji Tiandao's memories spanned different lengths of time as well. When Great Void was on its way back, they lost a few tomes of cultivation methods and a pill. The memories related to Great Void were distorted and blurry. Ji Tiandao suspected it might not be a medicinal pill. "I've mastered the secret and method to reach the 9-leaf stage. I need to teach 9 disciples and use their longevity or lives to attempt the 9-leaf stage. I've recruited 3 disciples. I need 6 more. Most of the candidates aren't talented enough or suitable. They can't endure the process of being modified by the pills. Alas, I've lost one." Parts of the memory were exceptionally blurry and distorted. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's cultivation bases are improving quickly. Is this really the effect of the pill? Duan Mushang has just joined. The effects of the pill aren't too clear on him. The third segment of Ji Tiandao's fragmented memories. I must make them hate themselves. That way, they won't have any qualms when I kill them in the future. The people outside say that I have a short fuse. I'll kill them when I have the time. The thing that annoys me most is when someone bad-mouths me behind my back. The Wuxians and the noblemen are in conflict. Their cultivation bases are improving at roughly the same pace, and their tempers are at odds. The cultivation world is starting to pay attention to the evil sky pavilion. I must set an iron rule that fellow disciples aren't to fight each other. I've gravely injured Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong for the 10th time. They're stubborn. They must hate me by now. The evil sky pavilion has lost some items, but they're not important. I don't need the sky fragments and the blank pages. However, the cultivation world has its eyes on Golden Court Mountain. It's eyeing us like a predator eyeing its prey. I must intimidate them. I'll have Old First and Old Second spend some time outside. The fourth segment of Ji Tiandao's fragmented memories spanned different lengths of time as well. The Evil Sky Pavilion's name shocks the world. I'm pleased. I've recruited the 4th disciple. He has talents, but I don't quite like him. A part of the memory was distorted and blurry. I've recruited my 5th disciple. An orphan of Princess Yunzhao? She's struck by the dark Yin Palm seal as well? Lu Gu is a useless ruler. I'll take the royal token from him. I've recruited my 6th disciple. This little girl had it rough. Should I tell her the secret about the royal family massacring the fish dragon village? A memory about the truth and knowledge about the fish dragon village appeared. I've recruited my 7th disciple. He's witty. I like him. A part of the memory was distorted and blurry. He confirmed that he had given Old 6th and Old 7th their weapons and cultivation methods. The 5th segment. I'll try killing Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. I wonder if I can obtain their lifespan. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong left the Evil Sky Pavilion. A recollection about the fight between Ji Tiandao, Yu Zhenghai, and Yu Shangrong appeared. I've misjudged the cultivation bases of the two traitors. I managed to defeat them, but I couldn't kill them. Change of plans. I'll teach them incomplete cultivation methods. Also, I won't give away weapons for free. I must think of some way to retake Yi Tianxin and see Wuya's weapons. I must limit the progress of the other disciples. My great limit is nearing. I must recruit the 8th and 9th disciple soon. A memory related to Yi Tianxin and Si Wuya leaving the Evil Sky Pavilion appeared. The 6th segment of Ji Tiandao's fragmented memories spanned different lengths of time as well. Old 8th's cultivation method is greatly flawed. Cultivating it will decrease his lifespan. Old 9th is the latest addition. The pill has worked wonders for her. I can't make the same mistakes. I shouldn't give her the Jade Horsetail Whisk or teach her the complete cultivation method. That traitor Old 7th has tricked Old 8th into leaving. A memory about Old 8th leaving the Evil Sky Pavilion appeared. Yu Zhenghai's nether sect is now the greatest fiend sect. I'll try and see if I can kill him. Alas, I can't find him. He runs too quickly. When he returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, he was attacked by the 10 elites. The 7th segment. Someone called Jiang Wenshu told me about the dangers of the 9-leaf stage. Jiang Wenshu's second appearance. He displayed his strength as a 9-leaf red lotus cultivator. I think he's trying to threaten me. I convinced him that I'll seal my knowledge about the secrets and methods to reach the 9-leaf stage. My great limit is drawing closer. The cultivation world is keeping a close eye on me, and Jiang Wenshu is coveting my pills. A fragment about Jiang Wenshu questioning the origins of the pills, weapons, and cultivation methods appeared. Pills? Perhaps these aren't medicinal pills. They're more like seeds, the seeds of great void. A fragment of the memory was distorted and blurry. I'm afraid that the plan of using my disciples to reach the 9-leaf stage won't work. Perhaps Jiang Wenshu was right. The 9-leaf stage will bring forth a great disaster. However, how's he a 9-leaf cultivator, then? Won't the red lotus absorb his life? How many years of a person's life will the golden lotus take? Maybe it's not the golden lotus alone. The heaven and earth shackle might actually exist. I've made my final attempt at the 9-leaf stage. My time is up, and I somehow managed to reach the 8-leaf-a-half stage. That old fox Jiang Wenshu snuck up on me. Jiang Wenshu wants me to give him all my memories about the 9-leaf stage's secret, the great void seeds, and the origins of the weapons and cultivation methods. I've sealed all this inside the crystal. However, he can't possibly know about my origin. I'll set an obstacle that he can never overcome. A fragment of the memory was distorted and blurry. Swoosh! The images around Lu Zhou disappeared, and he returned to reality. Although much of the information was just as he had guessed, having it confirmed made everything clear now. He regained most of his memories from what his disciples told him. However, some mysteries remain unsolved even with the crystal. Great void seeds? What's great void? Where's great void? Lu Zhou noticed something too strange to be a coincidence as well. Every time there was mention of Duanmushang, Mingshiryin, and Si Wuya, the memories would be blurry. The origins of the weapons and cultivation methods? An evil system? Although these were only his guesses, he could infer them from his available memories. The only thing that intrigued him was the origins of the great void seeds. Lu Zhou looked at the memory crystal in his hand. The energy contained within it had already faded. He moved his fingers. Crack! The memory crystal was reduced to fine powder that scattered as it fell in the air. He did not expect Ji Tiandao to have sealed this many core memories. Lu Zhou felt his head was heavy. Perhaps this was the side effect of regaining some of his memories. He returned to the room and lay down to rest. Ding! Found half of the memory crystal. Reward: 5,000 merit points. Meanwhile, inside Liang Province City, Si Wuya went through Luo Shirin's records again before placing them back. Then, he asked, How's eldest senior brother faring these couple of days? Eldest senior brother seems drowsy. He's worked up an appetite and spent most of his waking hours eating. He can eat more than I can. After he has his fill, he'll return to sleep. Zhu Honggong spread his hands open. Keep an eye on his changes, Wuxia said before asking, what about Master? Zhu Honggong said, Master has been sleeping over the past 2 days. I daren't disturb him. Wuxia nodded and said, Master must be tired from facing the 12 allied nations. He needs the rest. Men, Mr. 7th. 2 Nether sect disciples appeared. Tell the others that nobody is allowed near Master's courtyard. If there's anything strange, report to me immediately. Understood. Zhu Honggong said, 7th senior brother, if there's nothing else, I'll go and cultivate. Go on. Zhu Honggong turned around and left. Then, Zhou Jifeng hurried into the room. Mr. 7th, many strange birds have near Heaven's Moat recently. Strange birds. The birds are ferocious. Once cultivators get close, they'll attack. I've drawn them. Take a look. Zhou Jifeng unrolled the parchment and placed it on the table. Wuxia looked at the sketch. The birds resembled a mallard with a wing and an eye. A bai bird. Wuxia found it familiar. This is much larger than bai birds. Our men were attacked when they had barely gotten close. They nearly lost their lives, Zhou Jifeng said. I've studied books about strange beasts in the repository of Great Yan's imperial family. These beasts should only be found deep within the Blackwood Forest. Why are they near Heaven's Moat? Wuxia found this strange. I think you should go take a look. All right. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of Liang Province, near the eastern side of Heaven's Moat, winged beasts flew in the skies. Huang Shiji and Zhu Tianyuan, 2 8-leaf elites, were looking at the birds in the sky as they hovered in the air. I don't think that they have any intention of attacking. They're staying within range of that spot. If that's the case, we can rest assured. I hope they're not hostile toward humans. At this moment, Wuxia and the others arrived. The others saluted him. Wuxia looked at the bai birds in the sky, slightly shocked. Then he said, there are birds on Chongwu Mountain that resemble mallards with 1 wing and 1 eye. They fly in pairs and are known as man-mans. Man-man? That's right. This beast is called man-man or the bai bird. It comes from the boundary of the Blackwood and Misty Forests, north of Chongwu Mountain, Wuxia said. Huang Shiji said, everyone says that the Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. 7th has read many books and is more intelligent than most. I'm impressed. You flatter me. Wuxia said, these beasts have limited attacking power. Usually, Brahman Sea realm cultivators can defeat them. However, their numbers are slightly high. They might be a hindrance to the movement of the people once they become too much of an annoyance. Mr. 7th, how do you think we should solve this problem? All we have to do is find out why they're here, Wuxia replied. The others nodded. Indeed, prescribing the right medicine for the right illness was a good measure. Wuxia flew out toward the man-mans. When the man-mans noticed the incoming human, they immediately gathered and attacked. Wuxia calmly summoned his avatar. Whiz! His 7-leaf avatar kept the man-mans at bay. When he saw this, Huang Shiji said, I didn't know that Mr. 7th is already at the 7-leaf stage. Everyone knew very well how monstrously talented the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples were. Zhu Tianyuan asked, Mr. 7th, my dumb son isn't talented. I wonder how your master helped him reach the nascent divinity realm. Wuxia hovered in the air and said, perhaps it's because of his cultivation method. The Evil Sky Pavilion disciples have different cultivation methods. 8 junior brother cultivates the 9 tribulation thunderblast. He might not be suited to other cultivation methods. Makes sense. At this moment, the 3 of them were hovering among the man-mans. Bam! 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 The man-mans were struck out of the air by the avatar. Huang Shiji and Zhu Tianyuan summoned their avatars as well to dispatch the man-mans. With this, their visions grew clearer. Si Wuya was shocked when he saw the tree branch in front of him. Nest! There were nests in the forest before them. Most of them were completed. Interesting. These beasts are thinking of staying here, Huang Shiji exclaimed. This won't do. They're already disturbing the lives of humans, Zhu Tianyuan said. Don't do anything for now. Si Wuya observed their surroundings. He noticed the man-mans had selected the spot where the bodies were buried. The man-mans that dropped to the ground scratched at the ground and pecked at it like chickens. Look! Si Wuya pointed at the man-mans below. One of the man-mans dug up a limb and started pecking on it. Its claws were extremely sharp, and it tore the limb apart in no time and devoured it. Their hairs stood on end as they witnessed this. Si Wuya said, the Rollian's General Carol had fought against Great Yen in the west of Liang Province. However, no man-mans have appeared there. There's only one reason they're gathered here. What is it? The blood mist released when Jiang Wenshu died tainted these bodies. Perhaps, Jiang Wenshu was right about one thing. Si Wuya paused. The 9-leaf stage will bring forth disasters. 9-leaf cultivators are sumptuous meals in the eyes of these beasts. Huang Shiji smiled and said, Man-mans can't even defeat Brahmin Sea Realm cultivators, so how are they going to eat 9-leaf cultivators? Isn't that inference too unlikely? No, look. Si Wuya pointed at the huge nest in the center. Si Wuya's voice had barely faded when 2 extremely huge man-mans emerged from the center of the nest. Their heads were several meters long, and their eyes were as large as an adult's fist. The 2 man-mans had sensed human presence, so they slowly lifted their wings that spanned dozens of meters. Swoosh! Huang Shiji was rendered speechless by this sight. When humans explored the Blackwood Forest in the past to capture beasts and tame mounts, they had attracted some flying beasts. To stop the beasts from harming humans, I lit a fire when there was a gale and burned Blackwood Forest. What do we do now? Should we burn it? Zhu Tianyuan asked. Si Wuya said, let's retreat for now. Why should we retreat? Let's just kill them. Zhu Tianyuan protested. We'll only attract more man-mans if we kill the big ones. Their targets are the corpses tainted by Jiang Wenshu's blood, Si Wuya said. All right, let's retreat for now. The 3 of them reached a consensus and left the horde of man-mans to return to Liang Province City. With this, the huge man-mans flew back into the nest. However, the little man-mans gave chase after the trio. They pursued them all the way to the city walls. Miss Yueshing, take them down. Understood. On the city walls, Hua Yueshing pulled on the falling moon bow and fired energy arrows. Nobody was more suited to deal with such a situation than her. Bam! 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 The energy arrows landed true on their targets, and the man-mans rained down on the land. Hua Yueshing's hard work was witnessed by all. It was an impressive sight to see her firing so many energy arrows in such a short time. After she mastered the Evil Sky Pavilion's quick condensation, her mastery of the bow kept rising. It was only a matter of time before she became the greatest godly archer of Great Yen. Of the currently known godly archers, only the Luo Sec's Shan Yunjing's line was left. The rest were already in hell. Si Wuya, Huang Shiji, and Zhu Tianyuan returned to the city walls. The man-mans that chased after them were shot out of the skies by Hua Yueshing. These smaller man-mans were not even a match for Brahmin sea cultivators, so it was relatively easy to deal with them. The 2 large ones don't seem to be easy to deal with, Zhu Tianyuan said as he looked at the huge tree in the distance. Si Wuya nodded and said, let's wait for a few days. The targets of these birds are the corpses. If they don't leave after they're done with the corpses, we'll think of some way to drive them away. The others nodded before they left the city wall. Si Wuya, who was lost in his thoughts as he stared at the man-man's nest, did not leave the city wall. He could not help but wonder if this was the disaster brought about by the 9-leaf stage. After a moment, he looked at Hua Yueshing, who had landed on the city wall after she fired at the man-mans, and said, Miss Yueshing, I'll have to trouble you over the next few days. Hua Yueshing bowed stiffly. Rest assured, Mr. Seventh. So long as I'm here, the beasts won't be disturbing the people. Si Wuya nodded and left. Like the divine capital, Liang Province City was being rebuilt at an exceptional pace. Under the collective effort of great Yen cultivators, the decimated buildings were rebuilt where they once stood. When Si Wuya returned to the meeting hall, Zhou Jifeng hurried in. Mr. 7th, this is bad. Mr. 1st, I think he's going crazy. Crazy? Mr. 1st has recently worked up a huge appetite. He's eating, well, a lot would be an understatement. I'll take a look. Si Wuya found this puzzling. His understanding of the Wuxians far exceeded the others. During Yu Zhenghai's second resurrection, he had personally guarded Yu Zhenghai for 49 days and watered Yu Zhenghai. Back then, Yu Zhenghai did not develop a voracious appetite. Why did this suddenly happen now? He was lost in his thoughts as he walked. He speculated it might have something to do with Yu Zhenghai's needs as a growing man. Now that his eldest senior brother's trauma and obsession had been overcome, he should have returned to normal. Shortly after, Si Wuya and Zhou Jifeng arrived at the courtyard where Yu Zhenghai was staying. They discovered it was empty and hurried to Zhu Honggong's room. When they entered the room, they found Zhu Honggong and Mingshi Yin pacing inside. Si Wuya asked, "Fourth senior brother, what happened?" Mingshi Yin rolled his eyes at Zhu Honggong before he said, "This dimwit couldn't stop him. Eldest senior brother ate an entire red fish." Red fish? Si Wuya frowned slightly. Mingshi Yin spread his hands helplessly and said, "Master has given the red fish heart to eldest senior brother. I've been looking after the red fish and Qi Yao." Eldest senior brother's appetite suddenly increased, and he ate everything he could get his hands on. The food in the kitchen has been devoured by him. Not even my red fish was safe. I wonder when eldest senior brother developed such a keen sense of smell that he even found the red fist. Let me see. Si Wuya walked to the bed. He saw Yu Zhenghai lying on the bed with a distended belly, snoring. Then, he examined Yu Zhenghai carefully before he sighed in relief. He wondered out loud, there's no problem with his body. Why did he suddenly develop such a huge appetite? I'm not worried about anything else. But I don't know if the red fish is poisonous or not. Nobody knows for sure since it came from the abyss, Mingshi Yin said. Zhu Honggong mumbled, I can't be blamed for this. Who can stop eldest senior brother if he wants to eat something? Mingshi Yin stole a glance at the sleeping Yu Zhenghai and said in a hushed tone, What are you afraid of? Eldest senior brother hasn't regained his memories or cultivation base yet. You should follow second senior brother's example. At moments like this, you should treat him like a younger brother. Zhu Honggong. Let's be rational. This is for his good as well. Think about it. If eldest senior brother recovers one day, he won't remember anything that happened during his period of amnesia. If you don't help him now, eldest senior brother will blame you in the future if something happens, Mingshi Yin said. Zhu Honggong's eyes widened. He smacked his thigh and said, You're right, fourth senior brother. How silly of me. Look after eldest senior brother. I'll take my leave. Si Wuya felt that Yu Zhenghai was not in great danger, so he left the room as well. In the end, only Zhu Honggong and Yu Zhenghai were left in the room. When dusk arrived, Zhu Honggong was still mulling over his fourth senior brother's words. The more he thought about it, the more sense they made to him. He would thump his chest from time to time and say, Fourth senior brother is right. If eldest senior brother recovers from this, won't he blame me for not stopping him? I should be stricter with him now. He turned around and looked at Yu Zhenghai, who was sound asleep. He bowed respectfully as he said, I'm sorry, eldest senior brother. Perhaps Zhu Honggong's movements were too great, or perhaps it was for some other reason, but Yu Zhenghai woke up at this moment. Eldest senior brother? Yu Zhenghai did not respond to Zhu Honggong. The first thing he said was, Bring me something to eat. Zhu Honggong cleared his throat before he rested his hands on his back and said with a cold expression on his face, Eat? Look at yourself. How can you still think about eating? Young Yu Zhenghai was slightly taken aback. The duo's relationship had gotten closer recently. He had been convinced by Old Eight that his relationship with Old Eight was the best among all the disciples. He had even gotten used to ordering old aid around. This sudden change in attitude truly took him by surprise. I'm hungry. This won't do. This is for your good. Do you know what you ate before this? You ate the red fish that Master brought back from the abyss. You should be grateful that nothing bad happened to you after eating it. If something were to happen, Zhu Honggong continued to say sternly in the manner of a senior speaking to his junior. Eighth junior brother, bring me something to eat. I promise this is the last time, Yu Zhenghai said in a slightly pleading tone. Zhu Honggong steeled his heart. No, I was lenient toward you before. Do you really think you're all that? He could see the complex expression on Yu Zhenghai's face. He sat down and said, Come here. Give me a massage. Oh. Yu Zhenghai massaged Zhu Honggong obediently. I'm doing this for your good. I'm reminding you of your place by having you give me a massage. You're the eldest senior brother, but the situation in Liang province isn't completely settled yet. You can't have everything you want. You must lead by example, understand? Yes. Zhu Honggong closed his eyes with an expression of enjoyment on his face. This is fucking comfortable. It's thrilling as well. He pointed at his legs and said, Now my legs. Comfortable. As he enjoyed the massage, Zhu Honggong nearly fell asleep. Yu Zhenghai could hardly stand it, so he climbed back onto the bed and fell asleep as well. When night fell, the sound of snoring could be heard from the room. Zhu Honggong was sleeping like a dead pig. However, Zhenghai was tossing and turning in his sleep. He felt like he was burning. He was dreaming. Scenes of the past played in his mind. His fights, how he was robbed before he was sold to Lulan, and how his heart was gouged out to when he died. Everything replayed in his mind. Scenes of him coming back to life, becoming a disciple in the Evil Sky Pavilion, obtaining the Jasper Saber, entering the Eight-Leaf Stage, founding the Nether Sect, and recruiting the 4 Great Protectors. These memories returned to him as well. The next morning, when the sunlight from the morning sun shone into the room through the window, Zhu Honggong slowly opened his eyes. He had a good night's rest. When he turned around and discovered Yu Zhenghai was still asleep, he said with a frown, Get up! Yu Zhenghai did not respond to Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong rose to his feet and stretched his limbs as he yawned. After that, when he saw Yu Zhenghai did not move, he called out, Yu Zhenghai. When Zhu Honggong recalled yesterday's event, he felt he had been too silly in the past. He could have let his eldest senior brother do all the manual labor. His second senior brother was smart enough to realize that. Zhu Honggong moved his limbs for a moment before he sat down. Then he said, Get up. Fetch me a basin of water so I can wash my face. Yu Zhenghai sat up stiffly with movements that resembled that of an animated corpse. Zhu Honggong glanced at Yu Zhenghai and urged him, Huh? Why are you still sitting? Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai turned to face Zhu Honggong. His voice was domineering as he said, What did you call me? Zhu Honggong yawned again. He did not even look at Yu Zhenghai as he said, What? Should I call you Little Yu? Zhu Honggong suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right. He turned to look at Yu Zhenghai, who was sitting in a stately manner at the edge of the bed. He was instantly stunned. Yu Zhenghai's expression was dark and extremely solemn. He was frowning slightly. Part of his clothes was torn as he had regained his original physique. His posture, expression, aura, and his gaze. Yu Zhenghai merely looked at Zhu Honggong coldly and silently. Then he flipped a palm, and the Jasper Saber on the nearby rack flew to him swiftly. An energy saber materialized for an instant around the blade. His control over primal chi and the materialization of the energy sabers were extremely masterful. Yu Zhenghai's gaze fell upon the Jasper Saber. He rolled up his sleeves and wiped it lightly as though he was wiping down an old friend. After waking up from his sleep, it was as though he had awakened as a different man. He had slept deeply and for a long time, as though he had been sleeping for centuries. He did not leap into a fit of rage, nor did he say anything to Zhu Honggong. He only continued to wipe his Jasper Saber. After a while, Yu Zhenghai raised the Jasper Saber toward the sunlight shining through the window. He circulated some primal chi. It buzzed before his energy saber materialized for an instant and disappeared again. The room was silent. After a long time, Yu Zhenghai heaved a long sigh. He was back. He had finally awoken from his dream. He rose to his feet with his hands on his back. Thud! Zhu Honggong fell to his knees as tears streamed down his face. The eldest senior brother, will you believe me if I told you that I was only joking with you earlier? When he saw the look in Yu Zhenghai's eyes earlier, he knew that the eldest senior brother he was familiar with had returned. Oh, fourth senior brother, you really got me good this time. What should I do now? Yu Zhenghai's expression was calm when he looked at Zhu Honggong. He did not seem angry. He only said, "Get me a set of clothes. I'll go at once. Prepare the water for my bath," Yu Zhenghai added. Right away. Zhu Honggong scampered away. He purchased a new set of clothes and personally carried buckets of water. Eldest senior brother, allow me to rub you down. Zhu Honggong was determined to stay. Yu Zhenghai said, "No need. I'll be waiting outside then. If there's anything you need, just call me." "I'll be here," Zhu Honggong said with a bow. Yu Zhenghai asked, "Where's your second senior brother?" When Zhu Honggong heard this, he said with a sigh, "Second senior brother fell into the 100,000-foot deep abyss to save you. His whereabouts are unknown." Yu Zhenghai said nothing else. Zhu Honggong sensed the change in the atmosphere, and he respectfully left the room. The sun was high in the sky. After changing into his new clothes, Yu Zhenghai emerged from the room. He stood with his back straight and his hands on his back as he looked at Zhu Honggong, who was leaning against the door frame and dozing off. Old eighth. Zhu Honggong jolted awake. He hurriedly bowed. Eldest senior brother. He was extremely nervous. Eldest senior brother, please don't hold a grudge against me. Bring me to master. All right. The two of them walked out of the courtyard. The instant the two Nether sect disciples who were guarding the entrance saw him, their eyes reddened as they fell on one knee. "Welcome back, sect master." Yu Zhenghai stopped and nodded. "You've done well." Despite his curt words, the two Nether sect disciples were touched. Along the way, the Nether sect disciples the duo encountered would fall to their knees when they saw Yu Zhenghai. "Welcome back, sect master." At the second intersection, Zhu Tianyuan walked up to the duo. He said jokingly, "Son, hurry up and look for your master. You've put this off for too long. Your eldest senior brother has grown taller again. This form is nice. Finally, he's starting to look the part of the eldest senior brother." Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong felt like crying. No, father is going to put his foot in his mouth again. However, contrary to Zhu Honggong's expectations, Yu Zhenghai did not seem to mind. His back was straight as he cupped his hands together and said, "Greetings, uncle. There's no need to be so courteous. Do you have time today? I'll teach you another saber skill. It's much better than your great dark heaven memorial." Young Yu Zhenghai had lost his memories after all. He had been asking advice from the people around him and asking them to spar with him. The eight-leaf Huang Shiji and Zhu Tianyuan became natural targets for him to seek guidance from. Zhu Tianyuan raised a palm, and an energy saber hovered above his palm. Yu Zhenghai smiled. He extended 2 fingers of his right hand, and a rapidly spinning energy saber immediately materialized before him. When he spread his hands, the energy saber suddenly enlarged. Then he pushed his palm up, and the energy saber shot into the heavens. It was dazzlingly brilliant. Whiz! The energy saber instantly split into thousands upon thousands of energy sabers. What a magnificent sight! Finally, Yu Zhenghai fisted his hand, and the energy sabers disappeared as though they were never there in the first place. Zhu Tianyuan was as stunned as a wooden chicken. Yu Zhenghai said calmly, "Indeed, the 10,000 blades is a great saber technique. However, it focuses too much on splitting one into 10,000. That splits the might of the energy saber. Hence, the energy sabers are in disarray. It's flashy but insubstantial. In fact, it's somewhat of a waste. If you arrange the energy sabers into a saber formation, it can work wonders. For example, he extended 2 fingers again. An energy saber burst forth. He spread his fingers. The energy saber enlarged, spun upward, and split into 10,000 blades. Unlike before, these 10,000 energy sabers formed the outline of the 8 gates formation. The energy sabers boosted each other, and their might was multiplied. Yu Zhenghai fisted his hand again, and the energy sabers disappeared. Then, he placed his hands on his back and asked, "What do you think, uncle?" Zhu Tianyuan. This saber technique, the level of primal chi application, the transformations of the energy sabers, and his entire aura. Was this the adult Yu Zhenghai? Yu Zhenghai did not wait for an answer. Instead, he walked away with his hands on his back toward his master's courtyard. Zhu Tianyuan was still stunned, speechless. "Son? You know. Get lost." Zhu Honggong hurried after Yu Zhenghai. Zhu Tianyun could hear words like, "Your amazing, eldest senior brother," and "The ancient Saint cult's saber techniques are rubbish." Was this his son? He could understand the compliments, but why must his son insult him as well? What an ingrate! Zhu Tianyuan stood in stunned silence as he watched Yu Zhenghai's retreating back. Yu Zhenghai and Zhu Honggong finally arrived at their master's courtyard. Yu Zhenghai walked to the door respectfully, knelt, and loudly said, "The rascal, Yu Zhenghai, is here to greet his master." He kowtowed before he said again, "I'm back." Inside the room, Lu Zhou opened his eyes slowly. He looked at the scenery outside the window. The sun was bright. He felt as though he had slept through a generation. He looked at the setting sun as though he was sitting under the pavilion halfway up Golden Court Mountain. It had only been a short while, but he felt as though it had been a long time. He opened his palms and looked at them. After reversing his life, his mind and spirits felt much better. Based on the voice and the words, Lu Zhou knew Yu Zhenghai was kneeling outside. Yu Zhenghai's voice, words, and his senses told him the adult Yu Zhenghai had returned. "Come in." When Yu Zhenghai heard his master's gruff voice, he was inwardly delighted. He rose to his feet immediately and entered the room. Zhu Honggong wanted to follow Yu Zhenghai into the room, but he never liked such situations in the first place. The atmosphere was usually heavy and stifling. He thought about gathering everyone here to make it a merrier occasion. That way, his eldest senior brother might even forget those unhappy incidents. With this thought in mind, he said, "Eldest senior brother, I'll notify the others." Yu Zhenghai entered the room. It was spacious and brightly lit. His master was sitting in a stately manner inside. He walked up to his master and kneeled again. "Greetings, master." Lu Zhou studied Yu Zhenghai. He was not in a hurry to speak. He was inwardly shocked when he saw Yu Zhenghai's appearance, physique, and build were restored to how they were before he came back to life. Although he expected this to happen sooner or later, he did not expect Yu Zhenghai would revert to his adult self overnight. In any case, it was a good thing. Apart from that, Lu Zhou also noticed Yu Zhenghai's loyalty had risen to 85%. He had expected as much. After a long silence, he said, "I'm glad that you're back." There were no words of admonishment, nor did he bring up past grudges. Even his tone was not as severe as Yu Zhenghai had expected. Yu Zhenghai had even prepared himself to be punished. Regardless of what punishment his master meted out, he would obediently accept it. "Master, stand up and talk." "Understood." Yu Zhenghai rose to his feet. Lu Zhou stood up as well. He said, "As you wished, the Nether sect has conquered the empire." Yu Zhenghai said sheepishly, "It's all thanks to you, master. I'm going to ask you something, and you're going to answer me truthfully." Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai. "Ask away, master. I'll tell you everything I know." Currently, the 9 provinces are under the Nether sect's control. I have gravely injured the 12 allied nations. The imperial tutor Jiang Wenshu is dead. The empire can't do without a ruler. Have you ever thought about becoming the emperor? Lu Zhou asked. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhenghai hastily fell to one knee and said, "I dare not. The entire Nether sect is willing to support you for the throne, master." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "Do you think that I want that?" Yu Zhenghai was taken aback. Then he thought it was obvious. If his master had truly wanted that position, was there a need for his master to wait until now? "Just tell me if you want to become the emperor or not? Under the heavens, who would dare say no?" Yu Zhenghai gave it some thought before shaking his head and said, "If this was before my resurrection, I might have said yes. However, now, Pingon is dead, and my wish has been fulfilled. Dying 3 times has taught me much." "It's good that you've thought things through," Lu Zhou said. At this moment, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion walked into the room. When they saw the adult Yu Zhenghai, they looked surprised. It was customary for the juniors to greet their seniors. Duamu Shang, Ming Shiyin, Zhao Yu, Yi Tianxin, Si Wuya, Zhu Honggong, Si Yuaner, and Conk greeted Yu Zhenghai in unison. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." If the throne had lost its allure to him before this, the current situation made him feel even more certain he did not want to become emperor. Life was a series of giving and taking. "Sect Master!" The 4 great protectors rushed over when they heard the news. When they saw the adult Yu Zhenghai, they kneeled with tears brimming in their eyes. These were Yu Zhenghai's comrades who went through thick and thin on the battlefield with him. He walked to them and helped them to their feet before patting their shoulders. The others greeted him as well. "Welcome back, Mr. First." Yu Zhenghai was not someone who loved to put on airs. He cupped his fists at the elders. Everyone who should be here was here. The only one missing was Yu Shangrong. Yu Zhenghai turned to face his master and said, "Second junior brother fell into the 100,000-foot deep abyss to save me. Master, I request for permission to enter the abyss and rescue second junior brother." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "It's extremely dangerous in the abyss. With your abilities, I'm afraid you won't make it back." Si Wuya chimed in. "The black water at the bottom of the abyss is home to high-rank beasts. From what Master described, these beasts aren't weaker than Cheng Huang. Even with senior sister Tianxin's 8-leaf cultivation base, she could do nothing about Cheng Huang. Going down the abyss without a proper plan is equivalent to rushing to your death." The others nodded. Humans had a natural tendency to fear and avoid darkness. Yu Zhenghai said, "What do you think we should do now?" Yu Shangrong was now in the Red Lotus domain. He could not sit back and do nothing. Si Wuya said, "There's no need to be anxious, eldest senior brother. The red coffin is a kind of transporter. Can enter the abyss. I've dispatched some men to retrieve the red runes scattered by Jiang Wenshu when he lost. I believe that we might be able to build the same red coffin." "That's good." Yu Zhenghai nodded. Zhao Yu stepped forward. She bowed and said, "Eldest senior brother, you should take control of the divine capital." Before she could finish, Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, "You do it, Zhao Yu." Jiang Aijian immediately chimed in, "I concur. Nobody said that women can't take the throne." Even the great third prince of Great Yen had given his support. The others would not have anything else to say about this. Besides, Zhao Yu was of the imperial family, and she had the favor of the Empress Dowager. In terms of acceptance, the officials would be more willing to accept her being on the throne. The others smiled. But Zhao Yu stammered, "No buts. Don't even think about declining." "I have only one request," Yu Zhenghai said. "What is it, eldest senior brother?" "Treat my comrades well," Yu Zhenghai said. "You don't have to worry about that, eldest senior brother. They're indispensable to Great Yen," Zhao Yu said with a smile. "I'm relieved to hear that." Perhaps they did not expect this simple conversation to result in the election of an empress. When Hua Chongyang and the others heard this, they wanted to speak up. However, Yu Zhenghai raised his hand to stop them. He said, "I know what you're going to say. I've made up my mind. There's no need to persuade me." The 4 great protectors bowed and said nothing. Lu Zhou nodded. He was pleased. He could see they had let go of their obsessions. This was not an easy thing to do. This would also be useful to their cultivation in the future as well. In the end, he said, "If there's nothing else, let's call it a day." The next stage of his cultivation was extremely important. The others bowed and left. The 9 provinces had settled down. They needed more time to build the red coffin. Yu Zhenghai suddenly felt bored. He had just stepped outside the room when he called out, "Fourth junior brother." "Yes." "Eldest senior brother?" Mingshi responded. "I heard your cultivation base has improved tremendously. I've just recovered. Train with me." Mingshi. "You don't look so good," Yu Zhenghai said, puzzled. "Eldest senior brother, I'm no match for you," Mingshi said in an aggrieved tone. Yu Zhenghai nodded before he shifted his gaze to Duanmu Shang and said, "Third senior brother. Let's do it." Duanmu Shang agreed without any hesitation. "Sure. You too, old eighth." Yu Zhenghai pointed at Zhu Honggong. "Ha!" Yu Zhenghai did not even wait for Zhu Honggong's answer. He placed his hands on his back and proceeded to the plaza. The 3 of them had no choice but to follow him. Soon after, there were cries from 3 opponents being beaten up by a single opponent rang in the air. The others could only sigh. Meanwhile, in the Thousand Willow Monastery in the Red Lotus domain, Yu Shangrong leaned on the rail and looked at the scenery. "Senior, I've gathered the information you wanted. The person who killed the Luan was Yijin. He's the elder with the highest status from the Flying Star House. After that feat, Yijin's fame skyrocketed. The Luan was guarding a place called the Blackwater Mystic Cave. That's not a place where cultivators dare get close to. Every year, the Sky Martial Court would send dozens of cultivators into the cave, and none of them ever came back," Ji Fengxing said. "Nobody survived?" Yu Shangrong was puzzled. "You might not know this, senior, but the Blackwater Mystic Cave is extremely vast. You can't see anything in there. It's also rumored that there are many high-rank beasts in the cave. It's too dark inside, and it's far too easy to lose your way. Even 9-leaf cultivators won't simply enter that place. Nobody knows where it leads to." Such was the workings of fate. Not even 9-leaf cultivators would underestimate the Blackwater Mystic Cave, and yet Yu Shangrong survived it. "Thank you," Yu Shangrong said. "In exchange for that, I'll teach you a basic sword technique." Ji Fengxing was overjoyed when he heard this. Yu Shangrong raised his hand. He dislodged a piece of rotten wood from the railing and placed it in his palm. He said, "Train with this piece of wood. Stab, hack, slash, tap, thrust, intercept, slice, and cut. Repeat these 8 basic moves 10,000 times. Use primal chi no greater than the mystic enlightening realm. If the rotten wood remains intact, you'll have passed." Ji Fengxing was taken aback. "You're not willing to learn this?" I am. However, I've never seen anyone else training with the sword like this. Is it reliable?" Ji Fengxing was skeptical. Yu Shangrong flashed a faint smile. "That's how my master taught me." When Ji Fengxing heard this, he said excitedly, "If I train in this manner, how long will it take for me to be as powerful as you, senior? With your talents, I'm afraid that it's difficult for you to reach my stage even if you work at it for your entire life," Yu Shangrong said bluntly. However, when he saw that Ji Fengxing seemed to be affected by his words, he added, "Although you won't be able to attain the highest levels of the sword path, you'd still be considered an elite." "An elite?" Ji Fengxing gulped. "Under the heavens, I'm afraid that nobody can ever reach my master's heights. Even I am still meditating on the king's sword, let alone the highest state of the sword path. Hence, there's no need to feel discouraged," Yu Shangrong said. "I understand. Thank you for enlightening me, senior," Ji Fengxing said before he left to train with the rotten wood. Yu Shangrong looked at Ji Fengxing for a few moments before he flew up to a tree branch. Although he had been here for some time now, this place still felt like a dreamland. He wondered how he was going to return to Great Yen. Time continued to pass. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. "Senior, you're really far-sighted. The people of the Sky Martial Court have gone to Blackwater Mystic Cave and sent 5 cultivators in there. I heard they're much more confident this trip around. I think they're guided by some lifestone," Ji Fengxing said. "The Sky Martial Court?" Yu Yu Shangrong was puzzled. It's one of the academies affiliated with the Great Tang Dynasty. Their research focuses on energy, Red Lotus, Heaven and Earth Shackle, and alternate worlds. Yu Shangrong frowned and said, Heaven and Earth Shackle? Alternate worlds. Senior, you must have heard of them before, right? Sky Martial Court has been studying the Heaven and Earth Shackle for a long time now. The Red Lotus limit is currently the 10-leaf stage. The people of Sky Martial Court think it's caused by the Heaven and Earth Shackle. Yu Shangrong did not know about the Red Lotus. When he remembered that he had severed his lotus, he said, Are there no restrictions on the Red Lotus? What kind of restrictions? The two of them were never on the same page to begin with. Yu Shangrong asked no further. He was almost certain the Red Lotus did not have the 1,000-year limit. So, the Great Limit is the 10-leaf stage? You can say that, 300 years ago, there was a lunatic called Luo Xian from the Sky Martial Court. That person told a great lie. She claimed that by building a transporter with runes, we can avoid the beasts and find alternate worlds. She successfully crossed the boundless ocean with her transporter and came back. However, that lie was too crude. The Sky Martial Court exposed her. The believers of the Supreme Red Lotus even wanted to burn her alive. Then, she went missing. Don't you think it's funny? The people of the Sky Martial Court are trying to enter Blackwater Mystic Cave with the red coffin now. On one hand, they called another person a nutjob for doing something they're doing now, Ji Fengxing said. Upon hearing this, Yu Shangrong frowned. From what he knew, there was no such person in Great Yin. 300 years ago, who was Luo Xian? Do you know what the cultivation bases of Sky Martial Court's explorers are? Yu Shangrong asked. I'm not sure. If what Luo Xian said was true, these people might actually enter the Golden Lotus domain. The Golden Lotus domain was guarded by a 9-leaf cultivator. There would not be much danger so long as the visitors were not 9 or 10-leaf cultivators. Yu Shangrong was deep in his thoughts when Ji Fengxing asked curiously, Senior, how many leaves do you have? Can you show me? Yu Shangrong turned and looked at him. He did not have the habit of showing his avatar to others. Moreover, his was a golden avatar. He asked a question in response. Aren't there any elites in Thousand Willow Monastery? I'm only an outer disciple. Those people are too proud. There's no way that I can see their avatar. For a person with Ji Fengxing's realm, it was only natural for him to want to see an 8 or 9-leaf avatar. To him, those were perfect works of art in the world. Yu Shangrong shook his head, rejecting Ji Fengxing's request. Ji Fengxing. At this moment, 3 cultivators appeared. Ji Fengxing, are you man enough to come out and fight? One of the newcomers said. Ji Fengxing hid behind Yu Shangrong and cowered in fear. Senior, help me. Yu Shangrong shook his head helplessly. Ji Fengxing's action made the trio laugh. So, this is the Sword Devil of Thousand Willow Monastery. I'll hit him every time I see him. Hey you! Get out of the way. Yu Shangrong looked at the person pointing at him and said with a faint smile, Ji Fengxing is only a Brahmin C8 Meridians cultivator. You are all of the Divine Court realm. You won't be considered as powerful cultivators by bullying the weak. Does it have anything to do with you? Naturally it does. You'd better stay out of the Flying Star House's matter. Flying Star House? Yu Shangrong remembered the 5-leaf elite he killed when he had just arrived in the Red Lotus domain. There was the 9-leaf elite Yizhen, who was the first person he met. At that time, Yizhen had led 1,000 Red Lotus cultivators to take down the Luan. Clearly, the Flying Star House was powerful. You're right to feel afraid. Ji Fengxing, if your little sister joins the Flying Star House, we'll call it even. One of the cultivators hovering in the air said. At this moment, Wu flew to Yu Shangrong's side. She pouted and said, It's you guys again? Miss Wu, you have outstanding talents. Why must you make yourself suffer in the Thousand Willow Monastery? In the Flying Star House, you can even order the 3 of us to kowtow to you. The Thousand Willow Monastery is on the decline. You're skilled in healing, but who can teach you there? The cultivator said. Wu shook her head and said, Never. I hate the Flying Star House. Yu Shangrong understood the situation now. The Flying Star House was doing this to recruit new blood. He pushed away from the ground lightly and hovered in the air. My apologies. The trio shifted their attention to Yu Shangrong. You'd better stay out of this, sir. I think Wu Wu and Ji Fengxing have made their intentions clear. Please leave, Yu Shangrong said indifferently. Since when did Thousand Willow Monastery gain another dumb disciple? The trio drew their swords. Alas, their swords barely saw the light of day. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly. The sword behind him flew out. Swash! Boom! 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 The three swords were broken. Yu Shangrong's longevity sword returned to its scabbard on his back. The three of them frowned. An elite! Ji Fengxing laughed. Are you afraid now? This is my master. My master is the true sword devil of the Thousand Willow Monastery. The trio behaved as if they were facing a great enemy. They did not underestimate Yu Shangrong anymore. At this moment, a person came flying toward them. With 3 swift bursts, the person appeared above the trio. The 3 of them were delighted by this person's arrival. They bowed and said, Elder Lu. Lu Song looked at Yu Shangrong, and Ji Fengxing and Wu Wu who were standing behind Yu Shangrong. I asked the 3 of you to meet the master of the Thousand Willow Monastery with the gifts. What are you dallying here for? Elder Lu, the monastery master, isn't in. We ran into Miss Wu Wu and made our intentions clear to her. However, this man wanted to hurt us. One of them pointed at Yu Shangrong. Lu Song looked at Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong remained calm and indifferent. Lu Song could not determine how powerful this person was after observing him for a moment. He said, You have a wonderful cultivation base, sir. It's nothing, Yu Shangrong said with a faint smile. The Flying Star House has always abided by the rules in whatever it does. It's unbecoming of you to bully the weak, sir. If you sincerely apologize to these disciples of mine, I'll let bygones be bygones. What do you say? The current situation was highly related to the continuous decline of the Thousand Willow Monastery. Over the years, the Thousand Willow Monastery had trouble recruiting members. They were facing a talent drain. The older elites were fading into the background, and its former days of glory seemed to be no more. On the other hand, the Flying Star House was the complete opposite. They had many talented members. With their numerous disciples, they were one of the rarer huge organizations. After the 9-leaf elite, Yizhen, led the members to kill the high-rank beast, the Luan, it boosted the Flying Star House's reputation even more. A few years ago, the Thousand Willow Monastery finally had a few presentable disciples. The Flying Star House's elder, Lu Song, frequently visited the Thousand Willow Monastery. On the surface, it seemed like he had come in good faith and spoke nothing but pleasant words. He appealed to both the logical side and the emotional side of things. In truth, this was an act of suppression and threat of a larger force over a smaller one. The Thousand Willow Monastery had no choice but to give their disciples away. The little girl, Wu Wu, was a special case. Initially, nobody noticed her talents. After all, in a world where it was the survival of the fittest, those with larger fists and higher talents were preferred. A cultivator with extremely weak offensive power like Wu Wu would not be favored by most sects. This was how things were before she displayed her amazing healing power. Hence, Lu Song used his tried-and-true strategy. He visited Thousand Willow Monastery again. Today was his second visit. Are you sure? Yu Shangrong smiled faintly. Of course. Lu Song sounded easygoing, but he was clearly determined. Yu Shangrong nodded as he looked at the trio and said, My apologies. Upon seeing this, the trio became even more arrogant. They raised their heads and thought it was not wrong for them to insult Yu Shangrong. At this moment, the sword on Yu Shangrong's back left its scabbard again. He faded out of focus before 3 figures appeared on the left, the center, and the right. Then a red flash shot past the trio. Yu Shangrong reappeared behind the trio. He hovered in the air with his arms crossed as the longevity sword returned to its scabbard. The trio's eyes were widened in fear. Lu Song hovered in the air with a frown on his face as he looked at his 3 disciples. Ji Fengxing and Wu Wu, who stood behind the railing, looked at Yu Shangrong in confusion. Did he just charge forward and return without doing anything? When a person moved at an incredibly high speed, he or she would be able to trick the eyes. At this moment, the trio felt a cold sensation on their necks. Scarlet lines appeared on their necks and widened until blood began to gush out. With this, they collapsed to the ground. Ding! Killed 3 targets. Reward: 30 merit points. Domain extra: 300 merit points. Xianxia's eyes widened, and he shuddered inwardly. He killed them without any warning? They're the members of the Flying Star House. This is bad. Even the courageous Wu did not expect Yu Xiangrong to kill the trio without any warning. Lu Song, who was shocked by this sudden turn of events, leaped into a fit of rage. How dare you! He raised his hand, and a red palm seal shot toward Yu Xiangrong. Yu Xiangrong easily sidestepped it. Lu Song dove as he cried out, I must kill you today. You'll accompany my 3 disciples in death. He kept shooting out spinning palm seals in rapid succession. Yu Xiangrong flashed in and out of sight as he dodged the palm seals. Bam! 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 Lu Song's attacks grew fiercer, but Yu Xiangrong did not condense his qi into energy. Upon seeing this, Wu could not help but say, Big brother, use your energy. Yu Xiangrong had kept his energy concealed all this time. This was because his energy and avatar were golden. If he used them, his identity as an outsider would be exposed. At that time, even the Thousand Willow Monastery might act against him. Yu Xiangrong smiled and said, He's not worth it. Lu Song was enraged by this statement. He summoned his avatar. Whiz! A 6-leaf red lotus avatar appeared in the air. With this, Lu Song was clearly much stronger than before. The red energy seals in the skies were dazzling that it was difficult to see anything else in the surroundings. Yu Xiangrong spun up in the air before his figure flashed out of sight again. Grand technique. You won't get away. Lu Song gave chase. In an instant, the 2 of them disappeared. Xianxia rubbed his eyes. He looked at the empty sky and the 3 corpses on the ground. He was at a loss. He paced up and down as he muttered, What are we supposed to do? This is bad. What should we do? What should we do? Wu looked at the 3 corpses and said, Big brother is fierce. Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Wu, wait here. I'll notify the elders of the Thousand Willow Monastery. Since members of the Flying Star House have died, they'll come reckoning sooner or later, Xianxia said with a sigh. If this matter escalated, there would be a feud between the sects. Wu suddenly said, Don't move. What? Let's wait for Big Brother to return. Don't tell the elders yet, Wu said. Xianxia thought about it for a moment. If he reported this matter, he would also be admitting he was the cause of the conflict. The elders of the Thousand Willow Monastery might bring his head to the Flying Star House to apologize. In the end, he might be made into a sacrificial lamb. That would not do. Xianxia sighed as he looked at the 3 corpses again. The only thing he could do was wait for the senior's return. Meanwhile, Lu Song unleashed his grand technique twice and shot into a dense forest. He saw that Yu Xiangrong was no longer flying forward. Instead, Yu Xiangrong was hovering in the air with his back facing him, carrying his longevity sword. He said, I've told you that you won't be able to escape. Yu Xiangrong turned around slowly and looked at Lu Song. With a faint smile, he said, I like the scenery here. If this were in the past, I wouldn't have resorted to a method like this. Yu Xiangrong was slightly disdainful of the tactic of luring one's enemy into a trap. Lu Song was puzzled by that statement. However, he did not want to waste his time on Yu Xiangrong, so he did not dwell on Yu Xiangrong's words. Instead, he summoned his avatar. The 6-leaf red lotus avatar towered in the air and sailed toward Yu Xiangrong with a crushing force. Lu Song moved his palms at the same time and pushed down. Numerous palm seals appeared immediately. Indeed, the scenery is nice. This shall be your grave. What? Whiz! An 8-leaf golden lotus avatar appeared. Boom! The 6-leaf red lotus avatar was instantly shattered by the larger avatar. It looked like a red glass bottle had crashed against a golden mountain. Lu Song, who had never seen a golden avatar before, was, naturally, shocked and baffled. It did not take long before fear welled up in his heart. At this moment, Yu Shangrong drew his longevity sword. The sword vibrated. Snowy mountain. Yu Shangrong's shadows filled the air. The golden energy sword wrapped around the longevity sword that glowed faintly red. Energy swords rained down like snow and hit Lu Song's body. The attacks were precise. Yu Shangrong's strength was so overwhelming that Lu Song could not even put up a fight. Traceless sword. Yu Shangrong continued to wield the longevity sword. He continued attacking the injured Lu Song with energy swords. Yu Shangrong's expression was calm as he shot to the left, the right, up and down. From the beginning until the end, it was a one-sided battle. After his avatar was destroyed, Lu Song was even more powerless to fight back. Every strike of Yu Shangrong's sword sent him flying. He would ping-pong from one side to another by the strikes. It was clear there was a world of a difference between Yu Shangrong and Lu Song's strength. Lu Song felt a searing pain when the energy swords slashed at his body. At this moment, fear had completely tightened its grip on his heart, causing him to lose the will to resist. Golden Avatar? Is there truth to the Sky Martial Court's research? Lu Song tried to get a better look at the sword elite in front of him. Alas, he could get a clear look. It was strange. Why did he have no recollection of this elite's face? It was as though he had forgotten what the elite looked like. Even if he did not, what did it matter now? After all, he finally understood the reason Yu Shangrong had lured him here. The energy swords continued their attacks on Lu Song's body, face, and eyes, causing him to lose consciousness. After what seemed like hours, the energy swords finally disappeared. Yu Shangrong hovered in the air as he held his scarlet longevity sword, pointing its tip downward. Lu Song's intact body lay behind Yu Shangrong. However, in just a second, a blast of energy erupted before the body exploded and scattered in the air. The energy swords had completely devoured Lu Song. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Domain extra: 1,000 merit points. Yu Shangrong did not look back. After all, an elite knew the outcome of a battle the moment he made his move. Lu Song was a 6-leaf elite, and Yu Shangrong was an 8-leaf elite. He could have killed Lu Song with a single sword strike. Moreover, he was not an ordinary 8-leaf cultivator. For someone like him, killing a 6-leaf cultivator was like an incredibly boring chore. Yu Shangrong flipped his palm, and the longevity sword was restored to its original state after a red energy flew into the sword. After he put his sword away, his body flashed out of sight again as he returned to the Thousand Willow Monastery. When Yu Shangrong returned to the Thousand Willow Monastery, Ji Fengxing ran up to him and anxiously said, Senior, where's the Flying Star House's Lu Song? We're done for if he returns to the Flying Star House. We can't afford to offend the Flying Star House. He's dead, Yu Shangrong replied nonchalantly. Dead? Chills ran up Ji Fengxing's spine. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, How did he die? Yu Shangrong crossed his arms and leaned against the railing. He looked at the mountains and rivers and calmly said, All you have to do is to swing your sword. Is this how bosses talk? Although this was not the answer Ji Fengxing expected to hear, it sounded reasonable enough. After a beat, Ji Fengxing asked skeptically, Senior, that's not what I meant. Lu Song is a 6-leaf elite of the Flying Star House. He's a 6-leaf cultivator. Did you kill him? Yu Shangrong glanced at Ji Fengxing before he said, He's a weakling. Is there a reason why I can't kill him? Ji Fengxing was at a loss for words. Yu Shangrong made it seem like 6-leaf cultivators were an insignificant existence. When Yu Shangrong saw the shocked and speechless expressions on Ji Fengxing's face, he decided to explain himself. After all, he would have to stay here for a while. He did not want to seem too eye-catching. When he recalled his earlier words, he said, If you know me, you'd understand how humble I'm actually being. Ji Fengxing took another step back. A complicated expression appeared on his face. The more he tried, the worse things became. Yu Shangrong decided not to say anything else. He shifted his gaze away to look at the scenery beyond the railing. At this moment, Wu said excitedly, "You're amazing, big brother." Yu Shangrong glanced at Wu. He found this little girl more likable. He said, "It's nothing." Thud. Ji Fengxing's reaction was rather delayed. After all this time, he finally said excitedly, "Brother, you're my big brother from this day onward. Big brother." Then he shuffled forward on his knees, intending to hug Yu Shangrong's legs. Yu Shangrong frowned slightly. Ji Fengxing's antics reminded him of his 8th junior brother. They were somewhat alike. If it had been Zhu Honggong doing this, he would not have found it strange. However, Ji Fengxing's actions made him feel slightly awkward. In the end, he only pointed at the 3 corpses and said, "Clean them up." "All right, I'll get to it immediately." Ji Fengxing ran down. Yu Shangrong added, "If you run into members of the Flying Star House, tell them you didn't see anyone." Ji Fengxing grinned and said, "Got it." Wu chimed in as well. "Got it." On the main peak of the Flying Star House. At this moment, a disciple hurried into the main hall, bowed, and said, "Elder Meng, Elder Lu's life stone has shattered." In the Red Lotus domain, most sects would prepare life stones for cultivators in the nascent divinity realm and above. With these stones, they would be able to confirm the life of death of their members. Nascent divinity realm cultivators were the core power of sections. Most sects would assign disciples to keep an eye on their life stones. If any of them shattered, the disciples would immediately report to the higher-ups. Upon hearing the disciples' words, Elder Meng frowned slightly. Who dares touch Lu Song? Elder Lu brought 3 disciples to the Thousand Willow Monastery. Could the people from the Thousand Willow Monastery kill Elder Lu because they couldn't come to an agreement? The disciples speculated out loud. Meng Chongdong shook his head and said, "The Thousand Willow Monastery isn't so dumb that they'd offend the Flying Star House. Don't spread news about this for now. Investigate it in secret." Understood. Meng Chongdong was lost in his thoughts. Under the heavens, there were not many who would dare attack members of the Flying Star House. He did not think the Thousand Willow Monastery was bold enough to do this. Ever since Elder Yizhen led the others to the land where Luan was, the Flying Star House had lost 4 nascent divinity realm elites. Sky Martial Court? Or was it the 9th Temple? Meng Chongdong thought about the forces that were at odds with the Flying Star House. However, in the end, he still could not think of anyone bold enough to act against the Flying Star House. Moreover, Yizhen was like the sun at high noon now. Meanwhile, in Great Yan's Liang Province City, Hua Yueshing bowed and said, "Mr. 7th, I've guarded this place for a month, just as you ordered me to." The birds did not disturb the common folk. The 2 largest birds flew away yesterday. I don't know where they went. When Si Wuya heard this, he was slightly puzzled. The 9-leaf stage will bring forth disasters. It's not surprising that Jiang Wenshu drew the man-mans here. However, Master is also a 9-leaf cultivator. Why would the birds leave? At this moment, Yu Zhenghai flew over and landed on the city wall. He said, "That's easy." Jiang Wenshu was able to hide in Great Yan for so long. Given how shocking most of Master's techniques are, it's only natural that Master has his way as well. "You have a point, eldest senior brother," Si Wuya replied. Yu Zhenghai stood on the city wall and looked ahead as he said, "How's research on the red coffin coming along?" "We've made 3 copies. However, we aren't sure of the route yet. If we recklessly descend into the abyss, we might get lost," Si Wuya said. "That's enough," Yu Zhenghai said. "What do you mean, eldest senior brother?" "I can do it with the progress we have now. After all, 2nd junior brother wandered into the Red Lotus domain without any help. However, there are too many uncertainties regarding the red coffin. There's no need to worry. I'll explain everything to Master," Yu Zhenghai replied. With this, Si Wuya no longer attempted to dissuade Yu Zhenghai. In the afternoon, in the hall, Lu Zhou looked at the kneeling Yu Zhenghai. He stroked his beard and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Yu Zhenghai kowtowed and said, "2nd junior brother fell into the abyss because of me. I won't be able to live with myself if I don't rescue him. Now that the red coffins are prepared, I ask for permission to go, master. Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya and said, How confident are you that the red coffins will reach the other side of the shore? I'm only 70% certain. The red runes will keep the beasts at bay, but the details can still be improved. Please give me 3 months, Si Wuya said. Yu Zhenghai prostrated himself and said, 70% is enough. Please allow me to go, master. Lu Zhou did not expect Yu Zhenghai to be so determined. However, the risk was too great when there was only a 70% chance of success for the red coffin. At this moment, Si Wuya said, Eldest senior brother, are you really going? Naturally. Si Wuya nodded and said, I remember that second senior brother doesn't have his scabbard with him. Back then, I inscribed the longevity sword with runes and imbued it with the power to absorb vitality. I have some runes left. I'll inscribe them on the scabbard so that it can detect where the other runes are. It should be able to lead you to second senior brother. When he heard this, Yu Zhenghai was delighted. That's great. This way, there won't be any room for error. That's only an 80% chance of success. If the red coffin doesn't last until it reaches its destination due to damage and attacks from the beasts, I'm afraid, Si Wuya said worriedly. No matter. With my 8-leaf cultivation base, why would I fear the beasts? Yu Zhenghai said confidently as he patted his chest. Lu Zhou shook his head. He had first-hand experience of how fierce and powerful the beasts were when he encountered Qi Yao in the Black Water. Even after using half of his extraordinary power, he could not kill Qi Yao. What could Yu Zhenghai do then? Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai and said, Is your cultivation base at the peak? Lu Zhou thought about Qi Yao's heart. That item could provide the user with 1,200 years of life. With that, the requirements of the Golden Lotus would be fulfilled. He had just recently attained the 8-leaf stage. At most, he was back to his peak. He needed more time to reach the peak of the 8-leaf stage. If Yu Zhenghai was already at the peak, he could ask Yu Zhenghai to attempt the 9-leaf stage first. Great Yan's Big Dipper Academy had developed a medicinal pill that extended a person's life. However, for someone already at their great limit, it would have no effect. In the past, his host, Ji Tiandao, had attempted this method in the palace. Therefore, Qi Yao's heart was best to be used at the point of a breakthrough. Yu Zhenghai replied, Give me a few more months, and I'll return to the peak of my cultivation base. Lu Zhou said, Wait for a few more months before traveling to the Red Lotus domain. Qi Yao can help you reach the 9-leaf stage. But to use it, you'll need to be at the peak of the 8-leaf stage. Yu Zhenghai was slightly taken aback when he heard this. There was no 8-leaf expert in this world who did not want to reach the 9-leaf stage. All of them had tried to reach this elusive stage. Even Yu Shangrong, who was focused on swordplay, had attempted to kick down the doors to the 9-leaf stage. Qi Yao's heart was extremely precious. It was something their master had brought back from the abyss with great difficulty. However, his master was willing to give it to him. How could Yu Zhenghai not feel shocked or moved? However, Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, It's too precious. I can't accept it. Moreover, second junior brother is in the Red Lotus domain and is surrounded by dangers. If his identity is exposed, he'll be in even more danger. We can't waste a single moment. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he considered this. The 2 notifications from the system proved that Yu Shangrong was in trouble again. If Yu Shangrong unleashed his energy, it would be difficult for Yu Shangrong to conceal his identity. After a moment, he said, Give me your Jasper Saber. Yu Zhenghai did not know what his master intended to do. He assumed his master was going to confiscate his weapon and forbid him from leaving. He kowtowed and said, Please allow me to go, master. Leave your Jasper Saber with me today, and you may leave tomorrow. Yu Zhenghai was overjoyed. He said, Thank you, master. Then, he respectfully presented his Jasper Saber to his master. After that, Yu Zhenghai looked at Si Wuya meaningfully before both of them left to prepare the red coffin. Lu Zhou picked the Jasper Saber up and studied it for a while. He sighed emotionally. This was the first heaven-grade weapon Ji Tiandao had given as a gift. After a few centuries, the saber was now completely in sync with Yu Zhenghai and had reached the peak of heaven grade. It was undoubtedly one of the best candidates to be upgraded into a desolate grade weapon. He had learned about desolate grade weapons through Jiang Wenshu. This meant there were surely desolate grade weapons in the Red Lotus domain. My disciples deserve the best weapons. Lu Zhou took a shining stone out. With just a thought, the stone hovered in the air as it buzzed. After a moment, it burst into flames. Lu Zhou raised the jasper saber that was being drawn to the shining stone. Bam! The shining stone and the jasper saber collided, and the flames turned blue. This was no ordinary blue flame. The tongues of the flame rose in a straight line as it burned, completely engulfing the jasper saber. The fire crackled, and both sides of the blade shone. The flames continued to burn. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and wondered how long the process would take. In the end, he sat on the rush cushion. Before he closed his eyes, he muttered to himself, "Let's do a lucky draw." Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Obtained reversal card X10. Not bad. I'll need these when I'm attempting the 9-leaf stage. Lucky draw. Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Obtained reversal card X10. Lu Zhou was taken aback. I seem to be quite lucky today. Continue. Ding! Spent 50 merit points. Obtained critical block card X10. Lu Zhou was puzzled when he saw the critical block cards. They had never been activated before. Why would the system reward him with the cards? This must be a joke. Who can harm me? The next 10 draws ended with him being thanked for his participation. He immediately lost all will to continue. He closed his eyes and meditated on the heavenly writing scrolls. A day had passed. Early the next morning. Sizzle. The loud noises of burning pulled Lu Zhou out of his meditative state. He opened his eyes and looked at the burning shining stone. The flames burned in midair. Strangely, it did not spread. The jasper saber was red. It was dazzling. Swoosh! All of a sudden, the flames vanished. Lu Zhou pushed with his palm out. His energy caught the jasper saber and kept it from falling to the ground. Ding! Upgrade successful. Obtained desolate grade weapon, the jasper saber. Reward, 2,000 merit points. Jasper saber. Grade, desolate. Owner, Yu Zhenghai. Lu Zhou could feel the jasper saber was not hot despite being burned, so he released his energy and let the saber drop into his hand. His primal chi surged. Nice! Although he possessed a weapon like unnamed, when he touched the jasper saber, he could not help but praise it. When he channeled his primal chi into the saber, he could feel that its sharpness had exceeded those at the heaven grade. So this is the desolate grade? The jasper saber looked no different from before, but it was sharper now. Streaks of fluorescent lights would gleam off the blade from time to time. He withdrew his primal chi. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai's voice rang from the other side of the door. Greetings, master. Come in. Yu Zhenghai opened the door and entered the room. Mingshi and Si Wuya had come as well. The 3 disciples stood respectfully in the center of the room. Master, the red coffin is ready. I'd like to depart today, Yu Zhenghai said. Lu Zhou opened his palm, and the jasper saber sailed toward Yu Zhenghai. Surprised, Yu Zhenghai caught his weapon. The jasper saber was wrapped in rich energy. He was stunned when he held it in his hand. His eyes widened as he said, My jasper saber. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded as he said, That's right. The jasper saber is now a desolate grade weapon. Desolate grade. The 3 disciples were stunned. In the Red Lotus domain, a desolate grade weapon will be of much help. Yu Zhenghai fell to his knees immediately and said, Thank you for the desolate grade weapon, master. Si Wuya and Mingshi could not help but feel envious. Master, how did you do it? Mingshi said in a slightly pleading tone as he took out his separation hook. Lu Zhou rolled his eyes and said, Increase your strength. Everything will come in due time. Upgrading a weapon earned him 2,000 merit points, and it helped improve his disciples' cultivation base. As a result, they would be able to help him gain more points. Therefore, he would gladly do it. Upgrading his disciples was the same as upgrading himself, after all. At this moment, Lu Zhou remembered Qi Yao's heart. Oid forth. Yes, master. Bring me Qi Yao's heart. Understood. Shortly after, Mingshi Yin returned with the heart of Qi Yao. Lu Zhou looked at it. Indeed, it was too large. He waved his hand. An energy wrapped around Qi Yao's heart. He could sense the abundant vitality in it. Your previous deaths cost you 600 years of life. After your last death, you've run out of life. The red fish heart has given you 100 years of life. Qi Yao's heart can provide you with 1,200 years of life. Take half of it for now. Yu Zhenghai kowtowed, overwhelmed by the favor. Master, I can't possibly accept something as important as this. Your current 100 years of life is somewhat frail. If you don't have Qi Yao, you won't last long in the Red Lotus domain as well. How are you going to rescue Old Second? Then, indeed, Yu Zhenghai's first 2 deaths cost him 600 years of life. On top of that, he had lived for 300 years. In theory, he should not have come back to life from his last death. It was a miracle that he did. If he replenished his life with Qi Yao's heart, he would be able to resurrect from death again thanks to the special attributes of the Wuxia tribe. With this, he would have a higher chance of surviving the abyss. Eldest senior brother, you should just accept it. We can't help but worry about you in your current state, Mingshi Yin said. Yu Zhenghai no longer refused Lu Zhou. He kowtowed loudly thrice. Lu Zhou did not stop Yu Zhenghai from kowtowing. This was because he knew Yu Zhenghai's thoughts. After Yu Zhenghai finished kowtowing, Lu Zhou raised his wizened hand. The scenes of what happened 300 years ago flashed before his eyes. They were master and disciple after all. After experiencing 3 deaths, his only wish for his disciple was for his disciple to stay safe. He placed his hand on Yu Zhenghai's crown and pressed it lightly. He said sincerely, "Live on." In the afternoon, in Liang Province City, next to the cloud-splitting chariot, Yu Zhenghai spent the entire morning absorbing half of the vitality contained in Qi Yao's heart. When he was done, he kept the other half of the heart. Then, he asked, puzzled, "Master, why do you want to save half of Qi Yao's heart?" Before Lu Zhou replied, Wuxia said, "Qi Yao's heart won't help you directly break through the great limit. Among our fellow disciples, only 6th senior sister and your longevity are damaged. Taking too much of it is a waste. The remaining half should be saved for when you're attempting the 9-leaf stage." Yu Zhenghai said, "In that case, I'll leave this to junior sister Tianxin." Yi Tianxin, who was standing nearby, said, "Eldest senior brother, since you're going to the Red Lotus domain, you need this more than I do. I'm fine." Lu Zhou said, "The red fish heart can restore her longevity. All you should worry about is yourself. After all, he could go down to the abyss and catch a fish or 2 if he ever felt like it. However, the same could not be said for Qi Yao's heart." Understood. The flying chariot is ready. Master, eldest senior brother, this way, Mingshi Yin said. The others boarded the flying chariot. Mingshi Yin was the last one to board the flying chariot. He bragged, "Eldest senior brother, I'll man the helm. I'll show you my navigating skills." Mingshi Yin was about to activate the flying chariot when Yu Zhenghai frowned. That one word was dripping with obvious disapproval. Mingshi Yin immediately understood his eldest senior brother's intention. He nodded and bowed as he said, "Eldest senior brother, if you do the honors." Yu Zhenghai went to the helm and said, "You were still playing with dirt when I manned the helm. Manning the helm is an art. It's not something that can be mastered overnight. You have to keep it stable and smooth while sailing. When in flight, it must be steady and not turbulent. Look closely." He pushed his palm forward. The cloud-splitting chariot rose into the air. Shortly after, the cloud-splitting chariot flew toward Heaven's Moat as it gradually picked up speed. As it left Liang Province City, it dragged a long tail behind itself. A few breaths later, it was sailing at top speed. On the ground, the other members of the Evil Sky Pavilion who were there to see them off rubbed their eyes. An 8-leaf cultivator manning the helm. I'm afraid the Evil Sky Pavilion is the only one who can afford this. Huang Shiji shook his head. Even the position of manning the helm was being fought over. Mingxirin is a 7-leaf elite, after all, and he's so young. I'm sure his future achievements won't be inferior to Mr. First. Indeed, the most terrifying thing about him isn't his talent, but his way of doing things. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. Although he's only a 7-leaf cultivator, I'd rather spar with Mr. First than with him. He's too unscrupulous. When the cloud-splitting chariot disappeared from sight, Huang Shiji kicked Jiang Aijin, who was standing with a lazy posture. Ouch! Jiang Aijin rubbed his sore spot as he asked in a rather aggrieved tone. Master, what was that for? I don't think I've done anything wrong. That was uncalled for. Li Jingyi covered her smirk. Jiang Aijin said, What are you laughing at? Nothing. Li Jingyi turned around and left. Jiang Aijin looked at the sky and said with a sigh, Am I the only sane person under the heavens? The others were all crazy, and he was the only rational one. He lamented his fate. The cloud-splitting chariot easily crossed heaven's moat and sailed toward the 100,000-foot deep abyss. You must adjust your input of primal chi instead of thoughtlessly maintaining a steady stream. You must judge for yourself when to increase or decrease your output of primal chi. If the flying chariot is supposed to climb heaven's moat, you'll have to increase your input beforehand to accelerate and rise. Above heaven's moat, you can slow down and maintain the chariot's altitude. You can leave the downward flight to gravity, but you must mind the altitude as you dive. You mustn't let it accelerate, and you have to stop the momentum from growing too huge. The descent must be steady. Old Fourth, do you understand? Yu Zhenghai said confidently. Mingxirin and the other fellow disciples were speechless. Old Fourth. Yes, I understand. Listening to you is better than studying for 10 years, Mingxirin said. Yu Zhenghai said, This is why manning the helm helps in training your control over primal chi. Manning the helm often is beneficial in improving your cultivation base and strength. The others nodded. They looked as though they found his words educational. After Yu Zhenghai finished speaking, he looked at Lu Zhou, who was resting with his eyes closed. He said, Master, is there anything you want to add? Lu Zhou opened his eyes and said, Your explanation is great. I have nothing to add. Thank you for your praise, Master. Zhu Honggong saw the satisfied expression on his master's face. He wondered if this was flattery of a higher level. He could not tell if this was intentional on his eldest senior brother's part due to his eldest senior brother's stern expression. Nevertheless, he was impressed. Duanmushang looked at the helm and exclaimed, So, what Old Fourth told me before is true. Mingxirin could not help but smugly say, Told you so. I will never lie to you. Third senior brother. Manning the helm is a form of training your control over primal chi. Eldest senior brother, you'll be descending into the abyss later. Let me take over from here. I'll do it. Duanmushang tossed his overlord spear to Mingxirin. Mingxirin caught it and staggered backward. Duanmushang pushed forward and grabbed the helm, replacing Yu Zhenghai. The input of primal chi suddenly changed, so the flying chariot dove abruptly. After Duanmushang channeled his primal chi into the cloud-splitting chariot, it rose again. The others could barely keep their footing steady. Steady. Right like this. Yu Zhenghai was slightly worried. Third senior brother, you've manned the helm several times now. Why aren't you showing any progress? Little Yuaner said with a pout. That was an accident. Isn't it fine now? Laughter rang from the flying chariot. Some time later, the cloud-splitting chariot slowly descended near the 100,000-foot deep abyss. Everyone disembarked. Bring the red coffin out. Watch your words. We'll call it the transporter from now on. Coffin sounds so inauspicious. Mingxirin waved his hand. You have a point, fourth senior brother? Zhu Honggong said with a smile. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong brought the transporter out and placed it next to the abyss. Yu Zhenghai looked at the transporter and inhaled deeply. Then, he turned to look at Lu Zhou and said, Master, there's no need to worry. I'll surely bring second junior brother back safely. This journey will be treacherous. Think thoroughly before making any decisions. In regard to this, all of you should learn from Old Fourth, Lu Zhou said. The others looked at Mingshi. Should they be as shameless as him? Tui. Although they had their misgivings, they had no choice but to bow and nod at their master's words. Understood. Mingshi felt slightly embarrassed from being praised. He scratched his head. Yu Zhenghai said, I'll remember your teachings, master. Shortly after, he looked at his fellow disciples and said, Farewell. The others bowed. Yu Zhenghai raised his hand. The red coffin flipped and dropped into the abyss. He pushed away from the ground lightly and hovered in the air. He bowed again before he dove into the abyss at top speed. He landed on the red coffin and dropped down the seemingly bottomless abyss. The red coffin had left. Nobody knew when it would return. Lu Zhou stared at the entrance to the abyss for a long time before turning around and said, Let's return. Yu Zhenghai stood on the red coffin as it fell. After listening to Si Wuya's reminders, he had mentally prepared himself for the things he might encounter. He remembered the things he should do about the endless darkness and the measures he should take when he was on the black water. He knew it would take a while before he reached the bottom, so he closed his eyes. After what seemed like hours, Yu Zhenghai opened his eyes. Apart from the roaring wind in his ears, all he could see was darkness. When he looked up at the sky from the abyss, it was dark as well. No stars could be seen. He recalled Si Wuya saying he would have to act when he felt a pulling force under him. Before it happened, he wanted to have a good sleep to kill the boredom. Hence, he closed his eyes. After an unknown time had passed, Yu Zhenghai, who felt as though he had spent a long time in this darkness, suddenly felt a pull from below. He was immediately invigorated. He was right to rest while he descended. His mental state was not affected at all. When he opened his eyes, he felt more energetic. He looked around curiously. He had seen many dangerous things in life. Compared to all those things, this was nothing. After all, his current situation was one where he only could not see his surroundings. What was there to be afraid of? He conjured a shining golden palm seal to illuminate his surroundings. The walls of the abyss were gone, and the pulling force intensified. Yu Zhenghai did not resist the pulling force. In fact, he even accelerated his descent. Then, he wasted no time in lifting the coffin's lid and entering the coffin. His primal chi wrapped around the red coffin as it continued to descend. In the endless darkness, Yu Zhenghai lay in the red coffin. He held the scabbard of Yu Shangrong's longevity sword with one hand, while he kept his other hand pressed against the base of the red coffin to channel his primal chi into it. After a while, splash! The sound of the red coffin hitting water rang in the air. Yu Zhenghai was delighted. I'm at the bottom now. Anyone with a weaker mind would not have survived the descent. Yu Zhenghai raised the longevity sword scabbard. His primal chi surged as the scabbard buzzed. Something stirred in him, and he steered the red coffin in the direction he wanted. 5 days had passed. Yu Zhenghai did not see any light. This meant he was completely clueless about his current whereabouts. He could feel the red runes on the scabbard were glowing. His direction was clear and he felt relieved. Perhaps, I'll arrive when I wake up. Yu Zhenghai closed his eyes in sweet anticipation of a good rest. The trip to the Red Lotus domain did not seem so terrible. On the contrary, it seemed interesting. The thought had barely appeared in his mind when he heard loud splashes outside. Yu Zhenghai opened his eyes and looked out of the red coffin. Naturally, he could not see anything. He raised his palm. A golden seal shone, illuminating the inside of the red coffin. Splash! He could clearly feel the red coffin being lifted into the air by a huge wave, causing him to feel disoriented. A beast! He remembered Si Wuya's warning and hazarded a guess. If it was a beast, he should stay inside the red coffin all the more. He should not go out. Splash! The red coffin was tossed into the air by the huge waves again. Yu Zhenghai was even more disoriented this time. Crack! No! Yu Zhenghai's heart sank when he saw a crack appearing on the red coffin. He quickly increased the input of primal chi. He condensed it into energy and protected the red coffin. Bam! Amidst loud banging sounds, the red coffin ricocheted. Yu Zhenghai activated his protective energy to prevent the coffin from being damaged. Bam! 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 He could hear the coffin being knocked around. Yu Zhenghai frowned. He wondered if the runes were damaged. He launched another palm seal to illuminate his surroundings again. He saw the red runes inside the coffin. Indeed, they were dimmer now. He could not see what was happening outside. However, if the runes inside were damaged, there was no need to wonder about the state of the runes outside. This was bad. Crack. The red coffin cracked open. Yu Zhenghai had prepared himself for this. He struck with his jasper saber before it flew under his feet and carried him. Several energy sabers shot out into the surroundings and illuminated the surroundings. With this, he saw the boundless body of black water and darkness. He saw fragments from the shattered red coffin dropping into the water. Yu Zhenghai held onto the longevity sword's scabbard and said, "Second senior brother, are you cursing me behind my back?" As he looked at the shattered red coffin, he sighed. Fortunately, the scabbard was still with him. At the very least, he would not be lost. He decided to fly at full speed for the remainder of the journey. As he moved forward, he suddenly realized he had overlooked something. Where was the beast that destroyed the red coffin? Woo! A cry resounded in the darkness. Above, Yu Zhenghai launched a palm seal. The shining seal sailed forth. Then he saw something that he would not forget. An extremely huge fish had leaped out in an arc. It arched its body like a heavenly dome. This isn't Qi Yao. This is Wen Yao. Wen Yao was like a carp. It had the body of a fish with bird wings. It was pale with a white head and scarlet jaws. Yu Zhenghai held his breath. He felt that he was barely the size of its scale. He was greatly shaken. Although he was the master of the nether sect that had dominated the lands for a long time, and he was an 8-leaf cultivator, he was still shocked by the beast before him. His 7th junior brother had said before that men would always improve. Whether it was the 4 great forests, the endless ocean, or the black water, men had explored them all. Since he could no longer count on the red coffin, he could only fly on his own. He stood on the jasper saber and continued to fly. Splash! When Yao plunged into the water, stirring up a huge wave, Yu Zhenghai pushed his palm forward. A conical energy seal shone and kept the water at bay as he forced his way through the wave. When Yao let out another cry that echoed thunderously in the darkness as it leaped out of the water again. This time it lunged at Yu Zhenghai. This is bad. Yu Zhenghai flipped his palm. The jasper saber spun away from him and released countless energy sabers. Dark Heaven Starlight. With the help of the desolate grade jasper saber, Dark Heaven Starlight took form instantly. Even so, the Dark Heaven Starlight that should have a wide range seemed insignificant in front of the gargantuan Wen Yao. Bam! 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 The energy sabers struck Wen Yao. Bam! 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 White marks appeared on Wen Yao's scales. It dove toward Yu Zhenghai, intending to swallow him whole. It's so powerful? Yu Zhenghai's Dark Heaven Starlight that was unleashed by a desolate grade weapon only seemed like a scratch to Wen Yao. Yu Zhenghai shot up and hovered above Wen Yao. Sovereign Descent. His energy sabers fell toward Wen Yao like the tide. His desolate grade weapon and Great Dark Heaven Memorial was finally showing their effect. The tempest of energy sabers crashed on Wen Yao's body as a thunderous sound rang in the air. Wen Yao felt pain from the attacks and swiftly dove into the water. It sure is tough. Even Sovereign Descent merely caused it to feel pain. With Yu Zhenghai's 8-leaf cultivation base and desolate grade weapon, his strength was comparable to that of an 8-leaf and a half cultivator. He knew he could not afford to stay here any longer. Moreover, he had to save his primal qi. He quickly fled through the air. Alas, the Wen Yao was a ferocious beast. It swam at top speed in the black water. After a short while, it leaped out from the water again, stirring the black water into waves. Yu Zhenghai raised his hand and fisted his hand. The jasper saber hovered in the air as he unleashed defensive energy seals from his body. Bam! 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 Yu Zhenghai was sent flying by the waves. Behind the waves, Wen Yao was waiting for him with a gaping maw. Yu Zhenghai looked up and pushed forward with his palms. A round energy seal appeared in front of him. He was the size of a basketball compared to the energy seal. This was the limit of his range. Bam! Wen Yao rammed against the shield. Bam! It rammed against it again. Yu Zhenghai frowned. Are the heavens trying to get rid of me? He unleashed his primal chi again as he reinforced his shield. As he maintained his huge defensive shield, his primal chi was being depleted at a greater rate as well. Wen Yao looked undeterred as it pounced toward Yu Zhenghai. At this moment, a school of Wen Yaos suddenly leaped out of the black water. Yu Zhenghai's heart sank. If this continued, he would surely die. He believed it now. There was no hope for survival in the abyss. He had made all possible preparations before descending into the abyss. He had reached the bottom, but he could not escape from the jaws of the beasts. If he could not survive, then the other cultivators had no hopes of surviving. Bam! Wen Yao continued to ram against his shield. Yu Zhenghai thought he was going to die when the remaining half of Qi Yao's heart suddenly glowed red. The red light swirled around Yu Zhenghai. Perhaps it was due to him consuming the other half of the heart. The red light merged with him smoothly, making it seem like the one who had unleashed the red light. Splash! When Wen Yao saw the red light, it dove and disappeared into the black water, much to Yu Zhenghai's confusion. Similarly, the school of Wen Yao's dove into the water as well. In just a few breaths, silence was restored. It dropped into the black water and disappeared. Yu Zhenghai was confused. He surveyed his surroundings, feeling lost. He kept the huge shield up. From a distance, he looked like he was standing in the center of the sun or the moon. Finally, Yu Zhenghai withdrew his primal chi, and the light disappeared. He touched the remaining half of Qi Yao's heart at his waist and said with a hint of relief, "Master truly has foresight." He did not stay there any longer. He flew on his jasper saber as he let the scabbard guide him. Yu Zhenghai continued flying for 3 days. He was overjoyed when he saw a sliver of light. Similar to Yu Shangrong, the prolonged time in the darkness had made him feel numb. With this sliver of light, he reinvigorated. He picked up his pace, and soon enough, he emerged from Blackwater Mystic Cave. Mountains, rivers, tall trees, the sun, the scenery and the air invigorated Yu Zhenghai. He hovered in the air and surveyed his surroundings. This is the Red Lotus domain? After a while, he calmed down from his shock and excitement. He held the scabbard and circulated his primal chi. The red runes reacted slightly. He's here. Yu Zhenghai was filled with emotion. If he was not worried about attracting the attention of the beasts, he would have unleashed his great dark heaven memorial several times to release the pent-up feelings from flying in the dark for so long. He had to adapt to his surroundings. Knowing Yu Shangrong, he would not be content with lodging under another person's roof. Although he was an 8-leaf cultivator, he was sure to have a hard time. Yu Zhenghai flew forward. After flying for 100 meters, he heard something to his left. Who dares intrude upon the Flying Star House's territory? A man and woman sped toward Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai came to a halt and slowly turned around. Since he was in a new place, he was naturally more alert and warier than usual. It was not difficult for him to figure out the Flying Star House was a sect in the Red Lotus domain, but it was difficult to gauge how strong it was. You are Zhang Guo of the Flying Star House. Yu Lupeng of the Flying Star House. When the pair spoke, they greatly emphasized the words, Flying Star House. Having spent much of his time in the outside world, he knew what this meant. He said, I was just passing by. I have no intentions of trespassing. Zhang Guo said, Passing by? You must be an expert in picking your routes, sir. The lands dozens of miles around the Blackwater Mystic Cave are under the Luan's attacking range. I've never seen the likes of you passing by when the Luan was still around. The Flying Star House has just taken down the Luan, and you suddenly showed up. Apart from the people of the Sky Marital Court, nobody is allowed to get close. Aren't you aware of this rule? Yu Zhenghai did not want to cause trouble. He remembered what Si Wuya said, he should keep a low profile. After all, there were powerful elites in the Red Lotus domain. Therefore, he said, "The ignorant man is blameless. Kindly forgive me for this. The Flying Star House has its own rules. The Black Water Mystic Cave is too important. I don't care who you are, but you'll have to come with us now." Zhang Gua glared at Yu Zhenghai. Black Water Mystic Cave? Yu Zhenghai turned to look at the oval cave entrance. From here, it was just a gaping hole of darkness. It seemed that the people of the Red Lotus domain had thoughts about studying the Black Water Mystic Cave for a long time now. From where he emerged, he was on the right side of the Black Water Mystic Cave. The cave entrance seemed small, but it was actually several miles wide. Yu Lupeng said, "If you'd please." The Black Water Mystic Cave was top secret. Naturally, news of it could not be leaked out. "I have something else to attend to. I won't be able to entertain you." Yu Zhenghai turned around and prepared to leave. Whiz! Whiz! The duo summoned their avatars to block Yu Zhenghai's way. Yu Zhenghai was not shocked by their strength, but he was surprised by the existence of the red avatars and red lotuses. With this, there was no longer any doubt that he was now in the Red Lotus domain. In Zhang Gua and Yu Lupeng's eyes, Yu Zhenghai seemed afraid. With this, their arrogance swelled. Yu Zhenghai caught their expressions. With the intention of keeping a low profile, he said, "Why are you behaving so aggressively when you're merely at the two-leaf stage?" In the past, I wouldn't have wasted my breath with the likes of you two, but I'm in a good mood today. I'll let you go with your lives. Go on, run away," Yu Zhenghai said solemnly. Zhang Gua and Yu Lupeng were speechless. Men would always stubbornly insist on their own ideas. Were there still people who were bold enough to stand up against the Flying Star House? In any case, the duo was tasked with bearing the heavy responsibility of guarding the Black Water Mystic Cave. "Take him down." Yu Lupeng decided to not waste any more time. The two of them lunged at Yu Zhenghai with their red avatars. Yu Zhenghai shook his head helplessly. He aimed his palm upward. Great Dark Heaven Memorial, the Dark Heaven Starlight. Shining golden energy saber rained down. Zhang Gua and Yu Lupeng widened their eyes. Their voices trembled as they cried out, A desolate grade weapon." Yu Lupeng said hoarsely, "Golden energy sabers. A foreign tribe from the cave." The energy sabers slashed at the two red avatars. The duo did not have a chance to retaliate and died immediately. The Jasper Saber returned to Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai touched his Jasper Saber and said, "Foreign tribe? In my eyes, you're the foreign tribesman here. You're too weak." He sheathed his Jasper Saber. He held the scabbard in his hand again, and with just a few movements, he vanished from sight. At dusk, on the Flying Star House's main peak, Elder Meng was dealing with certain affairs when a subordinate hurried in. "Elder Meng, Zhang Gua and Yu Lupeng, who were guarding Black Water Mystic Cave, are dead." Elder Meng frowned and stopped what he was doing. Ever since they killed the Luan, they lost 6 nascent Divinity Realm cultivators. "Do we know who killed them?" Elder Meng asked. Unlike the others, the wounds on their bodies were made with utmost precision. There was no mercy in the attacks, nor were there any signs of struggles. They seemed to be killed by a single move. Their opponent must be someone wielding a saber. A saber? The people of the Sky Martial Court went over and scouted the place. They came up with 3 possibilities. Let's hear it. The first possibility is that this was deliberately done by the Flying Star House's enemies. Second, the wounds from the sword and saber seem to have taken out our men with a single move. It's highly possible that they're from the same person who wields a saber and a sword. He might be a reclusive elite. The third? The disciple paused before continuing. It might be someone from the foreign domains. Elder Meng's expression darkened. He said with a sigh, "I've told them to seal the Mystic Cave in the past, but the people of Sky Martial Court won't listen. They're stubborn. If it's really an elite from the foreign domains, I'm afraid that it'll spell the end of the Red Lotus domain. Humans are already at their limits in fending off the beasts. How are we supposed to deal with another powerful enemy? But the Sky Martial Court has sent 5 men on the transporter. Elder Yi said that we have no choice but to work with the Sky Martial Court." The disciple mumbled. "Is that why Yi Zhen took down the Luan?" Elder Meng felt that these people were insane. But the people of Sky Martial Court don't think that way. They're of the opinion that they would find the secrets behind the 10-leaf stage and Heaven-Earth Shackle on the other side. That's how the problem of the Red Lotus domain can be solved. At that time, we'll finally be free from the harassment of the beasts. Imbeciles! Meng Chongdong waved his sleeve and cursed. He said no more. What could he do at this juncture? After venting, Meng Chongdong said, I don't think the elite is from the foreign domains. Continue with the investigation. Focus our efforts on the Thousand Willow Monastery. The unlikeliest opponent might very well be the opponent. Understood. Ding. Killed a target. Reward. 1,000 merit points. Domain extra. 1,000 merit points. Ding. Killed a target. Reward. 1,000 merit points. Domain extra. 1,000 merit points. When he heard this notification, Lu Zhou could not tell if they were from Yu Zhenghai or Yu Shangrong. He opened his eyes and looked at the system dashboard. Judging by the time, Yu Zhenghai should be there by now. Lu Zhou stood up. He stopped meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls. He went to the courtyard and stretched his limbs. At this moment, Si Wuya hurried over and said, Master, I have something urgent to report. What is it? High-ranking beasts are attacking the city of Mo. Lu Zhou stopped what he was doing. He stroked his beard as he said, High-rank beasts. Ordinary cultivators can't do anything to them. These beasts are wreaking havoc in Mo City. Fortunately, the city is protected by the best formation. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? Si Wuya said. Zhang Wenshu is already dead. Why did the beasts appear in Mo City? Si Wuya explained, ever since the man-mans appeared near Heaven's Moat, I've tasked some men to keep an eye on the activities outside of human settlements. The man-mans eventually went away. My theory is that after Zhang Wenshu unleashed his 9-leaf power, he attracted the attention of the beasts. The man-mans did not find what they were looking for, so they left. Someone in Mo City has reached the 9-leaf stage? Lu Zhou asked. It's possible. According to Zhang Wenshu's words, the disaster brought forth by the 9-leaf stage is the beasts. However, from what my sources in Mo City told me, there aren't any 9-leaf cultivators in the city, Si Wuya said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he pondered over the matter. Si Wuya looked at his master and said, I suspect that these beasts are here because of you. Lu Zhou did not reply. He was not a real 9-leaf cultivator. Even if the 9-leaf stage truly brought with it a disaster, it would not be because of him. In that case, what was the reason for this? This was not merely the rule of the jungle. This was also the rule of the dark forest. Every man was a hunter in the dark forest where danger lurked in every corner. It was possible for the hunter to encounter other hunters while they explored the forest. When it was impossible to determine if the other person was a friend or foe, how would the hunter ensure his own safety? The answer was to open fire and kill the other person. If a hunter encountered an ant, would he care about it? No, he would not. He would choose to leave and might not even notice the ant in the first place. What if the hunter encountered a primordial beast? His gun would become meaningless. In that case, the only thing he could do was to run. I'll go take a look, Lu Zhou said. Si Wuya was slightly taken aback by this. He did not expect his master to personally make a move. He intended to remind his master of his current state. Yet, his master did not speak in defense of himself and was going out in search of the beasts instead. When he recalled his master was even capable of killing Qiao, he was no longer worried. Safe journey, master. Don't tell anyone else about this. Understood. Lu Zhou glanced at the system dashboard. Witzard was still resting. Bayan was too rocky of a ride. Therefore, he summoned Ji Liang and left along a deserted route. In the past, Lu Zhou needed to bring a few of his disciples during his travels to protect him. Leave the deadly strike cards aside. Now that he had returned to the 8-leaf stage, coupled with the item cards and the heavenly writing power, even if he was up against a 9-leaf cultivator, he could still put up a fight. Of his 10 disciples, apart from Old First, Old Second, and Old Sixth who were making preparations to attempt the 9-leaf stage. His other disciples had great room for improvement in terms of their cultivation bases. Bringing them along would only slow him down. As he continued to travel, he felt his speed was too slow. Therefore, he urged his mount on. Ji Liang, faster. Nay. Ji Liang neighed unenthusiastically, but it picked up speed. However, it was not enough. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, "You livestock, how dare you defy my order?" When Ji Liang heard Lu Zhou speaking in a low voice, it neighed a few times before it picked up speed. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and wondered if the horse was worried. Apart from him, Ming Shiyin and Yu Shangrong were the only ones who had ridden Ji Liang before. Ji Liang was rather special, after all, since it was his only mount that came to him on its own accord after he obtained it. However, Lu Zhou did not spare it any other thoughts. Mo City was the northernmost human settlement among Liang Province's 10 cities. In less than 2 hours, Mo City appeared in his sight. Boom! 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 Above Mo City, bat-like creatures flew in the sky. Their claws glinted with faint light. They were clearly deadly. The sky curtain barrier kept the beasts at bay. Man-mans? Lu Zhou stood on Ji Liang's back and looked at the man-mans. The birds above were small. They rammed against the barrier, sending ripples across its surface as the sounds of their collision boomed in the air. Lu Zhou got off Ji Liang's back and entered the city. He could see the people had shuttered themselves in their houses. Ballistae were occasionally fired from the city walls. Alas, it was like trying to put out a huge fire with a cup of water. It was not very effective. Lu Zhou walked along the path. Dozens of cultivators shot past him in the city. Someone shouted, "Did anyone go to the main city? Please ask the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch to send help. Things are getting tough. If this goes on, Mo City will be done for. Look up." Lu Zhou looked at the sky in the direction that they pointed. A group of man-mans was approaching from the north. They were led by a gargantuan bird. Not again. I don't think the barrier is going to last. The cultivators in the city took flight. Energy sabers and swords shot out of the barrier and killed the little man-mans. However, the largest bird did not seem to be affected. It dove toward the barrier. Boom! A huge ripple spread on the surface of the barrier. The recoil of the energy struck the nearby cultivators out of the air. The gargantuan man-man had a wingspan of dozens of meters. His head alone was several meters wide. With its wings extended, it seemed as large as the sky curtains itself. The cultivators hovering above the roofs retreated. When one of the cultivators noticed Lu Zhou, he called out, "Old Mister, take cover. Don't come out." The cultivators here were kind enough. Lu Zhou did not respond. He kept looking at the huge bird. Boom! The huge man-man rammed into the barrier again. A ripple spread. Crack! A crisp sound rang in the sky, indicating the barrier was on its last leg and was about to break. Get ready! Lu Zhou was surprised to see the dozens of cultivators working together to fight the huge beast. Boom! Crack! As the huge man-man charged again, its talons glinted with a strange light. As the ripple spread, the sky curtain finally reached its limits and shattered like glass. The energy from the sky curtain scattered in the air like starlight. Now! Every cultivator in Mo City shot up to the heavens. The cultivators below the divine court realm charged at the little man-mans and took out one each. Man-man corpses dropped down from the sky. Meanwhile, about 5 nascent divinity realm elites attacked the huge man-man. The 5 of them unleashed their energy sabers and swords at the same time. Boom! 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 The energy sabers and swords struck at the faintly glowing talons of the man-man. Alas, they were ineffective. Attack its body. All right. The 5 of them parted as they launched energies and their blades from all directions. They seemed to have agitated the huge man-man as it began to wildly flap its wings. Swoosh! Fa! It stirred up a wild tempest. It swatted the 3 cultivators on the left. Boom! 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 The 3 cultivators were sent flying. Fortunately, they were protected by their protective energies. After a while, they managed to stabilize themselves. Again, the huge beast did not seem interested in them. It flew low and at a high speed. It flapped its wings again. Boom! 2 buildings were destroyed by its wings. Its destructive power was shocking. The 5 cultivators were no match for it. Lu Zhou decided that he had seen enough. He could not allow the livestock to continue wreaking havoc here. He pushed away from the ground. With a gruff voice, he said, "Livestock." At this moment, an individual moved toward him at great speed. He appeared in front of Lu Zhou with his grand technique, shielding him. "Old Mister, stand down. I'll deal with this." Lu Zhou regarded the old man's back skeptically and said, "You're no match for the beast. Allow me." The old man ignored Lu Zhou. He looked at the 5 nascent divinity realm elites and said, "I'm the Luo sect's Chu Nan. Everyone stand back." Chu Nan? The Grand Elder of the Luo sect. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and wondered. He had visited the Luo sect's holy land twice. The only person he knew was the second elder, godly archer Shan Yunzheng. He never paid any attention to this Grand Elder. "Aren't you going to turn around and see who I am? I should reveal my identity so he doesn't throw away his life needlessly." Chu Nan. Lu Zhou's voice was imposing. Chu Nan did not turn around. He said, "Old Mister, blades do not have eyes. This huge beast is inhumane. I'm worried you might be caught in the crossfire. Time waits for no man, but please give me some time." After saying this, Chu Nan shot toward the huge beast like a fired arrow. He moved at lightning speed. The cultivators cried out, in awe of his speed, as expected from an elite of the Luo sect. "Hang in there, everyone. When the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion arrive, we'll all be safe." The Luo sect isn't weak either. Sparks of hope were ignited in their hearts. What a curious coincidence. When Lu Zhou first went to the Luo sect's holy land, Chu Nan was the one who led the party to greet the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, Chu Nan was unbelievably proud. Before Lu Zhou showed himself, he was knocked out by Pan Litian and Lang Luo. He did not even meet Lu Zhou. On top of that, Lu Zhou had been using many reversal cards lately. Half of his hair was now dark. Compared to his silver mane in the past, he looked starkly different. Moreover, Chu Nan did not even spare a glance at Lu Zhou now. It seemed like the previous lesson was not enough. The people of the Luo sect were proud. That much was true. Lu Zhou shook his head. When he saw that Chu Nan was eager to take the vanguard and defend Mo City, he did not object. He only hovered in the air and watched. Bam! A loud explosion rang in the air and resounded through the land. Chu Nan joined his palms together. His palm blade was extremely fierce as he struck at the huge beast's wing. Sparks flew. This move of his dislodged a feather. Nice! Well done! As expected of Luo sect's Grand Elder. Although Chu Nan merely managed to dislodge a feather, it was better than not having any effect at all. The others were greatly motivated by this. Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. Although this was not the time for him to put a dent in their morale, he wondered how they were going to defeat the beast when they got so excited over a feather. These beasts were here for 9-leaf cultivators, after all. At this moment, someone who caught Lu Zhou's reaction asked, "Old Mister, why are you shaking your head? This beast isn't easy to deal with." The person standing on the left nodded. "Old Mister, we all know this. However, this beast is wreaking havoc. We have no choice but to do whatever we can. It's better than sitting on our butts and waiting to be killed. Moreover, if we retreat, what will happen to the civilians here? If this were a war, we'd still have a chance. However, these beasts are different. Aren't you afraid of death? What good will it do being afraid?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He praised, "I like young men like you. Thank you for your praise, old mister. Which sect are you from?" "I have no sect. If you're willing, you can join mine. Although you can't be my disciple. Being a member of a sect is better than being like rootless duckweed." Lu Zhou truly liked talents like this. The Evil Sky Pavilion had always preferred quality over quantity. A person's character was even more important. However, the young man shook his head and said, I'm used to being free and unfettered. I don't like being tied down, but thank you for the offer, old mister. That's enough, old mister. Even if the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch himself is here, my answer would still be the same. Is my Evil Sky Pavilion not popular? To be honest, this was Lu Zhou's first time being turned down. Forget it. I'm not someone who would force someone against their will. Bam! The Luo sect's Grand Elder, Chu Nan, joined his palms again as he moved closer to the huge man-man. He struck with his palm blades and dislodged another feather. Nice! The crowd cheered. The smaller man-mans dared not sweep down as they were kept at bay by the other cultivators. They circled high above in the air and waited for their leader to lead them. The huge man-man shrieked when it lost another feather. Its talons glowed red, and it started flapping its wings in a frenzy at this moment. I'll cut you down, Chu Nen shouted. He appeared at lightning speed and appeared above the huge beast. Then he joined his palms together again. Soon enough, a massive energy saber materialized between his palms. The energy saber was dozens of meters long and several meters wide. It was just big enough to cover the man-man's body. Whiz! An avatar was summoned. Almost everyone widened their eyes in shock when they saw the shining golden avatar. He cultivated to the 8-leaf stage. Amazing! We're saved. He's a recultivated 8-leaf cultivator. As expected, the moment the avatar appeared, the man-man seemed to sense danger. It adjusted its direction and flapped its wings. Chu Nan tossed the energy saber out. The avatar's palms moved. It held the energy saber and swung its hands. I heard that after the lotus is severed, the avatar could move around. I didn't think it was true. I'll give it a try when I go home. This is too awesome. The others were filled with excitement when they witnessed this scene. Alas, when the massive energy saber struck, the man-man brought its wings together, and the energy saber struck its wing. Boom! Several feathers fell off. The man-man shrieked and extended its wing before it lunged. Its speed and power were several times greater than before. It seemed to be in a frenzy. Originally, its target was not these cultivators. However, Chu Nan's relentless attacks seemed to have provoked it. At this moment, the man-man's talons flashed red. Swoosh! 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 No! Chu Nan retracted his avatar and sped backward. However, the man-man was intelligent. It seemed to know where Chu Nan was retreating to. It flapped its wings immediately and gave chase. The smaller man-mans flew forward as well when they heard the rallying cry from their leader. Under such circumstances, Chu Nan would have to summon his avatar to kill the man-mans with a single strike. However, if he did that, his avatar would be vulnerable to the beast's sharp talons. What should he do? In the end, he activated his protective energy and kept using his energy saber to strike down the smaller man-mans near him. Senior, look out! The huge beast swiped with its talons. Chu Nan reeled. His protective energy was instantly penetrated by the sharp talons. His clothes were torn to shreds as well. It's powerful. The others felt their hearts sink. The huge man-man's strike landed true. It flapped its wings and lunged again. Boom! Boom! 2 houses collapsed. Lu Zhou shook his head. He stroked his beard and said, I'd still have to do it myself in the end. Lu Zhou stepped into the air and vanished from sight. With a burst of speed, he quickly appeared before Chu Nan. He had an erudite air about him as he stood with his hands on his back. The young cultivators were shocked as they exclaimed in unison, Old Mister! Chu Nan looked at Lu Zhou's back and seemed shocked as well. Old Mister, run away. I can still fight. You're too weak. What's the meaning of fighting a fight you can't win? Lu Zhou did not look at Chu Nan when he spoke. His eyes were trained on the man-man. At this moment, the huge man-man finally arrived before Lu Zhou. He struck with his palms. Buddhist hand seal. The huge palm sailed toward the man-man's chest. Boom! The bird cried out and flapped its wings. Lu Zhou unleashed his grand technique and appeared before the man-man. Avatar. A 100-foot golden lotus avatar towered in the air. An 8-leaf golden lotus avatar. He's an elite. I didn't expect Great Yen to have this many unknown elites. There's only a handful who can resist severing their lotuses at this point. Nonetheless, the cultivators were still worried. If Chu Nan, who had cultivated to the 8-leaf stage, could not do anything to the man-man, how was the old mister with the golden lotus supposed to defeat it? In their opinion, avatars with golden lotuses were weaker than avatars without golden lotuses. After Lu Zhou summoned his avatar, he pushed his hand down. What's he doing? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Zhou at this moment. Lu Zhou controlled his avatar with a golden lotus and brought it down on the man-man. Boom! Ripples spread on the golden lotus. Kree! The huge man-man shrieked. The crushing force from the golden lotus pained it. Chu Nan and the young cultivators felt as though their hearts were in their mouths. Could an avatar be used in this manner? This was but one of the many ways to use an avatar. The defense of the lotus was on par with a heaven-grade weapon. Lu Zhou knew how to use the avatar better than anyone else. He retracted his avatar and reactivated it. He was now high up in the skies. Unlike before, this time, Lu Zhou's avatar was slightly slanting to the side. The sharp lotus leaves spun as they sailed toward the huge man-man. Bam! 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 Feathers were dislodged again. After 8 horizontal slashes, the man-man sped backward. It seemed injured. You're amazing, old senior. No way. Chu Nan also learned something new from this. As the man-man retreated, he no longer looked down on the old man. He bowed and said, "Which sect are you from, senior?" Lu Zhou did not reply. Instead, he said, "Look closely." There was a flurry of movements as Lu Zhou's avatar disappeared. Unnamed appeared in Lu Zhou's palm. Since the beast was tough, and it was extremely difficult to kill it with the ordinary combat power of an 8-leaf cultivator, Lu Zhou wondered if Unnamed, that was of unknown origin, would be able to cut the beast just as it had cut through Jiang Wenshu's blood sword. Black runes swirled around the blade. Unnamed was too small and delicate. As the battle raged on, it was barely noticeable. Lu Zhou's grip on Unnamed was firm. With a flurry of movements, he shot toward the huge man-man. Swoosh! Unnamed's blade glinted coldly. Lu Zhou shot past the man-man at lightning speed, drawing Unnamed across its wings. Crack! A part of its wing broke. Unnamed is effective. Soon enough, Lu Zhou confirmed his speculation. Without waiting for the wing to fall, he made a move again. Lu Zhou was aware beasts would grow fiercer and more terrifying when they were injured. Therefore, he wanted to chase the man-man out of Mo City before it was truly enraged. Lu Zhou appeared in front of the man-man again. He raised his hand that glowed blue. Originating from nothing, from it comes everything. Living in samsara and learning from it. This is the power of past lives. Taoist 9 cuts hand seals. Bam! The huge man-man cried out. Before it dropped to the ground, it was pushed away by the blue palm seal. This! The others were dumbfounded. Lu Zhou sped forward. He stared at the man-man and said gruffly, "Clean up the others." Understood. The others snapped back to their senses and flew toward the smaller man-mans. Lu Zhou moved forward and launched another blue palm seal. The huge man-man flew backward at an angle. Every time it tried to catch its breath, Lu Zhou would send a palm seal its way. Chu Nan could not help but exclaim, "My horizons have been widened." It was slightly difficult for Lu Zhou to try and injure this huge bird with his 8-leaf cultivation base. Based on the fight between Chu Nan and the beast, he could tell that the man-man was a high-rank beast stronger than those at the 8-leaf stage. Hence, he had gathered some of his extraordinary power in his palms before he attacked. This was the new fighting method Lu Zhou devised. Since he had an 8-leaf cultivation base, he decided to not waste that foundation. He would base his attacks on his cultivation base and mix it with extraordinary power. This way, he would be unparalleled among his peers. At the same time, he would be able to save much of his extraordinary power. Clearly, his experiment on the man-man was successful. Every palm strike was just right, causing the man-man unable to resist. After dozens of palm seals, The beast was forced out of Mo City to the southeastern direction by Lu Zhou. The morale of the cultivators in the city skyrocketed. They charged savagely toward the smaller man-mans. Some of the cultivators moved to the eyes of the formation, intending to mend the barrier. Meanwhile, Chu Nan was still as stunned as a wooden chicken. He kept muttering about how his horizons had been widened. The cultivator who had declined Lu Zhou's invitation earlier was stunned as well. The old mister is powerful. He resembles the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch. The Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch? Chu Nan looked over. Although the old mister looks younger, the way he strikes with his palms and his way of doing things resemble the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch. Do you know much about the Evil Sky Pavilion? Chu Nan was puzzled. I know a little about them. The Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch is the person whom I respect the most. He's a master of palm seals. When the Evil Sky Pavilion dealt with the Taishu Academy's Lin Xian, I was watching on Dangyang Peak. The 8-leaf Lin Xian was not even worthy enough for the Patriarch to make a move. After Lin Xian's death, the Patriarch's abandoned wisdom shattered the barriers of the Taishu Academy that they prided themselves on. Chu Nan said, "You have a point. Young man, I can tell you're braver than most. Have you ever thought about joining the Luo sect?" Upon hearing this, the young man was inwardly delighted. He said, "I'm used to being free and unfettered. Even if the Patriarch himself is here, I won't easily join his sect. When the old mister extended an invitation to me earlier, I turned him down politely. However, considering how chaotic the world is now, it's better to have a place to return to than to remain like rootless duckweed. I'd be extremely grateful if you'd recommend me, Grand Elder." "Very well." Chu Nan nodded in satisfaction. He enjoyed being flattered in that manner. At this moment, 2 young cultivators flew toward them and landed beside them. "Congratulations, Xiao Yun. You can look after us now that you're joining the Luo sect." Xiao Yun, the sectless cultivator, nodded. Chu Nan said, "All of you are talented. If you're willing, you may join the sect as well." Upon hearing these words, the cultivators were delighted. They bowed and said in unison, "Thank you, Grand Elder." The man-mans above Mo City were cleared away by the collective effort of the cultivators. The skies were clear again, and peace was restored. 100 cultivators flew westward. They hovered in the air and looked down at the spot where the huge man-man crashed down. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou's final palm strike defeated the man-man. He did not put much extraordinary power in his palm seals. At most, it could only push his targets away. However, coupled with the black runes on Unnamed, he managed to sever its other wing. The man-man could no longer fly. It flapped its wings as it crashed onto the ground, stirring up a violent sandstorm and rocks. Bam! 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 The rocks hit the city walls, leaving dents on them. The man-man was furious. The cultivators were worried that the city walls would crumble. They rose into the air, condensed their chi into energy, landed on the city wall, and formed a temporary barrier that kept the rocks at bay. The 8-leaf Lu Zhou did not worry about the flying rocks. His protective energy kept them at bay. When Lu Zhou landed, the others cried out, "Old mister, look out! Although you're a powerful 8-leaf cultivator, this livestock isn't like other beasts." Based on Chu Nan's experience, none of them dared to look down on the livestock. Shortly after, there were no more rocks flying in the air. A crater formed on the ground by the frenzied flapping of the man-man's wings earlier. No matter. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and calmly stepped forward. The others were shocked to see this. Elites were truly bold. The 100 cultivators looked on as Lu Zhou stepped forward. Like before, Unnamed materialized in Lu Zhou's palm again. The black runes could faintly be seen. Without using deadly strike cards, Unnamed was a crucial weapon he needed to kill the man-man. Relying on his 8-leaf cultivation base alone would require lots of time and effort. "Old mister, be careful. Man-mans are usually paired. Even if this one dies, there's still another one." Xiao Yun shouted from the city wall. "There's another one?" Man-mans were by birds. They would stay together even in death. Lu Zhou was still lost in his thoughts as the man-man's talons glowed red, and it lunged toward Lu Zhou. The others widened their eyes. They could not bear to witness this bloody scene. They knew that the sharp talons could easily tear through a human's protective energy. Chu Nan frowned deeply as well. He wanted to jump down and help. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly struck with his palm. The 8 trigrams expanded under his feet, and 6 seals emerged from him. The 6th compatible seal burst forth. The 9 scripts formed a connected circle and struck the wound on the man-man's wing in succession. The palm seal sent it flying in the air for a brief moment. The others watched with their jaws dropped. This series of attacks was not possible without rich combat experience. As fellow 8-leaf cultivators, they understood the techniques and skills required to pull this off. This was not something one could achieve by just relying on luck alone. If there's one, I'll kill it. If there's a pair, I'll kill them. Lu Zhou moved swiftly. He was only the size of the man-man's feather, causing him to look like an ant trying to shake a tree. The others held their breaths as they continued to watch. Before the man-man dropped to the ground again, Lu Zhou raised his hand that held unnamed. An energy sword burst forth and rose sharply into the air. The shining golden energy sword seemed to be covered in a dark aura as the black runes swirled around it. What's that? Fiend Zen. If Fiend Zen is used for righteous motives, it's righteous. The instant the energy sword expanded, it stabbed the man-man's body. An anguished cry resounded across the city immediately. This! Amazing! Although the old mister is only at the 8-leaf stage, he achieved so much with so little effort. This is what an elite should be like. From afar, it was as though Lu Zhou had brought a sword down from above and sliced through a colossal beast. In the distant forest west of Mo City, a cry was heard. The man-mans came flying over. Here they come. The 100 cultivators barely had the time to revel in Lu Zhou's powers when they turned their gazes toward the forest. Old mister, stand back. Lu Zhou put unnamed away. Then, he appeared above the injured man-man that was trashing on the ground. Many smaller man-mans came flying from the trees. Ready! The cultivators on the city walls shouted again. At this moment, from the southern side of Mo City, a cultivator shouted excitedly, "Here comes the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Evil Sky Pavilion is here." The cultivators were excited. They looked westward. On the horizon, the Evil Sky Pavilion's cloud-splitting chariot dragged a long tail behind itself as it sped forward. Lu Zhou looked at the flying chariot and frowned. He told Wuxia to keep a low profile. Why did the Evil Sky Pavilion suddenly appear here? The cultivators in Mo City hovered in the air and waited silently for the chariot. Shortly after, the flying chariot stopped above Mo City. Chu Nan led the others to greet them. We weren't expecting anyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Please forgive our lack of hospitality, Senior. At this moment, a person stepped out of the flying chariot. It was Wuxia with the 4 elders behind him. Wuxia did not even look at Chu Nan before he descended. Master! Chu Nan and Xiao Yun were taken aback. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and glanced at Wuxia. He said, I can deal with this. What are you doing here instead of looking after Liang province? Wuxia said in a hushed tone, Master, I don't think this matter is so simple. I discovered something new. Something new. I found this at where the man-mans made their nests. Wuxia produced a talisman. The talisman was drawn with red runes. Lu Zhou frowned. Wuxia continued to say, I suspect the people from the Red Lotus domain are already here. Since there are 9-leaf cultivators in the Red Lotus domain, I'm sure they're much more advanced in cultivation bases and the research on the Red Lotus than we are. The red coffins are their inventions as well. Hence, it's highly possible that they've arrived in the Golden Lotus domain. At this moment, another huge man-man appeared and made a shocking move. It dove and grabbed the injured man-man with its claws before it took flight again. Meanwhile, the smaller man-mans were charging toward Mo City. Lu Zhou glanced at them and said, Guard Mo City with the 4 elders for now. I'll be back. Understood. Si Wuya bowed. Lu Zhou stepped into the air and chased after the two huge man-mans. He said gruffly, "Livestocks, I'd like to see where you're going to run to." In just an instant, Lu Zhou and the two huge man-mans disappeared in the horizon. Above Mo City, the cultivators watched with complicated gazes. They were greatly shaken. "Chunan? Is that you?" The Evil Sky Pavilion's Panlitian called out. He recognized Chu Nan right away. Chu Nan gulped before he hastily said, "Elder Pan." The 100 cultivators bowed at the same time. "What are you doing here?" Panlitian asked. "I remember you were like the sun at high noon in the Luo sect." Chu Nan waved his hand and said sheepishly, "That's all in the past. Don't embarrass me, Elder Pan. That old master is—" Panlitian shook his head speechlessly. "Do you even have to ask? It's the pavilion master himself." Chu Nan was shocked, and he tried to hide the awkwardness he felt. He lowered his head and said, "So, it really is Senior G. I thought that he looked familiar earlier, but I just couldn't believe it." "Well, now you know. You're much smarter than you were in the past," Panlitian said. These words made Chu Nan flush red. The young cultivator, Xiao Yun, who was hovering behind Chu Nan, nearly lost control. He quickly stabilized his footing before he muttered to himself, "What did I miss?" Nobody bothered with these young cultivators. Only Xiao Yun knew what a great opportunity he had missed. The Evil Sky Pavilion had always been strict about recruiting disciples and members. From Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng to Yi Tianxin's subordinates, the female cultivators from the derived Moon Palace, all of them were elites who were famed in different parts of the world. Similarly, the names of the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion resounded like thunder. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Si Wuya flew over at this moment. He drew level with the 4 elders before he said, "Master ordered us to defend Mo City for now." "All right." Panlitian looked at the man-mans and laughed. "It's been a long time since I stretched my limbs. Old Lung, shall we see who can kill the most beasts?" Lung Luo clenched his fists and said, "Bring it on." Lung Luo vanished out of sight and soon reappeared near the man-mans. With a flurry of movement, he summoned his avatar that expanded swiftly. 6 golden leaves spun in the air. Then they flew out and returned. With these 2 moves, hundreds of man-mans dropped to the ground. "No fair. I'll show you." Panlitian tossed his golden gourd bottle out, and a golden light shone from under his feet. The golden gourd bottle increased in size, covering the sun. Panlitian lay down and said gruffly, "Drunk on the mountain." With these words, a turbulent surge of energy appeared immediately. Boom! 1/3 of the man-mans were knocked out from this move. The others were greatly shaken. The 2 elders' moves were precise and vicious compared to killing the man-mans one by one. They were 8-leaf experts in the past. However, now that the 2 elders had cultivated to the 6-leaf stage, their strength seemed to be on par with that of an 8-leaf cultivator. Both of them attacked with so much ease that it seemed as though they were strolling in the park. "I'll join in." Zhuiyushu gripped her coiling dragon staff tightly. The veins on the staff glowed as talismans flew out in the air. Huge scripts flew toward the man-mans. Every single talisman took out a man-man. Even a godly archer could hardly compare to Zhuiyushu's capability of killing that many targets with such precision. The others instinctively turned to look at Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao cleared his throat before he said, "The 3 elders' strength is shocking. I won't embarrass myself." With the members from the Evil Sky Pavilion making a move, the man-mans were nothing. They were soon killed. Si Wuya nodded and flew toward the top of the city wall. At this moment, the young cultivator, Xiao Yun, who was hovering behind Chu Nan, hastily stepped forward to greet Si Wuya with a bow. "Greetings, Mr. 7th. You are." Naturally, Si Wuya did not know him. "You might not be aware of this, Mr. 7th, but Senior G wanted to recruit me into the Evil Sky Pavilion earlier. I wonder if—" Xiao Yun said. Upon hearing the words, Chu Nan frowned. Alas, Si Wuya did not give Xiao Yun a chance to finish his words before he interjected. My master has always been strict about recruiting members. If he's really interested in you, he'll surely look for you again. There's no need to speak to me. Xiao Yun. Oh no! Xiao Yun thought to himself. His heart sank when he saw Chu Nen staring at him. As the saying went, he had tossed the watermelon away for the sesame. However, it seemed like now he was going to lose the sesame as well. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou pursued the man-man. If the man-man was flying alone, he might not be able to catch up. However, since it was carrying the injured man-man, its speed has slowed down considerably. Moreover, after it entered the forest with tall trees, maneuvering became even more difficult. It had no choice but to crash through the huge trees to make a path for itself. Could not fly any higher. Apart from that, their sizes meant that they were not light. Livestock, where will you run to now? He struck with a palm. The shining golden palm shot forth and struck the man-man's wing. He finally caught up to the man-man's in the forest. His palm strike dislodged several feathers. A male and a female? The male bird was injured, and the female bird was trying to rescue it. The female bird winced. It flapped its wings furiously as it tried to fly out of the forest. Lu Zhou summoned his 8-leaf avatar. His golden lotus appeared. With his grand technique, he appeared above the bird. Go! He pushed his hand down as it shone brilliantly with a blue light that shone at a greater intensity. He moved at lightning speed. He did not unleash abandoned wisdom but unleashed the Buddhist Great Vajra will hand sign instead. Boom! It struck the man-man's head. The man-man was hurt and cried out as it dropped. Bam! 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 It fell at an angle, crashing through dozens of tall trees before landing heavily on the ground. Lu Zhou retracted his avatar and hovered in the air more than 10 meters above the man-man. I won't forgive you. He was about to attack when a person emerged from the forest behind the man-man's. It was a middle-aged man in armor and a red bandana on his head. Wait! Lu Zhou looked over. The middle-aged man drew closer to the man-man and looked up at Lu Zhou. He seemed satisfied as he nodded and said, You must have a profound cultivation base to be able to kill these man-mans. Lu Zhou asked tonelessly, Who are you? If you can spare these livestocks on my account, old mister, I'll thank you on their behalf, the middle-aged man said. The man-mans had harassed the city. Why are you protecting them? Why must you kill them, old mister? The middle-aged man retorted. Shouldn't they be killed? Lu Zhou asked. Well, the middle-aged man was about to explain further, but Lu Zhou did not want to waste time on this matter, so he interjected. You're in no place to voice out your opinion when the Evil Sky Pavilion has made a decision. Lu Zhou had intentionally mentioned the Evil Sky Pavilion. Go on. Run for your life. Contrary to Lu Zhou's expectations, the middle-aged man was not frightened by the mention of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Instead, he said again, Old mister, I still think that we should spare them. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. This person isn't afraid of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Is he a recluse who lives in the mountain with no regard for worldly affairs? Does he not know about the Evil Sky Pavilion? Are you telling me what to do? Lu Zhou asked. Old mister, we should forgive if we can. The middle-aged flew up and drew level with Lu Zhou. His armor seemed to thrum before it flashed and red runes appeared on it. Realization dawned on Lu Zhou when he saw this. He said, You're from the Red Lotus domain. At the same time, he noticed the red runes on the feathers of the man-mans. No wonder. The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback. He said in surprise, You know about the Red Lotus? What a coincidence. Anyone else would not have recognized the red armor. Throughout Great Yen, only the Evil Sky Pavilion knew about the armor. Lu Zhou's expression was solemn as he looked at the man and asked, How did you come to Great Yen? The middle-aged man did not reply. Instead, he asked, How did you know about this? Answer me. I'll have no choice but to take you down. The middle-aged man said now that he realized his identity had been exposed. Killing intent surged from his body immediately. Whiz! His armor shone red as he summoned his avatar. The red lotus bloomed, and 8 leaves spun around the red lotus. Without another word, Lu Zhou unleashed his grand technique. With a burst of speed, he pushed his palm forward and launched a palm seal. The Buddhist Great Seal of Fearlessness shone with a faint blue light. The middle-aged man advanced instead of retreating and struck with his palm as well. Bam! The palms collided. The middle-aged man reeled back. Bam! 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 He crashed through more than 10 trees. His armor shone. The ren veins carved on it burst forth with a web-like energy as he flew forward. His expression was one of shock as he said hoarsely, "N9 leaves." The armor would only be activated by attacks from a 9-leaf cultivator. He looked up and saw Lu Zhou's figure drawing closer. He was overjoyed. "You're rushing to your own death." Lu Zhou slashed at the red net with unnamed. The net of red runes was cut open. He pushed his palm out. The middle-aged man had thought the red runes could stop Lu Zhou. He did not expect it to be so easily broken. He could not react in time and recoiled again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Bam! 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 He crashed through 3 trees again and sat limply on the ground. His expression was one of fright. The difference in their strength was huge. Lu Zhou stroked his bead with one hand and the other on his back. He stepped forward and said gruffly, "Answer my question." The middle-aged man did not expect this unpresentable old man to be capable of piercing his armor and dealing such a heavy blow. "How did you reach this land?" "From the endless ocean in the north," the middle-aged man replied tonelessly. "What's your name?" Lu Zhou asked. "Gu Ming of the Sky Martial Court." Gu Ming adjusted his position and looked up as he said, "A month ago, I came on the transporter across the sea. I've been laying low in this forest when I encountered the man-man. Then, I used the talismans to harass them and made them attack the city. Since you're from the Red Lotus domain, why do you want to attack a human settlement?" Lu Zhou found this weak 8-leaf cultivator audacious. Even the 9-leaf Jiang Wenshu, who was here several centuries ago, was not as audacious as Gu Ming, who attacked a human city as soon as he arrived. He was vicious. Gu Ming said, "We want to know how powerful you are as a whole. The strength of a 9-leaf cultivator is needed to kill the man-mans. Only when we're sure that—" He stopped talking abruptly. "Only then you'll invade, right?" Lu Zhou finished the middle-aged man's words. Gu Ming looked away. Lu Zhou said, "Of the grand cultivators here, I'm considered weak." Gu Ming frowned deeply. He looked at this old man as tides of fears surged in his heart. He had confirmed that Lu Zhou was a 9-leaf cultivator. If the old man's words were true, then the Red Lotus domain would be in danger. His heart thumped wildly against his ribcage. In the end, he said, "I don't believe you. Before you showed up, nobody was able to stop the man-mans. My comrades are." "So, you have comrades here." Gu Ming realized he said the wrong thing, but it was already too late. In the end, he said, "I don't even know where they are." "What is Sky Martial Court?" Lu Zhou asked. Gu Ming did not answer the question immediately. He could tell the old man was trying to understand the Red Lotus domain. If a 9-leaf cultivator was considered weak here, he would become a great sinner cursed for generations if he were to give out too much information about the Red Lotus world and brought a devastating calamity to his homeland. When Lu Zhou saw Gu Ming keeping quiet, he said, "Is Jiang Wenshu from the Sky Martial Court?" Gu Ming was shocked and frightened. The old man knew more than he expected. "He's from the Flying Star House, not the Sky Martial Court." Flying Star House. Lu Zhou repeated the name. "There are 2 9-leaf cultivators in the Flying Star House. Jiang Wenshu is one of them." "Who's the other one?" Lu Zhou asked. Perhaps it was because of Jiang Wenshu, but Lu Zhou did not have a good impression of the Flying Star House. They would certainly have a conflict if they were to meet in the future. It would be good for him to understand more about them now. Gu Ming replied, "Grand Elder Yizhen." Yizhen. Lu Zhou made an effort to remember the name. Then he asked again, "What's the Red Lotus domain's intention of coming here and studying the transporters?" He needed to obtain much information. His understanding of the Red Lotus domain was superficial and insufficient. Gu Ming lowered his head and said, "Old mister, I've answered many of your questions. Can I go now? Lu Zhou shook his head. He turned around and faced Gu Ming with his back. He looked at the pair of man-mans and said, "You may leave if you tell me everything about the Red Lotus domain in detail. Otherwise, you'll end up like the man-mans." Swoosh! Die! Gu Ming moved like a fired arrow. He unleashed all of his primal chi and charged forward with a red lotus. The remaining veins on his armor and the red lotus complemented each other's lights dazzlingly. Lu Zhou sensed the danger coming at him from behind. He knew he had no time to turn around, so he did not hold back and unleashed the power of muting. The blue lotus blossomed under his feet, like light and shadow, permeating everywhere while staying still in samadhi. Bam! Gu Ming rammed into the blue energy shield with his red lotus. He had pretended to be submissive so he could wait for an opportunity to kill Lu Zhou. However, he did not expect his attack would be deflected. His heart sank to his feet as he exclaimed, "Blue!" All of a sudden, Gu Ming felt the Golden Lotus domain was far more complicated and terrifying than he had imagined. Men had always had a healthy fear of the unknown. To him, Lu Zhou was an unknown person whom he feared. Lu Zhou turned around slowly. He said coldly, "Futile." The blue lotus spun as a blue lotus shot out and landed on Gu Ming. His expression was unsightly as his chest caved in and his limbs were severed. He was sent flying by the blue energy. The plants in an area of 10 meters were instantly crushed. The trees in a 100-meter area fell. Everything in a 1,000-meter area was affected. After the blue lotus energy ran its course, a dismembered and disfigured Gu Ming fell out of the skies. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Domain extra: 1,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a male man-man. Reward: 4,000 merit points. The man-man is dead as well? Lu Zhou no longer paid any attention to Gu Ming. He looked at the man-mans. The heavily injured male man-man was killed by the heavenly writing power. After being hit by the heavenly writing power, the female man-man was also gravely injured. I've used too much out of carelessness. Lu Zhou felt helpless. Gu Ming was protected by his armor and the red runes. Moreover, he could not tell if Gu Ming was armed with any other weapons. After all, his understanding of the Red Lotus was too shallow. To be safe, he had used 1/3 of his extraordinary power to deal with Gu Ming. Half of the extraordinary power could kill Qi Yao. 1/3 could kill the male man-man but not the female man-man. The man-man's reward was only 4,000 merit points. Clearly, it was weaker than Qi Yao. From this, Lu Zhou could infer that it was safer to use half of his extraordinary power if he wanted to kill a huge beast. The gravely injured female man-man flew back and crashed into a few trees. He struggled to get up. Lu Zhou did not do anything. He saw the female man-man removed the remains from the trees from its own body with difficulty and flapped its wings. It flew for a few meters before crashing down. It was not running away. Instead, it was trying to make its way toward the male man-man. Blood drenched its talons and feathers. The female man-man struggled for a long time as it moved toward the male man-man. It spent a long time dragging itself forward, leaving a bloody trail in its wake. When it finally reached the male man-man, it rested its head on the male man-man's body and looked at Lu Zhou. There was no hatred or hostility in its eyes. Instead, it seemed relieved. It crooned in a low voice. Lu Zhou saw the red runes on its talons, and he waved his arm. The runes fell to the ground and disappeared. The female man-man withdrew its wings. It blinked again before closing its eyes as though it was tired. Ding! Killed the female man-man. Reward: 4,000 merit points. There are birds on Chongwu Mountain that resemble mallards with one wing and one eye. They fly in pairs and were known as man-mans. Lu Zhou sighed. All creatures had intelligence. Sometimes, men could not even compare to birds. He continued to study the man-mans. He wondered if they would drop unique items just like Qi Yao did. However, there was nothing. He did not stay long before leaving in the air. An hour later, after Lu Zhou left, Two armored cultivators with red bandanas on their heads flew forward. Over here! The two of them hurried over with talismans made from red runes. When they saw the scene before their eyes, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Gu Ming! They were greatly shaken when they saw the disfigured and dismembered limbs. There's an elite! The duo's expressions turned grim,